I was only 18 years old when my cultivation reached the peak of Yuanying, hailed as the unparalleled genius of the Qin Kuan Taoist sect. However, as I descended the mountain to fulfill my parents' last wish and marry my childhood sweetheart, Qingmei, on our wedding day, a foundation establishment aunt dared to come and claim that he and Lu Ruyan were the true lovers, demanding that I break off the engagement if I knew what was good for me. I couldn't help but laugh on the spot, raising my hand to slap Yifan, giving him a concussion. How dare a foundation establishment aunt come to steal the marriage of the true lord of Yuanying? Do they think this is some kind of romance novel? A vast and terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, instantly forcing everyone present to kneel on the ground unable to move. True Lord Yuanying? How is this possible? Suddenly, Lin Fan heard his teacher's voice in his mind, filled with disbelief. Hearing his teacher's exclamation, Lin Fan was greatly shocked. He wanted to lift his head to see what was going on, but under that immense coercion, he couldn't even raise his head, and his whole body felt like it was being crushed, the pain unbearable. I looked down at Lin Fan and the others, my eyes turning into golden and silver pupils. The left eye was gold on the outside and silver on the inside, shining brightly with extreme masculinity. The right eye was silver on the outside and gold on the inside, with a gentle and mysterious silver light. My gaze was too intense, piercing through the clouds. The tiny secret on Lin Fan's body seemed insignificant before me. Not good, he is actually a person with dual pupils. The remnant soul inside Lin Fan felt the gaze of the dual pupils, panicked, quickly hiding himself, extremely afraid of being discovered. In front of my heavy pupils, the existence of a lingering soul is like a plucked white duck, with nowhere to hide. Oh, is this your reliance? A weak and feeble lingering soul. What, do you also want to possess like Xiao Yan? My heavy pupils slightly narrowed, overlooking all beings, seeing through Lin Fan's tricks, a hint of disdain flashing in my eyes. Just a mere remnant soul of a transformed deity, even at its peak, I am not afraid, let alone now. Lin Fan lifted his head with great difficulty, his face twisted in a grimace. He never imagined that I would be so powerful, actually being the true lord of the Yuan infant, filled with regret in his heart. However, even so, he did not believe that Gu Changda had the ability to kill him. Trembling, Lin Fan spoke through gritted teeth, Gu, aren't you just bullying others because of your high cultivation? 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. If you dare, let's make a bet. 30 years from now, we will settle our scores here. Upon hearing those words, I looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank? 30 years from now, I would have ascended to the immortal realm, and the grass on your grave would be 30 meters high. I raised my hand, gathering thunder, too lazy to waste words with Lin Fan. As I prepared to obliterate him directly, a mechanical alert sounded in my mind. Detected the host engaging in a battle with the Son of Destiny, villain system bound. The sudden voice made me pause, looking at Lin Fan lying on the ground like a dog. I felt speechless. You call this a battle? Who wants to bind your broken system? Get lost. I was extremely averse to this sudden binding of the villain system. I am a disciple of the Qin Kuan Taoist sect, the leader of the younger generation of the righteous path in Qiantianzhu. How dare you defame me? Ding! The son and daughter of destiny are under the attention of the heavens, bearing the mandate of heaven. Killing the son and daughter of destiny will attract the scrutiny of the heavens. Host, do not deceive yourself, stop your impulsive actions immediately. Upon hearing this, I, who had been cultivating immortality for so many years, had never felt so stifled as I did today. I immediately retorted angrily, are the son and daughter of destiny your parents? Just because you say we can't kill them, we can't? Today, I will go against the heavens. Ancestors are not enough to be feared, and the heavens are not enough to be dreaded. We cultivators have always gone against the heavens. If we fear the heavens, why bother cultivating immortality, seeking longevity? It's better to die peacefully. My gaze turned cold, dispersing the thunder in my palm. My mind settled into my sea of consciousness, activating my true cheat, the creation jade disc. Let me see what kind of nonsense this antagonist system of yours is, daring to slander me as an antagonist. I searched extensively in my sea of consciousness for traces of the antagonist system. After a moment, I found the so-called antagonist system in a corner of my consciousness, in the form of a small black light ball. My eyes narrowed, and I coldly said, I've found you. Without any hesitation, I decisively used the creation jade disc to suppress the antagonist system. In an instant, a purple aura surged in my sea of consciousness from the east, vast and overwhelming, permeating the entire sea of consciousness, sealing off all avenues of escape for the antagonist system. The creation jade disc enveloped the black light sphere, displaying the power of refining the heavens and earth, forcefully initiating the refinement of the antagonist system. The panicked voice of the antagonist system kept echoing, insect of the lower realm, you cannot refine me. If you refine me, you will become the enemy of all systems. Faced with the threat of the antagonist system, I remained unfazed. In a blink of an eye, the black light sphere was completely refined into nothingness by the creation jade disc. After absorbing the antagonist system, the creation jade disc also acquired a faint jade glow, even the cracks were repaired slightly. This change surprised me greatly. I never expected such a gain, truly a pleasant surprise. Over the years, I tried various methods to repair the creation jade disc, but to no avail. It turns out it needed to absorb the system. Disciple, it seems that Guy is in trouble. Quickly entrust your body to me, I will take you away. Lin Fan did not hesitate, immediately cleared his mind and handed over the control of his body. After the remnant soul took over Lin Fan's body, without any hesitation, not even caring about Lu Ruyan, decisively displayed the flowing fire escape technique, turning into a flaming meteor, and escaped with Lin Fan. Yan Ruyan saw Lin Fan abandon her and leave, a look of astonishment on her pretty face. Weren't they truly in love? Why didn't he take her with him to escape? She shouted anxiously, Brother Fan, take me with you. Humph, trying to run away? Dream on. I withdrew from my sea of consciousness, saw Lin Fan fleeing, transformed into silver lightning, and swiftly caught up with him in the blink of an eye. What? The remnant soul was shocked. His flowing fire escape technique was just a minor magical skill. Even though he only used it at the golden core stage, he could travel thousands of miles in a single breath, faster than the average nascent soul speed, yet he was still caught up to. The remnant soul pinched another tactic, and a fist-sized golden divine flame rose from his palm. Howdy incinerating world flame. When I saw that golden divine flame, my pupils dilated, and I exclaimed in astonishment. The Howdy incinerating world flame was one of the 5 Emperor's fires, a top-tier divine fire said to have the power to burn down everything in the world. Even the mighty experts might not be able to subdue it. Truly worthy of being the son of destiny, Lin Fan's luck is just too good. A surge of excitement fills my heart, who wouldn't desire such divine fire? If I had the Howdy incinerating flame in the future, I wouldn't lack spiritual treasures to use anymore. Fire refines the world. The remnant soul fiercely activates the Howdy incinerating flame, which swells mightily in the wind, covering the sky and earth. The golden flames rushing towards me block my path. A mere parlor trick, daring to show off in front of me. Behold the radiant thunder prison. My face turned cold, I pinched the tactic to evoke the majestic power of the heavens, and with a wave of my hand, I unleashed a minor thunder technique. Rolling calamity clouds enveloped the area for miles around, while my eyes gleamed with intensity. A surge of spatial force erupted from my eyes, isolating the sea of fire and covering the sky and earth, imprisoning this corner of the world, leaving Lin Fan with no escape. Finished! Sensing the majestic power of the heavens, the remnant soul controlling Lin Fan's body was filled with immense fear, even losing its grip on the body. Beneath the majestic power of the heavens, the remnant soul within Lin Fan's body wanted to escape, but the vast space was sealed off, leaving nowhere to flee. Gushinga slowly raised his hand, and the infinite thunder came under his control, his thin lips lightly opened, and his mouth contained the heavenly constitution. Execute! As soon as the word fell, billions of thunderbolts fell like rain. Thundering rivers of heaven rolled and washed the defiled earth. The residual soul could not hide, could not escape, and under the 10,000 pounds of thunder, along with Lin Fan's body and soul, they were all destroyed, and the soul flew away. Looking at Lin Fan, who had turned into robbed ash, Gushinga's face was as normal. Even if he was the son of heaven's destiny, so what? A mole cricket was always a mole cricket. Besides, after killing this so-called son of heaven's destiny, the heavenly Tao didn't find him troublesome. When the thunder dispersed, there was only a small bead left in its place. Howdy burning world amazing also returned to the small bead as much as possible. Gushinga waved his hand and incorporated the small bead into his palm, refining it, and in the next second, he was pleasantly surprised. This was actually a half-immortal artifact. Fabrics are categorized into magic weapons, spirit treasures, heavenly spirit treasures, and half-immortal weapons. The reason why it was called a half-immortal weapon instead of an immortal weapon was because although the magic treasure was able to exert a short-lived immortal weapon power, there were no immortal Tao laws on it, and it wasn't considered a true immortal weapon. In addition to half-immortal weapons, the remaining 4 types of magic treasures were further divided into inferior, intermediate, superior, extreme, and absolute. The bead in Gushinga's hand was called the Age God bead, and it contained 1,296 prohibitions, and the difficulty of refining these prohibitions alone was not something that a Yuaning cultivator would be able to do. And the Age of the God bead within the self-contained side of the time small secret realm, in which cultivation can be adjusted inside and outside the passage of time, the highest up to 10:1. As for the other functions, they will not be known until they are sacrificed. It was only that every time the time was adjusted, it required the consumption of spirit crystals, which ordinary cultivators simply could not afford. Spirit crystal is a condensed body of aura that is even more pure than a spirit stone. A spirit crystal can be exchanged for 100 extreme spirit stones, and there may not be anyone who is willing to exchange it. Gushinga also only had 3 spirit crystals, which when converted into lower-grade spirit stones, would be 300 million lower-grade spirit stones. Each type of spirit stone is 100:1. After settling Lin Fan, Gushinga folded back to White Cloud City. It was time to deal with the Lu family. Bayun City, whether it was the people inside or outside the city, they all felt the brilliant heavenly might from thousands of miles away, saw the terrifying heavenly thunder that descended on earth, and all of them shivered in fear, kneeling on the ground and shouting for the heavens to rest their wrath. Silver thunderbolts slashed across the sky, and Gushinga returned to the Gu family to see that, except for the unconscious guests, everyone else had fled and dispersed. Hey, think you can get away with that, fool's errand? Gushinga's heavy pupils flashed with a touch of disdain and disappeared into the Gu family. At this moment, the Lu family, the people of the Lu family, who had escaped death, packed up their belongings and wanted to flee White Cloud City. Lu Ruyan was at a loss. She didn't understand that her brother Lin Fan, who had always treated her like his life, would run away from her. Obviously Lin Fan had pressed her against the wall of her boudoir not long ago, saying that if she called out to him as a good brother, her life would be given to her. But why had he abandoned him now? Lu Ruffing saw that his sister was still dumbfounded, and hurriedly urged, Ruyan, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and pack up. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan did not panic, but instead had a condescending look on her face. Brother, what are you guys afraid of? Don't forget that Gushinga's parents' last wish was for him to marry me. If he dares to hurt me, he's going against his parents' last wish. He's unfilial. I'm not afraid of him. When Lu Ruffing heard this, he suddenly felt that his sister was right. Since Gushinga's parents' last wish was for him to marry his sister, he definitely wouldn't go after the Lu family. On the contrary, in order to fulfill his parents' last wish, he would have to coax his sister into marrying him. Thinking like this, Lu Ruffing felt that there was really nothing to be afraid of. Is a Yuaning powerhouse great? He still has to listen to his parents. Don't clean up, and don't be afraid, that Gu wouldn't dare to lay a hand on our Lu family, he still has to marry Ruyan. Lu Ruffing hurriedly shouted to his parents and elders and asked Lu Ruyan to repeat what he had just said. When the people of the Lu family heard this, they felt that it made sense. Mother Lu was even more vocal. If I had known that kid was a Yuaning cultivator, I should have asked for more for the dowry. It would have to be 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. That is right, Ruyan, we have been pampered for so many years, and there are still a whole lot of people pursuing. To be able to marry surnamed Gu is his good fortune, and he still has to give 100 pieces of spiritual weapons. I heard that kid is also a disciple of the Qian Kuan Dao sect. Since he's a Yuaning powerhouse, he must be very powerful in the Qian Kuan Dao sect. When the time comes, let him bring us all up to the Qian Kuan Dao sect. The people of the Lu family were enjoying a bright future, unaware that Gushinga was right above their heads, listening to their nonsense. After half a second, Gushinga slowly fell from the air and appeared in front of the Lu family. As soon as Lu Ruyan saw Gushinga, she thought that he had come to beg for her to return, and immediately showed arrogance, raised her chin, and said in a loud voice, Gushinga, you're here to beg me to go back and get married, right? It's fine if you want me to go back, but I have 3 conditions. 1, I'll only marry you, but I'll never consummate with you, because I only belong to Brother Fan. 2, you must give my Lu family 1,000,000 more top-grade spirit stones, and 100 extremely high-grade spirit weapons as a bride price. After all, it's your good fortune that I can marry you, and the bride price is too little to match me. 3, you can shut up, you rotten bastard. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her conditions, Gushinga impatiently interrupted her, even pulling out her ears with her little thumbs as if she had gotten into something dirty. At those words, Lu Ruyan's face showed shame and anger, and she was so angry that she was trembling, stomping the ground with her feet and roaring loudly at Gushinga. Surname Gu, how dare you scold me? I won't marry. Let's see how you fulfill your parents' wishes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's not like this seat has to be you. Although Gushinga wanted to fulfill her parents' dying wish, this Lu Ruyan was so rotten, not to mention getting married. Even a glance at it now made her sick to her stomach. Father and mother, don't blame my child for being unfilial. It's your last wish that's too hard. Harder than becoming immortal. Gushinga looked at the Lu family's crowd, lightly lifted his hand, silver thunder surging, and said in a faint voice, since my parents are obsessed with the marriage contract back then, why don't I give you guys a ride? Go down there and explain to them that it's not that I, as a son, am unfilial, it's that you guys don't deserve it. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the silver thunder, the people of the Lu family collapsed to the ground in fear, and Ruyan Lu was also pale, with some water stains appearing between her legs. Why did Gushinga want to kill them? Shouldn't he fulfill his parents' dying wish? Lu Ruyan didn't want to die. She rolled and crawled and stood up, wanting to beg Gushinga, but Gushinga didn't even give her that chance. Thousands of silver thunderbolts fell, directly splitting all of the Lu family members present into charcoal. In order to avoid any more fish that had slipped through the net, Gushinga searched the Lu family once more before mobilizing the power of the heavens and earth, transforming into a large silver hand that covered the sky and directly raised the Lu mansion to the ground. The so-called son and daughter of destiny are nothing more than that. Gushinga never believed in any heavenly destiny, they were all just lucky guys. A true protagonist depends on more than luck. P.S. This book is never ink. Readers can rest assured that look, if there is any opinion on the plot, you can mention, little brother will be adopted. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Blood Refining the Age God Bead, Breaking into King Yu's Capital. Chapter 5, Blood Refining the Age God Bead, Breaking into King Yu's Capital. Chapter 5, Blood Refining the Age God Bead, Breaking into King Yu's Capital. The originally festive and lively Gu family now fell into a silence. The slaves were gentle and didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing the one. Inside the ancestral hall, Gushinga lightly knelt in front of her parents' spirit tablet, and Gu Tianhao and a group of Gu family elders stood outside, trembling with fear and trepidation, as if they were elementary school students who had made a mistake. A few moments later, Gu Xingde, who had finished apologizing with his parents, walked out of the ancestral hall, and Gu Tianhao rushed forward and apologized to him in a low voice. Xingde, this matter is eldest uncle's fault. Without ascertaining the situation of that woman from the Lu family, he hastily organized the wedding and made you lose face. If you want to blame it, blame eldest uncle. Hearing this, Gu Xingde shook her head slightly. Eldest uncle, it's not your fault. It's the Lu family that's too shameless, wanting to sell one daughter for two, and it's also me that's too obsessed with my parents' dying wish, making a joke out of the Gu family. Seeing that his great-nephew didn't blame himself, Gu Tianhao didn't say anything more. Gu Xingde threw a storage ring to her own eldest uncle and continued, there are some resources inside this storage ring, enough for the Gu family to cultivate a Jindan real person, or a dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators. How to use it, eldest uncle, you make the decision yourself. Aha! Don't worry, Xingde, these resources will be put to good use by Debo. Gu Tianhao nodded repeatedly, pleasantly surprised. Gu Xingde turned back to look at the ancestral hall one more time, a flash of apology in her eyes. Born as an orphan in his previous life, he had enjoyed parental affection in this life that he cherished extraordinarily. Moreover, the reason why Gu's father and mother had been targeted by the outlaws was because of a treasure he had given them. He was partly responsible for the death of his parents. In response, Gu Xingde felt guilty in her heart, which was why she was so persistent in wanting to fulfill her parents' last wish. But things didn't work out the way he wanted, and he chose a lousy one, which led to his parents' last wish being dashed. Father and mother, don't worry, without Lu Ruyan, you will still have many daughters-in-law. Stay in hell for some more years. When child I become immortal, I will bring your daughters-in-law down to see you. Gu Xingde silently said inwardly that he believed that there was hell and reincarnation in this world. So, father and mother, you must not reincarnate so soon. Eldest uncle, what is that Lin Fan's origin? Gu Xingde inquired. Most of the children of Heaven's destiny like Lin Fan had a missing father and mother, or a sister and sister who weren't their own or something like that. He was a kind person who couldn't see his flesh and blood separated, so it was better to send Lin Fan's whole family down to be with him. Gu Tianhao sniffed and recalled, telling Gu Xingde some of the things he knew about Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a native of Qingshi town, which was more than 30 miles away outside of Baiyun city, with a mother and a sister at home. His father had died early, and some time ago, he had worshipped in the Changhe sect, and had made a name for himself in 1,000 miles around. After hearing this, Gu Xingde nodded, and according to the direction Gu Tianhao pointed, he transformed into a silver thunderbolt and flew towards Qingshi town. On the east side of Qingshi town, in a mansion that covered a wide area, several slaves were busy, a maid was raking and washing clothes, and a cook was burning meals. Inside the courtyard, a middle-aged woman leaned back on a chaise longue, eating candied fruit fed by the maid on her left, and enjoying the fanning of the maid on her right to cool off. Mother, I've used up all my rouge and powder, why isn't brother back yet? A young girl in a pink dress came out of the house, complaining and questioning the woman, who looked up and said, your brother has gone to rob the wedding, he might not be back until tomorrow. Don't be anxious, your brother has hitched his wagon to the Lu family in the city this time, by then you will have as much rouge as you want. Mother, I've heard that the marriage my brother wants to rob is that of the Gu family in the city, will it work? Lin Jiajiu was a little worried. Lin mother, however, was proud. What are you afraid of? Your brother is a disciple of the immortal of the Long River sect. The Gu family is nothing in front of the immortal of the Long River sect, it will definitely succeed. Lin Jiajiu was relieved, and at the same time began to fantasize about her bright future when she moved into the city. And 1,000 meters above them, Gu Xingde looked down at the Lin family below, a touch of disappointment surfacing in her eyes. Originally thought there would be some unexpected harvest, but did not expect it to be two mortals. Somewhat disappointed, Gu Xingde's mind moved, and 2 silver thunderbolts descended from the sky, splitting Mother Lin and Lin Jiajiu into ashes. This sudden scene scared the 2 maids in the courtyard. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously, muttering under their breath for God to rest his wrath. And the god in their mouths had long since returned to White Cloud City. At night, the stars are like waterfalls, and the stars are twinkling. Inside the house, Gu Xingde sat cross-legged on his bed, the age god pearl suspended in front of him, its silver aura flowing and permeated with a faint law of time. Raising his hand and pinching his finger, he forced out several drops of essence blood from his fingertips, wrapping the age god pearl around it and blood refining this half-immortal artifact. Blood refining was more effective than ordinary sacrifices, and although it would consume a lot of essence and blood, it was worth it. The night passed in a flash, and the next morning, wisps of sunlight filtered into the room, shining on Gu Xingde's somewhat pale cheeks. After a night of blood refining, the age god pearl had already had 126 prohibitions refined by him, initially taking control of this half-immortal artifact. Even if this half-immortal artifact was taken away by someone later, as long as the prohibition Gu Xingde had refined had not been refined by anyone else, no one else would be able to use it. Taking out a 3rd-grade spirit elixir that replenished essence and blood and taking it, Gu Xingde's face only regained some redness. Things like pills, formations, and precious medicines are divided into 9 grades, with 1 grade being the lowest and 9 grades being the highest. As for Gongfu, there was no grade, and what realm one could cultivate to depended on one's own perception, effort, and talent. For example, the divine heavenly thunder punishment universe Daojacking true scripture that Gushinga cultivated was the Thunder Road true scripture that he had deduced by using the jade disc of creation by incorporating 100 thunder methods and metaphysical techniques, which was enough for him to cultivate to the Yuaning great perfection. As for the subsequent realms, they would need to be deduced again. Taking the age god bead back into his body. As for the howdy burning world amazing, Gushinga waited until he returned to the Qiankuan Dao sect before refining it. He had more important things to do right now. Uncle, I'm leaving, take care of yourself. In the front hall of the Gu mansion, Gu Tianhao's voice transmission from Gushinga rang in his ears, and he turned his head to look outside as a silver thunderbolt streaked by and disappeared into the sky. In the astral wind-ridden green underworld, silver-colored thunderbolts instantly traveled thousands of miles, rushing toward the capital of the Yu Kingdom. It was because the person who killed Gushinga's parents was an elder of the Li family in the capital of Qingyu. The Li family was a great clan in the Yu Kingdom, backed by the Changhe sect, with Jindan powerhouses in their clan, and also intermarried with the royal family, making their relationship intricate and complicated. However, any more connections, in the face of absolute strength, it is nothing more than dirt and dogs, unbearable. Iron sharpens iron. Even if the Li family had a transformation god powerhouse, Gushinga wasn't afraid in the slightest. The big deal was that they would die together. A distance of thousands of miles was only a few breaths of time for Gushinga. In the sky above the capital of Qingyu, a silver-colored thunder light swept by, not even putting the king's capital's forbidden air formation in its eyes, and the shocked guarding cultivators stepped in to intercept it. Who dares to trespass on the royal capital without knowing? Get out! Unexpectedly, before the guarding cultivators finished their warning words, they only heard a sound of thunder divine words, just like the wrath of the heavens, shocking their souls, disorganized mana, uncontrollable body, all of them fell down like dumplings. Deep within the Yu Kingdom's royal palace, the royal ancestor was also awakened and hurriedly came out of the gate. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for monthly tickets. Ask for rewards. End of chapter. Chapter 6 Chapter 6, The Eyes of Heaven, Heavenly Tribulation Destroys the Li Family. Chapter 6 Chapter 6, The Eyes of Heaven, Heavenly Tribulation Destroys the Li Family. Chapter 6 Chapter 6, The Eyes of Heaven, Heavenly Tribulation Destroys the Li Family. The silver-colored thunder light rushed across the royal capital, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Who is this? So bold that he dares to act so recklessly in the royal capital. Isn't there a forbidden air formation? How come that person wasn't affected? The air prohibition formation restricts foundation cultivators at most, and that person is most likely a Jindan realist. Daring to act so recklessly in the royal capital like this, even if it's a Jindan real person, the royal family definitely won't sit idly by. Just as the crowd was discussing, an orange spirit light flew out from within the royal palace, with a rainbow-like momentum and a gust of spirit pressure, intercepting in front of the silver-colored thunderlight. Old Ancestor stepped in. I told you that the old ancestor wouldn't just sit back and watch, humph. So what if it's a Jindan realist? In my Yu Kingdom capital, you have to cozy up to a dragon, and you have to crouch down to me even if it's a tiger. Some of the royal clan's children recognized the orange aura and shouted loudly and proudly, declaring their sovereignty. The other cultivators looked at the Yu clan's old ancestor with awe. This was the strongest person in the Yu Kingdom, an existence whose cultivation had reached the great circle of Jindan, and was only half a step away from Yuanying. The Yu clan's old ancestor blocked the way, and the silver-colored lightning stopped in the air. As the silver aura converged, what appeared in the eyes of the Yu clan's ancestor and the royal capital's cultivators was a red-robed teenager. Gushinga's young appearance stunned countless people. They had thought that it would be an old man like the Yu clan's old ancestor, or even less, a middle-aged man. But how could they not expect it to be such a young teenager? Compared to the surprise of the people below, the Yu clan's old ancestor, who was facing Gushinga directly, was more able to feel the powerful pressure permeating the other party, which also caused his heart to sink. The teenager in front of him was most likely a Yuanying true lord. Moreover, he had just flown recklessly in the royal capital, and even made a sound that shocked and injured the guarding cultivators, which was enough to see that he was coming from a bad place. Yu Fengsheng arched his hand and made a slight bow towards Gushinga to show his respect, before inquiring in a deep voice. I, Yu Fengsheng, have met the true lord. I don't know what true lord's visit to my kingdom of Yu is about. Gushinga looked at Yu Fengsheng and indifferently said, Revenge. Revenge? Upon hearing this, Yu Fengsheng's heart was startled. Could it be that someone from his Yu clan had once done something to this Yuanying true lord, and he had come to seek revenge on the Yu clan? And at that moment, several more auras flew in, and they were the Jindan elders of the great clans of the royal capital, including the Li clan. The moment the Li clan's old ancestor appeared, Gushinga seemed to feel something, and her gaze, like a sharp sword, landed on him. Gushinga, you're from the Li family. The Li clan's oldest ancestor subconsciously nodded. Swish! Without half a moment's hesitation, Gushinga raised her hand and silver thunder surged, transforming into a thunder lance that violently stabbed at the Li clan's old ancestor. In full view of everyone, the thunder lance cut through the sky, so fast that it didn't give the Li family's ancestor any time to react, and in an instant, it ran him through, and then, boo! Deafening thunder echoed through the royal capital as the thunder lance exploded, and the thunder power that erupted instantly destroyed the Li family's old ancestor, leaving not even the Jindan remaining, and it flew away in ashes. Ancestor of the Li clan, Manhwa. I just came out to watch the fun, how come I became the fun instead? Everything happened so suddenly that Yu Fengsheng and the other family's ancestors didn't even react before the Li family's ancestor fell. When Yu Fengsheng returned to his senses, his eyes changed constantly, there was dismay, anger, and more powerlessness. The power of a Yuaning true lord was simply not something a Jindan cultivator could contend with. Don't look at the fact that he is now a Jindan great perfection, seemingly not far from Yuaning, but this step away is a heavenly abyss. A Jining true lord could mobilize the power of a side of heaven and earth, and fighting against it was no less than fighting against heaven and earth. Not to mention a Jindan great perfection, even 100 of them would be nothing more than dirt, and would be shattered at the touch of a button. The Jindan ancestors of the other several clans were directly stunned, killing the Li clan's ancestor in a single move. Wouldn't that also be able to kill them in a single move? Gu Xingge's gaze returned to Yu Fengsheng once again, and he questioned in a cold voice, where is the Li family land? That area is the Li family's clan land in the royal capital. Yu Fengsheng didn't dare to hide it and raised his hand to point out where the Li family was. Thunder Mang flashed, and Gu Xingge disappeared in front of them. Li family land. At this time, the Li family people had not yet realized that a great disaster was coming. Their own ancestors were dead, and they were still having a banquet, pushing cups, singing, and dancing. Gu Xingge stood tall and looked down on the entire Li family without any sadness or joy. Whether it was the ancestor of the Li family or the elders, it didn't make a difference as far as he was concerned. Although he is not a murderer, but his parents are dead, all of you Li family go down to accompany the funeral. Gu Xingge raised her hand and lightly touched the center of her brow, and the flash of thunder lines lit up, actually transforming into silver vertical pupils, filled with supreme majesty, as grand and sacred as the heavens. When he practiced Qi at a young age to break through the 33rd layer, he attracted a heavenly tribulation because he was too contrary to the heavens. Luckily, the jade disk of creation was powerful and directly took in that heavenly calamity and refined it, leaving behind a heavenly calamity origin. Thus, when Gu Xingge was building her foundation, she used the heavenly tribulation origin as her foundation, accomplishing an unprecedented heavenly Tao foundation building and awakening her innate divine ability. It's called the Eye of God. As the eyes of the heavens opened, in the next moment, the vast heavenly might spread out. The sky and earth changed color, and dark clouds covered the sky, as if the end was coming. Yu Fengsheng and the others felt this terrifying heavenly might and were scared out of their wits. Nima! This is the apocalypse. How dare they stay and watch the show? They fled without looking back, fearing that if they were one step slower, they would be spared and split into ashes. A few breaths later, the robbery cloud completely expanded, like a canopy covering the entire royal city, billions of thunder rolling in the robbery cloud, crackling, thunder echoed beyond the 9 heavens and clouds, deterring 10,000 devils and thousands of evils, the might of the world on earth. Under the heavenly calamity, the people of the royal capital were frightened and knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing and praying for the heavens to restrain their wrath. The people of the Li family also looked up at the sky densely covered with robotic clouds, and they were all a bit terrified. Surely this wasn't coming at them. The head of the Li family swallowed hard, his hand shaking as he held the wine cup. He raised his hand to tremblingly wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and stuttered to pacify his clansmen. No, don't be afraid, this heavenly tribulation is definitely none of our business. Maybe it's one of the seniors who came to our place to cross the tribulation, and it just happened to ripple into us. No, that's right, everyone, keep playing the music and keep dancing. Drink, keep drinking, don't be afraid, all of you. The Li family members forced themselves to calm down, but their shivering bodies had already betrayed them. Even if this heavenly calamity wasn't against them, just feeling the calamity's power, they all had the urge to face death head-on. Gu Xingge stood in the middle of the heavenly calamity, looking down on all living beings, black hair flared, red robe hunting, surrounded by thousands of thunderlight, as if it were a positive god of the thunder ministry in charge of the heavenly punishment. The vertical pupil of the eyebrow insights into heaven and earth, and there is no place for evil spirits to hide. He slowly raised his hand, then swung it violently, spitting out a single word with the heavenly constitution in his mouth. Drop! In an instant, billions of thunderbolts rained down on the earth like rain, vastly baptizing heaven and earth. The Li family's crowd was completely dumbfounded as they looked at the endless thunderstorm that fell from the sky. No! It's really coming for them. Who did they invite? Obviously, the Li family elders had long since put the matter of killing and seizing the treasure behind them. After all, it was just a small, casual thing for him, and wouldn't even be on his mind. The opposite is also true, as far as Gu Xingge is concerned. Destroying the Li family is just a matter of lifting his hand. He doesn't even bother to meet with these Li family members. Although torturing the Li family felt like it would be a bit more of a relief, Gu Xingge felt it was too much of a waste of time. It's less time consuming to just exterminate it. On this day, King Yu's capital was shrouded under the heavenly tribulation, and the thunder tide surged through the heavens and covered the earth, making all beings equal. Under the divine punishment of the heavenly tribulation, there was no wailing, no begging for forgiveness, no matter whether they were men, women, children, or masters and slaves, all of them were turned into dust and flew away. After the apocalypse, the formerly family land, there is only a deep bottomless pit, the silk of the thunder and the pit flow, some rotting ash scattered with the wind, and then nothing else. P.S. Any comments about plot development can be made with my brother, and I will take them on board. End of chapter. Chapter 7, 12 Capital Heavenly God's Fury Dan Formation, Ancestral Which Divine Infant. Chapter 7, 12 Capital Heavenly God's Fury Dan Formation, Ancestral Which Divine Infant. Chapter 7, 12 Capital Heavenly God's Fury Dan Formation, Ancestral Which Divine Infant. The heavenly tribulation gradually dispersed. Gushinga stood on top of the green netherworld, his eyes indifferent, without sorrow or joy. Thousands of living beings fell, and his heart could not turn over a ripple. Perhaps the emotionless Tao is also quite suitable for me. Gushinga muttered. Parents are dead, enemies have been destroyed. Vaguely, Gushinga could feel some of the karmic threads that were entangling him slowly fading away. A few moments later, Yufengsheng and the other family's ancestors flew in cautiously. Their hearts trembled tremendously as they looked at the Li family, which was only left with a deep pit, and their faces showed fear. Yufengsheng was just about to open his mouth, but unexpectedly, Gushinga ignored them, and with a flash of lightning, he disappeared once again. Sensing Gushinga's departure, Yufengsheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The furious god had finally left. It's too damn scary to invoke heavenly tribulation at the drop of a hat. Which was a Yuaning true lord. Even a god transformation celestial might not be able to do this, right? Check. We must find out exactly how this Li family offended that person. We can't follow in the Li family's footsteps. Yufengsheng reminded the old ancestors of the other clans in a deep voice that he wouldn't stop them if they wanted to die, but don't implicate the Yu kingdom. He didn't want a thunderbolt to fall from the sky while he was in seclusion and turn the royal capital into that big pit below as well. Dying without understanding. The old ancestors of the other clans nodded their heads in succession. They didn't want to either. Soon enough, Yufengsheng found out that the trouble was caused by an elder of the Li family. That Li family elder had killed someone not long ago to seize the treasure, and the person who was killed was a member of the Gu family from a small, remote city in the Yu kingdom, and the Yuaning true lord who came to destroy the Li family was the child of the person who was killed. Most importantly, according to Emperor Yu's guard's investigation, that Yuaning true lord was suspected to be from the Qian Kuan Dao sect. His Yufengsheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after reading the intelligence. He had thought that Gushinga was a rejuvenated old monster, but he hadn't expected the other party to be as young in age as he looked on the surface. Demon. A proper demon. Moreover, the Qiankuan Dao sect, that was a super sect that controlled two major spirit states. Not only is there a god-realizing celestial in attendance, but there are hundreds of Yuaning true lords within the clan, and it is rumored that there are also void-refining venerable masters as the backbone, which is simply not in existence that he, Yugua, can touch. Pass on my order that the Yu Kingdom's royal family shall not mess with anyone from the Gu family in White Cloud City, and if there is any offense, then they shall cut themselves to death and not drag the Yu Kingdom down. Yufengsheng immediately ordered that it was fine to die, but don't drag them down. On the other hand, after leaving the capital of Qingyu, Gushinga didn't look back to her home, instead choosing to return to the Qiankuan Dao sect. Now that his parents are gone, there is no one in the Gu family that he is attached to, and if there are no accidents, perhaps he won't go back in the future. Above the green underworld, a silver-purple stream of light crossed. The speed was so fast that it was dozens of miles in an instant, and was not inferior to some of the Golden Dan realm's great flying demons. Gushinga sat on the spirit boat with his eyes closed. Even though the wind was so strong that it could easily tear apart the flesh of a Jindan realist, he did not move at all and was as steady as Mount Taishan. Compared to the average Yuaning cultivator, he could be said to be strong to the point of being unbeatable, and even if he faced a stronger spirit transformation celestial, he would not be able to say that he would win a sure victory, but he would at least be able to stand undefeated. Not confident, but absolute. In the final analysis, it was all because Gushinga's underpinnings were too strong. When he was in the Qi practicing realm, he had cultivated to an unprecedented 33 layers, and he had even used the heavenly tribulation origin as the foundation of the Tao, achieving heavenly Tao foundation building. However, that wasn't all. With his heaven-defying cultivation speed, he could have succeeded in conjugating the Dan within a year. Cultivator's Jindan is divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the highest and the 9th grade being the lowest, and only the Jindan of the upper 3 grades will give birth to the avatar seed. With Gushinga's Heaven's Path Foundation establishment base, a first-grade Jindan was nothing more than a handful. However, he had found a mutilated ancient secret method in the Qiankuan Dao sect's hidden scripture cabinet, and was able to complete it after the deduction of the Jade Disc of Creation. Its name is the 9 Turns of Nirvana Conjugation's Sacred Law. This sacred law of Jindan is very evil. It is to forcibly shatter the already condensed Jindan, take the essence and remove the dross, and then condense the Jindan again, week after week, so as to obtain the finest grade of Jindan. Ask which cultivator is willing to shatter the Jindan that he has managed to condense with great difficulty, and he may not be able to reconsolidate it after shattering it. Hey, Gu Xingge would be willing. After all, to him, condensing the Jindan was as simple as eating and drinking. Although shattering the Dan would be difficult for a while, if it was possible to coalesce a golden Dan that surpassed the first grade, Gu Xingge said that this small problem could still be endured. Gu Xingge cultivated the sacred law of Jiedan and used more than 6 months to condense her first Jindan, which was, unsurprisingly, a first-grade Jindan. He then shattered this first-grade Jindan, the essence of the Jindan was retained, and the remaining Jindan energy was absorbed by his physical body. Week after week, after 9 times of shattering the Dan and reconsolidating, Gu Xingge obtained a flawless holy Dan that surpassed the first grade. But he was not yet satisfied, for he thought of a woman. The woman's name is Wang Dance. That's right, it's the woman who has 3,000 Jindans and is known as the number 1 Jindan in the Kyushu. Gu Xingge then searched for a way to coalesce the second Jindan, and based on his own ideas, he then deduced it with the Jade Disc of Creation, thus obtaining a secret method capable of coalescing multiple Jindans. The 12 gods of the heavenly fury. Gathering 12 ancestor which sacred dawn, replacing the ancestor which with the sacred dawn, and laying down the 12 metropolis divine fury formation within his body, he absorbed the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth and the fury chi all the time, and did not have to worry about the problem of running out of magical power at all. For the absorption of aura alone, Gu Xingge was no different from a transformation god celestial. Spirit transformation cultivators, also known as celestials, are extremely terrifying. When a cultivator cultivates to the extreme in the Yuaning realm and crosses the divine transformation heavenly tribulation, and the Yuaning metamorphoses into the original phase Yuanshan, he will be able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and become one with heaven and earth. Every move of a transformation god celestial could draw on the majestic power of heaven and earth, and with a single breath, he could suck in all the spiritual power from the 8 directions, so it could be said that at this realm, there was almost no exhaustion of mana. And after practicing this condensed Dan true method, Gu Xingge's cultivation process changed. Other people are at Jindan, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and the great circle goes like this. Gu Xingge, however, was aiming for the number of Jindan. 3, 6, 9, and 12. After the 12 capital heavenly divine fury Dan formation was completed, Gu Xingge began to try to melt the Dan into a baby. He spent 2 years, consumed a large amount of resources, and deduced the subsequent secret method, finally allowing the holy Dan representing the ancestral witch of thunder to metamorphose into an ancestral witch divine infant, which was more than 100 times more powerful than a normal Yuaning. At the moment, Gu Xingge had 11 ancestral witch holy pills in her body, as well as an ancestral witch divine infant sitting in her body. The depth of the foundation could be said to be unprecedented in the Tsangming Great World. Moreover, his fleshly body was extremely terrifying as well. After 108 times of quenching the energy of the Jindan, as well as receiving the baptism of the heavenly fury chi every moment, it was no better than a body refining celestial. Killing a Yuaning true lord with one hand and physically fighting a transformation celestial was not a problem. If all the holy Dan were to metamorphose into divine infants, even Gu Xingge wasn't sure to what level he would be strong. I'm afraid that it's not even close to a harmonization powerhouse. Just relatively speaking, Gu Xingge's difficulty in breaking through to the spirit of transformation was countless times that of an ordinary cultivator. What Gu Xingge was most looking forward to was that after the 12 ancestor witches divine infants evolved into Yuanshan, they would even be able to evolve the power of Pangu once they laid down the 12 metropolitan god-shattering formations. Even if this Pangu's power was only evolved, even though it was millions of billions of times weaker than the original version, its power was not to say that it would break down the pale great world, but destroying a spiritual realm was a breeze. P.S. Sorry big brothers, this chapter is rather watery, mainly to explain how strong the protagonist is, so as not to write later that the protagonist, an early stage of Yuaning, hanged the early stage of transformation of God, and the big brothers thought that the battle power collapsed. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Stop from returning to the peak, True Lord Qingxuan's new disciple Yichen? Chapter 8. Stop from returning to the peak, True Lord Qingxuan's new disciple Yichen? Chapter 8. Stop from returning to the peak, True Lord Qingxuan's new disciple Yichen? 7 days later, Gu Xingge slowly opened her eyes, her heavy pupils flickering with gold and silver light, divine and extraordinary. His gaze was cast 1,000 miles away, where a magnificent mountain gate that towered like Mount Tai, straight into the sky, was carved with the yin and yang infinity, Shankuan 10,000 laws, and there were even 2 Qilin beasts that were as strong as mountains lying prostrate and slumbering, sitting at the mountain gate. Qiankuan Dao sect, I'm back, murmured Gu Xingge. The spirit boat accelerated again. The distance of 1,000 miles was just a snap of the fingers, and flew into the mountain gate. Within the mountain gate was another world. The brilliant sun hangs in the blue underworld, 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers are as beautiful as paintings, the spiritual chi is as thick as rain, immortal cranes and spiritual birds soar, exotic beasts jump in the forest, and endless dragon chi lingers between the mountains, transforming into a true dragon that surrounds the clan and feeds all the spirits. As a super sect that ruled the Qian Heavenly Prefecture and the Koan Yuan continent, the Qian Koan Dao sect had a history of more than 36,000 years, and even in the vaulted Sangha domain, it was a top 10 existence. The sect was as strong as the sun, with 278 spirit peaks, and the masters of the spirit peaks were all Yuaning true monarchs, and the elders under them were all Jindan real people, and even some of the elders of the big peaks were still Yuaning true monarchs. The Chen Kuan-Dao sect had two patriarchs, one Yin and one Yang, both of whom were transformation god celestials. The inner and outer disciples of the sect exceeded 100,000, but there were only 8 or 9,000 inner disciples, and the core disciples were even more scarce, less than 700, and none of them were top-tier heavenly prides. The spirit boat flew past dozens of spirit peaks, and also attracted the attention of many disciples. After all, in the Chen Kuan-Dao sect, those who are qualified to fly in a spirit boat are all peak masters, or Yuaning true lords. Several inner disciples who had entered earlier and were quite senior recognized the spirit boat and showed reverence. A disciple who had just been promoted to the inner sect inquired curiously, "Senior brother Chen, do you know the owner of that spirit boat?" "Senior brother, you're a new disciple to the inner sect. It's normal that you don't recognize it. The owner of that spirit boat is my Chen Kuan-Dao sect's Dao son, the divine Shaoxinjuan, a peerless talent who achieved Yuaning at only 18 years old." Senior Chen introduced Gu Xingge to him, his tone full of esteem and admiration. The senior brother's face was shocked when he heard that. An 18-year-old Yuaning true lord, it's too heaven-defying. The other disciples who weren't clear about Gu Xingge's power were also dumbfounded after hearing the old disciple's introduction. "Are you sure we're practicing the same kind of immortality? But why is he so perverted?" Soon, the news of Gu Xingge's return to the sect spread throughout the Chen Kuan-Dao sect. "Holy maiden! Holy maiden! Good news, Gu Daozi, he's returned to the clan." Sacred Maiden Peak, a voice full of joy echoed the spirit peak. Nangong Chiyue, who was faking sleep, heard the words, her beautiful eyes snapped open, and a touch of joy appeared on her stunningly beautiful pretty face, transforming into a purple stream of light that disappeared on the soft jade bed. The other core disciples and personal disciples did not react as greatly as Nangong Chiyue did when they heard that Daozi had returned to the clan. They just froze for a moment and then continued to busy themselves. A few core disciples suddenly thought of something as they stopped cultivating and rushed to Qingxian Peak in unison. In the center of the sect, there stood 36 large peaks that were 10,000 feet tall, and whether it was the richness of the spiritual qi or the size of the peaks, it was several times that of the other spiritual peaks. Those who were in charge of these great peaks were the best of the Yuaning true monarchs, existences who had cultivated to the great perfection. Spirit boat stopped in front of a towering cloud-colored peak, rich into the fog of the spiritual qi lingering spiritual peak, spiritual beasts and birds endless, precious medicine and plants can be seen everywhere, the vegetal spiritual light shrouded, quiet and elegant, so that the peak is like a fairy is cool and dusty. Gu Xingge put the spirit boat into her storage ring and flew towards Qingxian Peak. Suddenly, Gu Xingge stopped, her brows slightly furrowed, and her heavy pupils flashed with faint doubt. In front of him, at some point, there was an additional layer of spatial barrier that held him back from Qingxian Peak. Logically speaking, even if Qingxian Peak turned on the Peak Protector formation, Gu Xingge had a disciple token, so she wouldn't be isolated. Unless someone had intentionally modified Qingxian Peak's Peak Protection formation, causing his disciple token to become invalid. Who's got the nerve? Dare to target him? The locks on the door of his home had been changed. Gu Xingge was quite upset, his right pupil glowed with a faint silver light, a spatial force surged forth, ready to directly break through the Peak Protection array. Who dares to trespass on Qingxian Peak? Suddenly, a chortling sound rang out, and a handsome young man flew out from within Qingxian Peak, dressed in black, looking no more than 20 or so years old, but his cultivation level was miserable, having just built the foundation not long ago. Logically speaking, a disciple who had only built his foundation at the age of 20 or so did not even have the qualifications to enter the inner sect, much less appear on a great peak like Qingxian Peak. Gu Xingge frowned her sword brows and questioned in a cold voice, "Who are you?" "Me? I am true Lord Qingxuan's disciple Yi Chen, and who are you?" Yi Chen asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Gu Xingge was even more puzzled, although he didn't know much about his master who practiced the emotionless Tao, but given the quality of the disciples in Qingxian Peak in general, how could she look at this Yi Chen? This seat, Gu Xingge, is also a disciple of true Lord Qingxian. Unexpectedly, as soon as Gu Xingge finished speaking, Yi Chen seemed to be irritated and roared loudly at him. "Impossible, master clearly only has me as a male disciple." Seeing Yi Chen react so strongly, Gu Xingge frowned even tighter. Was this fellow sure that he was a disciple of the master? He himself was renowned in the Chen Kuan-Dao sect, and aside from those new disciples who had just joined the sect, who didn't know that he was a Qingxian disciple. Unless this Yi Chen was not a Qingxian Peak disciple, but a slave who had just joined Qingxian Peak. Thinking about this, Gu Xingge felt that it was reasonable. If it wasn't a slave, how could this Yi Chen enter Qingxian Peak? Not bothering to talk more nonsense with this Yi Chen, Gu Xingge's heavy pupil flashed with silver aura and directly broke through a spatial crack. Under Yi Chen's stunned gaze, a spatial crack also split open within Qingxian Peak, and Gu Xingge stepped out from it. And at that moment, two more spiritual lights flew in and landed beside Yi Chen, two women with pretty faces. The woman on the left was dressed in a white dress, concave and convex, as elegant as an orchid in an empty valley. The woman on the right had a purple flowing fairy dress, which was dainty and bright but plain. They were clearly true Lord Qingxuan's second disciple, Su Yue, and third disciple, Lin Wanner, both already in their 20s. Compared to Yi Chen, whose cultivation was low and weak, the cultivation of the two women was quite a bit higher, with an early Jingdan stage and a late foundation establishment stage, which was still okay to place amongst the inner disciples. Little Chen, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly crush the jade talisman I gave you? Are you in some kind of danger? Su Yue asked Yi Chen with concern and did not notice Gu Xingge. And there were still some jade talisman fragments remaining in Yi Chen's left hand. Lin Wanner also helped out from the side. Senior brother Chen, don't worry about telling senior sister who bullied you, let's see if I won't beat him to death. Senior sister, it's him, he just barged into Qingxian Peak all of a sudden, scaring me and saying that he's also a disciple of the master. Obviously the master only has me as a male disciple. Senior sister, you guys hurry up and kick him out. Yi Chen obediently hid behind Su Yue, pointing at Gu Xingge, who was ignored by them, his voice pretending to be afraid, and complaining to them. Su Yue and Lin Wanner turned their heads to look, and only then did they see Gu Xingge, who was silent and watching Yi Chen's performance. They were first stunned, followed by a sudden change in color, panic flashed in their eyes, and their hearts said that it was not good. Master Gu. Before Su Yue could finish her greeting, she was interrupted by Gu Xingge. You should address this seat as the true lord of the divine heavens, or Daozi. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 9 Yi Chen's Heart Transmission System. Chapter 9 Yi Chen's Heart Transmission System. Chapter 9 Yi Chen's Heart Transmission System. You should refer to the seat as the true lord of the divine heavens, or as Daozi. Gu Xingge indifferently interrupted Su Yue's words, not giving this nominal senior sister the slightest bit of face. This caused Su Yue to lose face instantly, and her heart secretly hated it. Yuaning is great. Can you turn the other cheek just because you become a Daozi? Lin Wanner, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch and jumped out to rebuke Gu Xingge. Gu Xingge, even though you've broken through to Yuaning now, don't forget that you're a disciple of true Lord Qingxian just like us, and your initiation time is still later than ours, so what's wrong with calling you a senior brother? Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge laughed instead of being angry and sneered, hee hee, you guys deserve it too? Is it because you need me to help you remember all the crap you did in the past? Thinking back to a time when he had just finished worshipping his master, because he was a man's body, he had suffered from the cold violence of true Lord Qingxuan's other disciples, and had even once tried to devise a way to drive him out of Qingxian Peak, while true Lord Qingxian had only been focusing on practicing her emotionless Tao, and had not cared at all about Gu Xingge. If the male protagonists of those female novels were treated like this, in order to gain the attention of their masters and sisters, they would surely curry favor with them like licking dogs. But Gu Xingge is not one of those dog-licking male protagonists of the female frequency. He doesn't care about the love of his master or the attention of his senior sister. The reason he worshipped true Lord Qingxian as his teacher was because he saw that she practiced the emotionless Tao and was indifferent to anything. But the cold violence of Su Yue and the others, Gu Xingge still remembered. She just never had the time to settle the score with them. Now they don't know how to die and dare to dance in front of them. Gu Xingge didn't need to give them any face and didn't slap them to death on the spot, not because he was kind-hearted, but thanks to the Daosex rules. Su Yue and Lin Wanner were momentarily speechless and embarrassed, obviously both remembering how they had once targeted Gu Xingge. Seeing that they stopped speaking, Gu Xingge's gaze once again fell on Yi Chen. Vaguely, he sensed a familiar aura within this fellow, but he just couldn't tell for a moment. Immediately, Gu Xingge questioned in a cold voice, this seat has just returned to Qingxian Peak, and was even blocked by the Peak Protector Formation. Shouldn't you give this seat a reasonable explanation? Also, where did this fellow come from? Yi Chen guessed from Su Yue's conversation between them and Gu Xingge that Gu Xingge was the male disciple that true Lord Qingxian had said had returned home 3 months ago, and his heart was filled with indignation. It's enough to have him as a male disciple in Qingxian Peak, why did you come back? Forcing back his inner resentment, Yi Chen did not move on the surface, revealing a harmless smile and introducing himself to Gu Xingge. Senior brother Gu, I'm Master Qingxuan's newly accepted disciple, just call me Xiao Chun. Oh, senior brother Gu looks so scary. I didn't mean to block him out of the peak, I just don't want him to disturb Master Zun's seclusion. The heavenly book said that it was because of senior brother Gu's sudden return, disturbing Master Zun's seclusion, which led to the reversal of Master Zun's gong method and his going into the devil. Yi Chen's heartfelt words rang in Su Yue and Lin Wanner's minds, and they were astonished. What? Senior would actually go off the deep end because of Gu Xingge. Luckily, Xiao Chen stopped him outside, or else Master Teacher would have been in danger. Su Yue and the girls celebrated, and then they glared angrily at Gu Xingge and protected Yi Chen even more tightly. The matter of being able to hear Yi Chen's heart was something that Su Yue and Lin Wanner had only discovered after he had paid his respects. In fact, when Yi Chen first worshipped the master, they also disliked him, but after hearing Yi Chen's heart, they gradually had a change of heart. From Yi Chen's heartfelt words, Su Yue and the girls learned that he had once read a wordless heavenly book, which recorded quite a few things about them. For example, more than a month ago, Lin Wanner was refining pills and happened to hear Yi Chen's heartfelt words, saying that she should have put in a fire attribute spirit herb later or else the furnace would blow up. As a result, Lin Wan didn't believe it and preferred to follow her own idea, and then it really blew up. After that, there were a few more incidents, all of which corresponded to Yi Chen's heartfelt words. In less than 2 months, Su Yue and the girls had completely trusted Yi Chen. Aha! Gu Xingge was puzzled when she saw Su Yue and Lin Wan suddenly protecting Yi Chen, and also giving herself an angry look. These two guys shouldn't think that they were going to lay their hands on this Yi Chen. Although he disliked this Yi Chen and felt that this guy was teetotal, but it wasn't enough to kill him. At most, he would waste this Yi Chen's cultivation, cut him into swine, and throw him out of the Qian Kuan Dao sect. Gu Xingge, come at us if you have anything to do, don't hurt Xiao Chen. That's right, although Xiao Chen stopped you outside the peak, he didn't do it intentionally, it's just that now that the master is in seclusion, that's why the peak protector formation has been strengthened, so if you have any grievances, it won't be too late for you to wait for the master to come out of seclusion and then say it again. Su Yue and Lin Wan were defending Yi Chen in your words. Seeing that they cared so much about Yi Chen, it in turn provoked a hint of curiosity in Gu Xingge. What was so peculiar about this Yi Chen that not only did he make Tantai Qingxian accept him as a disciple, but he also made Su Yue and the others so precious? Could it be that it's another one of those destined children? Interesting. Gu Xingge gave Yi Chen a deep look. The Son of Heaven's destiny is good, the Son of Heaven's destiny has many treasures. Seeing Gu Xingge looking at Yi Chen with dangerous eyes, Su Yue and the girls were alarmed. Is he really going to kill Xiao Chen? How dare he? Isn't he afraid of the chastisement of the penalty hall? Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, two spiritual lights flew in, but they were blocked by the peak protection formation outside of Qingxian Peak. As the spiritual light dispersed, two figures came into view, attracting the crowd's attention. The visitors were none other than the holy maiden of the Qian Kuan Dao sect Nangong Qiyue, as well as her maid, Xiao Lian. Nangong Qiyue, a purple moon pattern long-sleeved palace dress, body posture, graceful, can be described as low to see the toes, 3,000 green silk woven into a flying fairy bun, behind a round of cold bright moon slowly rotating, sowing a soft moonlight, set off her perfect and incomparable dainty, just like the moon palace fairy, cold and absolute world. Yi Chen, who was hiding behind Su Yue, was also seeing Nangong Qiyue for the first time, and his entire body was infatuated, his eyes filled with her figure. Seeing that Nangong Qiyue was stopped outside Qingxian Peak, he hurriedly lifted the peak protection formation. Seeing that the peak protection formation was lifted, Nangong Qiyue obediently flew in and landed beside Gu Xingge, owing him a salute. July Moon has met Gu Daozi. Gu Xingge sniffed and also nodded in response to her, smiling. Senior sister Qiyue is really well informed. I only returned to Qingxian Peak on the front foot, and you, senior sister, came on the back foot. Senior brother is joking. Senior sister, I just happened to be passing by, and when I saw you come back, I just came to say hello. Nangong Qiyue refused to admit that she had come to see him on purpose in order to maintain the image of a holy maiden. The maid who came with her poked and prodded her directly. Taoist Gu, my holy maiden is talking tough. She heard the news of your return and immediately dragged me over here. Little Lotus you. Nangong Qiyue, who was backstabbed by the maid, flushed red and glared back at her. Xiao Lian spat out her tongue. She was also helping the holy maiden. As the saying goes, men chase women across mountains, and women chase men across veils. If the selfsame holy maiden continued to be so reserved, Daozi would be eaten up by another female cultivator. Seeing that Nangong Qiyue was so familiar with Gu Xingge, Yi Chen was inwardly jealous to the extreme, and hurriedly communicated with the heart sound transmission system to list Nangong Qiyue as a heart sound transmitter as well. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The cave is occupied. Gu Xingge is angry. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The cave is occupied. Gu Xingge is angry. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The cave is occupied. Gu Xingge is angry. She is the holy daughter of the Qian Kuan Dao sect, Nangong Qiyue, so beautiful. Alas, it's a pity that the red face has a thin life. The heavenly book says that she loved the wrong person and was abandoned by Gu Xingge and sacrificed to the evil god. It's really pitiful. Nangong Qiyue's heartfelt voice of Yi Chen suddenly rang in her mind, and she looked puzzled. Who was sending her a message? Also, what was that heavenly book in that person's mouth? It even said that she would be abandoned by Gu Xingge and sacrificed to the evil god. Really fake? Nangong Qiyue's eyes slightly condensed as she released her own divine sense and tried to find the person who had transmitted the voice. Noticing Nangong Qiyue's sudden release of her divine sense, Gu Xingge looked skeptical and asked out loud, Senior sister Qiyue, what's wrong? It's fine, it's just that someone suddenly gave me a voice transmission, but I didn't recognize that person, so I thought I'd search for the traces of the transmission to find that person. Nangong Qiyue explained, but her inner doubts were heavier. She actually didn't seek a trace of the rumor. Could it be that the person's cultivation was even higher than hers? As the holy daughter of the Qian Kuan Dao sect, she was already a Jindan great perfection, and she was a purple impregnated spiritual body, with a divine sense that could rival that of a strong person at the early stage of yuaning. If she wanted to not be able to detect the traces of the voice transmission, the cultivation of the person who transmitted the voice had at least reached the middle yuaning stage. Gu Xingge sniffed and frowned slightly. If someone were to send a message to Nangong Chiyue, there was no way he himself would not be able to perceive it. Even if it was a transformation god celestial, he would still be able to detect a thing or two. What did that person say to you? Gu Xingge asked again. Hearing Nangong Chiyue treating her heart as a voice transmission, Yichen secretly said that it was not good, and he was a little scared inside. This woman isn't going to tell anyone, is she? Nangong Chiyue subconsciously wanted to answer, but when she thought of the voice that said she would be abandoned by Gu Xingge and then sacrificed to the evil god, she hesitated. In the end, she chose to hide it. The man said that I had a calamity in my future and told me to be careful and not to let anyone swindle me. Gu Xingge was so perceptive that after that instant of Nangong Chiyue's hesitation, she knew that she was hiding something from herself. Seeing this, Gu Xingge didn't poke at it, but only said meaningfully, "Really, then senior sister should pay more attention, don't really let anyone fool you." Yi Chen saw that Nangong Chiyue didn't say anything and secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he saved a harmless smile and spoke out to attract Nangong Chiyue's attention. "Senior sister Nangong, I am true Lord Qingxuan's newly accepted disciple Yi Chen." HM. When Nangong Chiyue heard this familiar voice, she looked violently at Yi Chen, her face showing surprise. This voice, why was it exactly the same as that voice transmission? Could it be that he was the one who just sent her a voice? Nangong Chiyue was puzzled when she looked at Yi Chen's cultivation level that had just built the foundation. How could the district's foundation building be hidden from her? Seeing that Nangong Chiyue was attracted to herself, Yi Chen was secretly delighted and continued, "Senior sister Nangong, since you're here, why don't you have a cup of tea inside the peak? It just so happens that I have some freshly ripened enlightenment tea leaves here, so I'd also like to invite senior sister Nangong to have a taste." Alas, Nangong's senior sister is also a poor person, if not in love with Gu Xingge, with her qualifications not to say ascension to immortality, at least a party of great powers, but, unfortunately, by Gu Xingge to the pit, can help a hand, let's help a hand. Hearing Yi Chen's heartbeat again, Nangong Chiyue was dismayed that it was really him. But why had he still not detected any traces of the transmission? Could this be the heart of him? No, how could he, a foundation establishment cultivator, master such a divine ability? Then why was one able to hear his heart? Thinking about this, Nangong Chiyue couldn't help but be a little curious about Yi Chen, and the desire to explore the heavenly book in his heart, as well as the matter of herself being sacrificed by Gu Xingge to the evil god, also rose. On the contrary, Gu Xingge's face changed slightly when she heard that Yi Chen had freshly ripened enlightenment tea leaves in his hands and thought of the pieces of enlightenment tea leaves that she had placed inside her cave. Ignoring the fact that Nangong Chiyue was still beside her, Gu Xingge turned around and flew towards her cave. Su Yue and Lin Wanner exchanged glances, sensing that something was wrong, and hurriedly chased after them. Seeing Gu Xingge leave without greeting, a hint of surprise surfaced on Nangong Chiyue's pretty face. Did something happen here? Senior brother Yi, let's follow and take a look. Nangong Chiyue said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, and together with Nangong Chiyue, he caught up with Gu Xingge. When Xiao Lian saw her own holy maiden talking and laughing with the one called Yi Chen, all but ignoring Gu Daozi, her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, secretly saying that wasn't the holy maiden afraid that Gu Daozi wouldn't like it? Gu Xingge appeared outside the cave, and before he even entered the cave, he saw the wretched spirit field. All those precious medicine and spirit plants he had planted had been spoiled. Even the surrounding purple bamboo forest had been cut down, leaving only a clearing. Gu Xingge had clearly instructed Jigui to guard the cave before she left, and no one was allowed to enter except herself. So why was there such a big change outside the cave? Compared to the losses outside the cave, Gu Xingge was more worried about the treasures inside the cave. He tried to enter the cave, but realized that the cave's prohibitions had also been changed. Great! It's really good. This seat has only left for 3 months, and this Qingxian peak is changing the sky. Now, Gu Xingge was completely enraged, gritting her teeth, her face became incomparably embarrassed, her heavy pupils burned with rage, her red robe was windless and hunting, and the air around her froze. The heaven and earth seemed to feel his anger, the clear sky was covered by dark clouds, and the rumbling thunder echoed through the Qiankuan Dao sect, startling quite a few closed Dao sect cultivators. In the patriarchal hall, young Emperor Mu Qianyan was discussing with Yin Empress Shi Luyo about the Dao ancient trial in half a year. Who made that little guy mad? Mu Qianyan looked out of the hall violently, looking in the direction of Qingxian Peak, his face showing a hint of surprise. Shi Luyo was equally surprised. With their knowledge of Gu Xingge, that child had never thrown such a big tantrum. Luyo, let's go take a look. Mu Qianyan opened his mouth, Shi Luyo nodded lightly, and the two god transformation celestials disappeared into the grand hall. The other Yuaning true lords within the Dao sect had also sent out their disciples to go and find out what was going on. Inside Qingxian Peak, Su Yue, Lin Wanner, and the others had also rushed to the cave, and they didn't dare to approach when they felt the dangerous aura that Gu Xingge was emitting. Yi Chen and Nangong Chiyue landed in front of the cave, as if they didn't notice Gu Xingge's anger, and continued to smile. Senior sister Chiyue, this is my cave. Nangong Chiyue recognized that this was Gu Xingge's cave at a glance, and her pretty face revealed consternation as she looked towards Gu Xingge. However, she saw Gu Xingge's face gloomy, and her figure disappeared from her eyes in a flash. In the next second, Gu Xingge appeared in front of Yi Chen, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up high, his heavy pupils flashing with monstrous killing intent. His thin lips lightly opened, his voice was like 10,000 years of ice, cold and piercing. Your cave? How come this seat doesn't know that the cave where I've lived for 12 years has become yours? Let go of senior brother Yi. Let go of Xiao Chen. Seeing that Yi Chen was in danger, Su Yue and Lin Waner anxiously shouted, and made their moves to try to save Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, Gu Xingge just turned around and glared at them, and the two eye rays were like sharp swords, piercing through their bodies in an instant, living or dying. Senior sister, save me. Seeing that Su Yue and the others were easily defeated, Yi Chen was terrified beyond belief and struggled to ask Nangong Chiyue for help. Nangong Chiyue's heart is intolerant, is not just a cave, why not make a scene? She had just taken a step forward, but she was pulled by the sleeve by the maid behind her. Nangong Chiyue turned back, Xiaolian shook her head, she couldn't let her own holy maiden get confused. Although Nangong Chiyue was stopped, Gu Xingge still noticed her movements, but now was no longer the time to think about that. He looked at Yi Chen who was struggling in his poem, and his killing intent became even more intense, a mere waste from nowhere, how dare he occupy his cave, looking for death. But just as Gu Xingge was about to strike, another delicate voice sounded. Let go of brother Yi Chen. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 11 Golden Dragon Wizen K, trying to revolt against his master without even removing the leash? Chapter 11 Golden Dragon Wizen K, trying to revolt against his master without even removing the leash? Chapter 11 Golden Dragon Wizen K, trying to revolt against his master without even removing the leash? Let go of brother Yi Chen. The familiar dainty voice rang in Gu Xingge's ears, and he subconsciously turned back, suddenly feeling a sharp wind sweeping in, a dragon claw covered in golden scale armor tore the wind and cracked the ground, sneaking in. Wakefield? Heavy pupils to see the sneak attacker, Gu Xingge's face showed a trace of consternation, at the same time a purple aura flashed, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand, Yi Chen has been out of the poem. It was Nangong Chiyue who struck, she took advantage of Gu Xingge's daze and used her spirit weapon floating belt to snatch Yi Chen over. Xiaolian saw that her own holy maiden still made a move and stomped her feet anxiously, secretly saying how the holy maiden was so confused. Daozigu was clearly trying to kill this Yi Chen, and the holy maiden was still saving him. Nangong Chiyue couldn't hear Xiaolian's belly aching as she asked Yi Chen with concern, Senior brother Yi, are you alright? Many thanks to senior sister Seven Moon for coming to the rescue, Yi Chen is grateful. Yi Chen looked at Nangong Chiyue gratefully, while not forgetting to transmit his heart to her. Senior sister Seven Moon is really beautiful and kind-hearted, alas it's a pity why she would like Gu Xingge, since senior sister Seven Moon saved me from danger. Yi Chen, even if I have to spell out this life, I have to change the tragic ending in the heavenly book. As Nangong Chiyue listened to Yi Chen's heartfelt words, she couldn't help but feel some good feelings rising within her heart. Although it is not clear what the heavenly book in his mouth is, but to have this heart of repayment, I think it is also a person with a good heart. Brother Yi Chen, are you alright? A golden figure fell to Yi Chen's side, the golden light dispersed. It was a delicate young girl wearing a golden jacket, her forehead was born with a golden dragon's horn, delicate and charming, looking at her age, but she was extremely mature in her development, her waves were raging, and she was proud and incomparable. Yi Chen's sense of security increased greatly when he saw the young girl arrive, and he nodded, indicating that he was not in any serious trouble. Gu Xingge's gaze landed on the gold-skirted dragoness, her heavy pupils flowing with a silky cold aura, but her face grew calmer and calmer. Good He said how this Yi Chen had the ability to break open the cave for bidding, so it was out of the family thief. Wizengai, is there nothing you should say to explain to this seat? Gu Xingge's low voice, like a soul-taking demonic sound from the nine hells, poured into Jigue's ears, causing her petite body to tremble and stiffen as she turned her head back. When seeing the true face of the red-robed teenager, Wizengwe's beautiful eyes instantly widened, as if she had seen a ghost, her vertical pupils contracted violently, revealing a panic that was hard to hide. Lord, Master, why have you returned? The gold-skirted dragoness forced herself to hold back her inner panic, trembling her voice as she cautiously inquired. She didn't expect Gu Xingge to come back so soon. Didn't he say that it would be half a year in the short term and 2 or 3 years in the long term? Gu Xingge coldly looked at Jigue, at this hand-raised scaly snake. Her gaze grew colder and colder, as sharp as an ice pick in the cold winter months. Tell me, why has this seat's cave become like this? Facing her master's questioning, Wizengwe's pink lips slightly opened, wanting to explain something, but she didn't realize that Yi Chen jumped out and blocked in front of her. Yi Chen protected Wizengwe and said aloud, so senior brother Gu is the master that Wizengwe was talking about. Please don't make things difficult for Wizengwe. The change in the cave is none of her business. It's all because of me. I hope that senior brother Gu won't be angry and won't chastise Wizengwe. With Nangong Chiyue and Jigue backing him up, Yi Chen felt that he was able to walk again, and his back was hardened. In his opinion, since Gu Xingge was a Dao son, her strength must be comparable to Nangong Chiyue, who was a holy maiden. Apparently, Yi Chen had already forgotten what Su Yue had said. Wizengwe was touched to see Yi Chen stopping everything on him, which also made her scared heart firm up. No! It's none of Brother Yi Chen's business. I was the one who led him into the cave, and I was the one who modified the cave's forbidden system, and I was the one who picked those precious medicinal plants in the spirit field for him to eat. If you want to punish me. Jigui rushed in front of Yi Chen and looked straight at Guxinga. Her delicate and pretty face was flushed with a strange red color, and at a glance, it looked like her blood was hot. At those words, Gu Shenj looked at Wu Zengui and smiled instead of being angry. This seat would like to know what kind of mesmerizing soup this Yi Chen has filled you with to actually make you go against this seat. Wu Zengui, don't forget that it was this seat that raised you, and it was also the seat that helped you awaken the true dragon bloodline in your body, allowing you to metamorphose into a golden dragon. This seat treats you well, right? Why do you still want to betray this seat? You should know that if it weren't for this seat, you would have become food in the mouths of demonic beasts 10 years ago, not to mention metamorphosing into a golden dragon. After hearing this, Wakagyu's freshly determined heart instantly broke down, and his delicate pretty face revealed the slightest hint of shame. 10 years ago, she, who was still just a small chi practicing Jiao snake, was chased by a Foundation establishment demon beast, and if it wasn't for Guxinga who happened to be passing by and saved her in passing, she was afraid that she would have already been devoured by that Foundation establishment demon beast. Guxinga adopted her, signed a master-servant contract, and gave her the name Wu Zengui. After that, he discovered the true dragon bloodline contained in her body, so he spent a large amount of resources to help her awaken, allowing her to leap from a scaly snake to a dragon. Wizgai used to think that she was happy, but after meeting Yi Chen, she realized that Guxinga's kindness to her was all a lie. She learned from Yi Chen's heartfelt words that the reason why Guxinga had cultivated herself was for the true dragon bloodline, and that in the near future, Guxinga would flay her and extract the true dragon's essence blood as a way to break through her cultivation. At first, Wu Zengui didn't believe it, but after a few times of Yi Chen's heartfelt heavenly book prophecies, everything came true, and only then did she completely believe it. The gratitude and respect she once had for Guxinga had completely turned into resentment and spite. It was so hard for her to submetamorphose into a golden dragon, and she mustn't fall into Guxinga's hands just like that. Jigui's shell teeth gently bit and retorted in a delicate voice, "Brother Yi Chen didn't give me ecstasy, he just gave me human respect. Unlike you, who would only trample me underfoot and drive me like an animal." Yi Chen wasn't like Guxinga, who told her that living beings were supposed to be equal to each other, that there was no distinction between master and servant, and that they shouldn't be stepped on. Only in Yi Chen could she feel respect, and that was something she had never felt before. After listening to Wu Zenggui's accusation, Guxinga's smile gradually converged, his heavy pupils were devoid of sadness and joy, radiating a burst of indifference that made everyone tremble with fear. He slowly opened his mouth, his tone filled with sarcasm. "Human respect? Hawizqui, don't forget that without me, you wouldn't even be an animal, you'd just be excrement for those demonic beasts. What, after drinking a few mouthfuls of someone else's poisonous chicken soup, you think you're good? You're nothing but a dog raised by the seat, and you still want to turn around and bite the seat. Is it because you think the dog chain around your neck has been untied?" As soon as the words fell, Guxinga's mind moved, and the master-servant contract inscribed in Wu Zenggui's body burst into flames, tingling her dragon soul. Ah. The intense pain coming from the dragon's soul made Wu Zengui miserable. She instantly collapsed on the ground, her eyes turned white, pink lips wide open, issued, wailing mournfully, delicate pretty faces full of pain, the mature body twitching more than, as if the slugs rolled on the spot. Guxinga coldly looked at the agonized Wu Zengui. The dog chain was not even untied, and he wanted to turn against his master, foolish and stupid without realizing it. Yi Chen didn't expect Guxinga to actually leave a backhand on Wu Zengui, and panicked, he turned his head to look at Nangong Chiyue and hurriedly transmitted his heart to her. Senior Brother Gu is so cruel. Gu just wants to be a human being, but he is forcing her to be an animal. He is really the world-destroying devil that the heavenly book said. It's hard to imagine what kind of torment senior sister Chiyue would be subjected to if she also fell into his hands. P.S. If you have any comments on the plot, please remember to mention them, so I can avoid the poisonous points. End of chapter. Chapter 12 Wu Zengui begs for mercy, Nangong Chiyue completely falls. Chapter 12 Wu Zengui begs for mercy, Nangong Chiyue completely falls. Chapter 12 Wu Zengui begs for mercy, Nangong Chiyue completely falls. When Nangong Chiyue heard Yi Chen's heartfelt words, she looked at the gold-skirted dragoness who was convulsing and rolling in place, and impatience appeared in her eyes. She couldn't help but persuade, Senior Brother Gu, although Jigui is at fault, but it's justifiable. After all, she is a dragon race, her nature is proud. It's normal for you to have a disgruntled heart when you trampled her under your feet as a mount to drive her. You are generous, just spare her this time. Guxinga sniffed, only faintly looked at Nangong Chiyue, and did not stop torturing Wu Zengui. Being ignored, Nangong Chiyue immediately felt a little embarrassed about her face. Seeing that Guxinga didn't give Nangong Chiyue a face, Yi Chen was secretly happy in his heart and continued to output his heart. Senior Gu is so over the top. Sister Chiyue is the holy maiden of the Dao sect. She is equal to him in status. How can she treat her with such an attitude? Is this the emboldening of being favored? Is this what it means to be favored, to be able to treat your sister as you please just because she looks up to you? Abominable. If it wasn't for my lack of cultivation, I'd really want to beat up Senior Gu to take it out on Senior Sister. Alas, Senior Sister is just too focused on the gift of saving her life. No, must find an opportunity to talk to Senior Sister clearly. When Senior Brother Gu actually deliberately waited until she was injured to save her, and in order to capture the heart of the Senior Sister, he also pretended to be distant, hanging the Senior Sister, toying with her true heart, really deceiving Senior Sister too much. After listening to Yi Chen's heartfelt words, Nangong Chiyue's face showed dismay. What? Gu Xingga's saving of his life in the first place was actually an intentional reckoning. The reason why she looked up to Gu Xingga was because more than 2 years ago, he had saved himself from the mouth of a great demon, and that thunder godlike figure had haunted her. But never thought that this was all Gu Xingga's calculation. Damn it! Delusional, she has been pleasing him all these years, but he has always kept his distance. It turns out to be in the desire to escape. The more Nangong Chiyue thought about it, the more angry she became. Her eyes shifted, revealing hints of indignation. Noticing Nangong Chiyue's strangeness, Gu Xingga frowned slightly. What was wrong with her again? Yi Chen laughed out loud in his heart when he saw Nangong Chiyue's favoritism towards Gu Xingga plummet through the heart transmission system, quickly falling below the red line. Ha ha ha. No one can be indifferent to the transmission of their heart. Gu Xingga, you're dead. Immediately after that, Yi Chen began to output his heartbeat to Wisengai again. What should I do? Senior Gu is too cruel. Wakagyu just wants to be free and he's torturing her like this. It hurts me so much to watch. No, I have to find a way to save Wakagyu. I have to find a way to save her. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to get her out of Gu's clutches. But at this moment, Wuzengui was suffering from the pain of soul torture. Where could he hear Yi Chen's heartfelt words? The dragon lady raised her head with difficulty, her delicate and pretty face full of pain, snot and tears, her hands and feet crawling towards Gu Xingga like a dog. Lord, Master, the slave girl knows. No, she's wrong. I beg you to spare my slave. I promise you, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Wuzengui crawled to Gu Xingga's feet and humbly prayed for his forgiveness, constantly cutting his face against his boots to please Gu Xingga. Gu Xingga raised her foot on Wuzengui's head, stepping her into the dirt, looking down at the white-eyed dragoness who had presumed to devour her master not long ago, but was now as lowly as a dog, her heavy pupils flashing with a touch of mockery. What, don't you want respect? Don't you want dignity? And come begging me for what? Nanoha Wakagyu's head was buried in the dirt and all he could do was whimper. However, Gu Xingga understood what she meant through the master-servant contract. Pleading with him to give her another chance, she would be willing to do whatever he asked her to do in the future, not to mention being a mount. Yi Chen was disappointed to see Wuzengui being stepped on by Gu Xingga, but he also cursed inwardly. This Wakagyu was so useless. He was subdued by Gu so quickly. Does it hurt that much? Couldn't he have held back a bit? What a loser. Although he disliked Wuzengui in his heart, Yi Chen couldn't give up on her yet, considering that she was still useful. Yi Chen took out an ice-colored jade talisman from his storage ring and hesitated for half a second before crushing it and summoning a new helper. Gu Xingga moved her foot away from Wuzengui's head and hooked the dragon lady's chin with her toes, looking at her pretty face that was stained with a little bit of dirt. That painful look, and the mockery in her eyes became heavier. An animal is an animal, and you won't know what you are until you've had a taste of pain. Seeing as you're still somewhat useful, this seat will let you off the hook for now this time. If this seat finds out that you have an insubordinate heart again, then this seat will strip you of your skin, break your dragon soul, and let you live forever. The reason why he gave Wuzengui another chance was just that he didn't want to let his investment in her go down the drain. It would be too wasteful to slaughter Wuzengui just like that, and in the future, if he wanted to cultivate a true dragon again, he would not know how much resources and time he would have to spend. But a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. Disobedient beasts need to be properly conditioned. Gu Xingga looked at the delicate dragon lady, her heavy pupils flashed dangerously, and her voice was so cold that it sent chills all over Wuzengui's body, like falling into an ice cave. Wuzengui kneeled and crawled on the ground, her delicate face revealed a fawning smile, currying favor. Slave girl is willing to be punished, please master feel free to temper the cheap slaves. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingga showed a hint of satisfaction, and with a thought, she put the delicate dragon lady into the spiritual pet space. After dealing with Yi Chen, he would then properly temper this white-eyed dragon. Gu Xingga raised her eyes to look at Yi Chen, her heavy pupils flowing with arcane laws, and a chaotic aura filled the air, seemingly evolving everything and projecting the past and future. Not good. Yi Chen instantly had the feeling of being stared at by a great terror, as if everything about him was being seen, and there was nowhere to hide his secrets. Gu Xingga used his heavy pupils and looked through Yi Chen inside and out, not even sparing his soul, and there didn't seem to be any problems, but something was hidden. Since the heavy pupil couldn't see through it, let's just search the soul. Noticing Gu Xingga's dangerous gaze, Nangong Chiyue immediately blocked in front of Yi Chen, shielding him behind her as she looked at Gu Xingga warily. Xiaolian only felt her eyes go black, raised her hand and slapped her forehead. Anxiously she wanted to spit out Fengyang. Oops. My lady, what were you thinking? Why are you protecting this Yi? Seeing Nangong Chiyue step forward, Gu Xingga frowned slightly and questioned in a deep voice. Senior sister Nangong, are you going to make an enemy of me? Senior brother, I don't want to be your enemy, but you've gone too far. Nangong Chiyue coldly accused Gushunga, accusing him of counting, accusing him of wanting to escape. In that case, I'm not to blame. Gushunga struck out brazenly and did not let Yi Chen go because of Nangong Chiyue. The Qianquan in his palm turned upside down, diffusing a small heaven and earth, imprisoning the gods and banning the Buddhas, pushing across the 10,000 spirits, and fiercely grasping at Yi Chen. Qianquan imprisoning heavenly hands. Nangong Chiyue was shocked. She didn't expect Gushunga to be so ruthless. Her starting hand was a minor divine power. Without much time to think, she waved her spirit weapon's floating belt, wrapping herself and Yi Chen in an attempt to block Gushunga's large hand. Boom! The spirit weapon floating belt was torn apart in an instant. Fortunately, Nangong Chiyue decisively crushed a piece of the heavenly shield spiritual symbol, which transformed into a golden light divine shield. With mountains rolling up on the shield, the defense was superb, and it was enough to withstand a blow from a Yuaning true lord. But Gushunga is not an ordinary Yuaning Jinjun. Shenkuan imprisoned heavenly hand to go. The momentum does not reduce. The heavenly shield spirit talisman in front of it is like papier-mâché, just a touch, has been collapsed. Just as the Qianquan heaven imprisoning hand was about to grab Yi Chen, a clear, stunningly beautiful and buxom figure descended from the sky, her white duster sweeping and dispersing Gushunga's minor divine ability with a light touch. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Emotionless and Desireless, Tantai Qingxian of Taishang Oblivion. Chapter 13, Emotionless and Desireless, Tantai Qingxian of Taishang Oblivion. Chapter 13, Emotionless and Desireless, Too High to Forget, Tantai Qingxian. The Qianquan heaven imprisoning hands, which were enough to kill a Yuaning true lord, were merely swept away by the visitor's duster and collapsed into nothingness. The vegetal spirit light converged, and the plump figure revealed its true form, which was clearly true Lord Qingxian, Tantai Qingxian. Tantai Qingxian wore a woman's hair bun, a wooden hairpin inserted between her hair, a few strands of hair falling down next to her cheeks, a bit of vermilion sand on her brow. Her posture was stunningly beautiful, and her skin was as fair as snow. A pair of narrow phoenix eyes seem charming and moving, but reveals indifference, as if everything in the world cannot make her shake, no emotion and no desire. Plain-colored robe wrapped around her plump to the extreme rounded body, even though the robe is loose, but still can see the peaks of the towering, is often unimaginable grandeur, and even give a person a kind of unbearable illusion. The reason why Tantai Qingxian wore a woman's hair in a bun was because she had married before she entered the path. Only before she had even gotten married, her husband's entire family had been killed by horse bandits. Tantai Qingxian, on the other hand, was saved by the Dao sect's old ancestor who rushed to rescue her, and because of her outstanding natural talent, being a Tai Shang Dao body, she worshipped in the Qianquan Dao sect. It was worth mentioning that the Dao sect ancestor who saved her and the one who brought Gushunga into the Dao sect were the same person. After Tantai Qingxian entered the Dao, she showed an amazing speed of cultivation, practicing Qi at the age of 16, building the foundation in 100 days, supposedly using the Taiyin Xianmai as the foundation of the Dao, nodding a first-grade Jindan 4 years later, and accomplishing the Yuaning 10 years later, and now less than 100 years of age. She has already reached the great circle of the Yuaning and is expected to break through into the transformation of the god before the age of 100 years. Before Gushunga had joined the Dao sect, she was the Dao sect's #1 heavenly pride. The white duster flicked lightly and fell into Tantai Qingxuan's arms. She looked at Su Yue and Lin Wanner, who were alive or dead, and then looked at Gushunga. Her indifferent eyes flashed with a hint of a different color, but quickly returned to calm. Yi Chen was overjoyed when he saw his master's arrival and hurriedly complained to Tantai Qingxian. Senior, you must do right by senior sister Su and senior sister Lin. Senior brother Gu indiscriminately and seriously injured them for no reason. You must punish him. Tantai Qingxian sniffed and did not pay any attention to Yi Chen. She looked at Gushunga, her plump lips slightly open, her voice cold and indifferent, devoid of sadness or joy. Why did you strike to hurt someone? Your newly accepted disciple overran my cave, and when I stepped in to punish him, Su Yue and Lin Wanner stepped in to stop them, striking and injuring them in passing. Gushunga said in a faint voice. Is he telling the truth? Tantai Qingxian turned back to Yi Chen, who saw this and shook his head in denial while transmitting his heart to her. It's lucky that master teacher rushed here, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Elder brother Gu was too cruel. The elder sisters were only trying to stop him from hurting me. He even did such a cruel thing to them. I hope that master teacher can do justice for us. Just when Yi Chen thought that Tantai Qingxian would also favor herself because of her heartbeat, unexpectedly, she was not the least bit moved, and only looked at him lightly, then said to Gushunga, since he has occupied your cave, let him compensate you for your losses. At these words, Yi Chen was shocked and looked at Tantai Qingxian in disbelief. Why did the master listen to his heart but did not favor himself? Was it because the heart did not transmit enough? Yi Chen whirled around and continued transmitting his heart to Tantai Qingxian, but it was as if Tantai Qingxian couldn't hear him and didn't even give him a single glance. This made Yi Chen break his defense. Why would the unbeatable heart sound be ineffective against Tantai Qingxian? What was going on? He hurriedly asked the heartbeat transmission system. Ding host, Tantai Qingxian is born emotionless and desireless, and cultivates the Taishong forgotten emotion Taoist code, so her heart's demon does not add to her body, and all things do not enter her eyes, and she has no desires, so the compulsion of the heart's voice has no effect on her. Then why did Tantai Qingxian bring me back to Qingxian Peak and accept me as a disciple after hearing my heart voice before? Yi Chen anxiously questioned the heart sound transmission system. He had obviously successfully compelled Tantai Qingxian with his heart sound before, so why didn't it work this time? Ding. After the initial heart transmission to Tantai Qingxian, which Tantai Qingxian ignored, the system moved to use a mandatory intervention, which is why Tantai Qingxian took the host as a disciple. Yi Chen then forcefully interfere once more. Ding. There are no more forced intervention times, you need to recharge 100 spirit crystals to do so. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you garbage system, why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Chen felt like he was going to be played to death by the system. Why didn't he tell him about Tantai Qingxian's situation earlier? If he had known this earlier, let alone 100 spirit crystals, even if it was 10,000 spirit crystals, he would have tried to get them. No, we can't just sit around and wait, we have to find a way to get out. Yi Chen's head spun rapidly, and suddenly, with a flash of light, he looked at Nangong Chiyue and turned to transmit his heart to her. Alas, the master biased senior brother Gu, today I am afraid that it is difficult to escape death. Just do not rest assured that senior sister July, I hope to use my death, so that senior sister to see the true face of senior brother Gu, do not be deceived by him again. Senior sister, senior brother is useless, cannot help you to change the tragic end of the heavenly book. At those words, Nangong Chiyue's heart was shocked. She couldn't let something happen to Yi's senior brother, let alone let Gu Xingge have his way. Isn't it just compensating for the loss of the cave? She'll pay for it. Uncle Qingxian, senior brother has just started not long ago and doesn't have many spirit stones in his hand. I've known senior brother Yi since we first met, so let me compensate senior brother Gu's loss for him. Nangong Chiyue took out a spirit stone pouch from her storage ring and continued, there are 1 million medium-grade spirit stones in here, so I guess that's enough. Gu Xingge shook her head, not enough, other than the enlightenment tea leaves, the treasures within my cave are worth at least 400,000 top-grade spirit stones, 1 million middle-grade spirit stones is far from enough. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Chen and said in a cold voice, hand over those enlightenment tea leaves, or else the seat will suppress and kill you right now, and at that time, even if the penalty elder comes to find this seat, he will not be able to convict this seat. Hearing Gu Xingge's threat, Yi Chen once again looked at Nangong Chiyue with obvious intentions. Nangong Chiyue froze in place, this was too much. 30 to 400,000 top-grade spirit stones, not to mention her being a Jindan cultivator, even a Yuaning true lord might not have them. Together with the enlightenment tea leaves, it was a top-grade spirit item that only took tens of thousands of extreme spirit stones for one piece. Even if Nangong Chiyue dumped her family's money and sold the Holy Maiden Peak, she wouldn't be able to get it out. Xiao Lian also rushed forward to pull her own Holy Maiden, telling her not to be foolish. Obviously, it was that Yi Chen who had offended Gu Daozi, so why did the selfsame Holy Maiden want to help that Yi Chen? Wasn't that offending Gu Daozi to death? Another useless woman who can't even come up with a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. What a waste! Yi Chen cursed in his mind, while panicking beyond measure. Looks like no one's coming to save you. Seeing Tantai ignoring and Nangong hesitating, the corners of Gu Xingge's mouth rose, sketching out a cruel smile as she raised her hand to grab Yi Chen. He'd like to see what secrets this guy was carrying. Wait! Suddenly, Nangong Chiyue once again exited to stop Gu Xingge. She clenched her teeth and took out an object from her storage ring, displaying it to Gu Xingge. This item should be enough to offset the damage that senior brother Yi has caused you. Gu Xingge's gaze fell on something like that, and her heavy pupils flashed with a flash of surprise. It's amazing that she has such treasures. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Fusong Divine Wood, Defense Breaking Yi Chen. Chapter 14, Fusong Divine Wood, Defense Breaking Yi Chen. Chapter 14, Fusong Divine Wood, Defense Breaking Yi Chen. In Nangong Chiyue's hand was a 10-foot-long golden-colored branch that contained unimaginable fire and wood aura, as well as an extremely dense solar aura, as if it was the sun incarnate. Gu Xingge, who had a huge knowledge base, recognized the true form of this golden tree branch with a single glance. It was actually a branch of the sun god tree Fusong. Long before the era, the vaulted Sang domain once had a Fusong divine tree that was as high as the sky, his branches extended into the boundless void, and legend has it that it had reached the immortal realm, using the immortal spirit's chi as its sustenance, and that the tree was inhabited by the great Sun Golden Crow clan. But I don't know whether it was because the Fusong divine tree had sucked up too much of the immortal spirit or what, but it triggered the anger of the immortal world, and 5 immortals came down to the world with the intention of hacking off the Fusong. The 5 immortals and the great Sun Golden Crow clan that guarded Fusong were engaged in a protracted battle. But even the great Sun Golden Crow with Fusong's enhancement was no match for the immortals of the upper realm. In the end, the great Sun Golden Crow clan was nearly extinct, and 2 of the immortals on the immortal side fell. Fusong was still hacked apart by the remaining 3 immortals, and the Fusong torso was brought back to the immortal realm. Gu Xingge also didn't expect that there was still Fusang Shenmu surviving in the world, which was a big surprise. This is the supreme treasure of the firewood spirit. Although the enlightenment tea leaves were precious, they were something that had a price, so as long as one was willing to pay spirit stones, they could still be bought. But the Fusang sacred wood is a priceless treasure that is hard to find in the world. Although Yi Chen, who was hiding behind Nangong Chiyue, didn't recognize what the golden branch was, but seeing Gu Xingge's surprised eyes, he knew at a glance that it was an extraordinary treasure. This made Yi Chen's teeth itch with hatred. Obviously the treasure should be his own. Will this Fusang divine wood be enough to compensate you for your loss? Nangong Chiyue's face showed flesh pain. If it wasn't for the sake of saving Yi Chen, she wouldn't be willing to take out this kind of supreme treasure. Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, it's enough. He ingested the Fusang divine wood into his hands and loved it, and the original displeasure of having his spiritual field spoiled and his cave occupied dissipated. With this Fusang divine wood, Gu Xingge was 70% certain that the Zhurong sacred elixir and the Jumong sacred elixir would metamorphose into divine infants. By that time, with the three ancestral witch god infants in their bodies, they would be able to secure a victory even against a stronger god transformation celestial. I'm sorry senior sister July Moon, I made you lose a supreme treasure. Yi Chen looked at Gu Xingge who couldn't even suppress his smile. He showed apologies to Nangong Chiyue on the surface, but in his heart, he hated Gu Xingge to death, and at the same time, he didn't forget to continue transmitting his heart to Nangong Chiyue. I'm so damned that I let senior sister July lose a supreme treasure, such a great favor, I can't repay it. Senior sister July, don't worry, when I thoroughly comprehend the heavenly book, I will win a brilliant future for you, so that you can achieve the Tao and become an immortal. After listening to Yi Chen's heartfelt words, Nangong Chiyue was quite pleased. Her jade hand lightly waved. It's fine, although the Fusang divine wood is precious, it cannot be compared to your life. Gu Xingge put away the Fusang divine wood, and when she saw that Yi Chen and Nangong Chiyue were very close, the doubts in her heart became heavier. From Yi Chen's self-introduction to Nangong Chiyue earlier, it could be seen that the two were meeting for the first time. But it had only been a while since then, and Nangong Chiyue had even taken out the Fusang divine wood for Yi Chen's sake. It seemed that he had somewhat underestimated the weirdness in Yi Chen. Gu Xingge looked at the cave, thinking that everything inside had already been spoiled by Yi Chen. There was no need to go back in, it was better to go back to Daozi Peak. The priority now was to refine the Fusang divine wood as soon as possible and break through to the three divine infants. As for Yi Chen's matter, it can be put off later. As long as Gu Xingge formed three divine infants, even if Yi Chen was able to find a god transformation celestial as a backer, he would be able to suppress them with one force. Any backer, any helper is a sham. Iron sharpens iron. Looks like we're late, is this missing a good show? A crisp voice suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd, and in the next moment, two figures silently appeared in front of them. It was clearly Emperor Yang and Empress Yin. As soon as Nangong Chiyue saw the Yin Empress, she hurriedly arched her hand and saluted. Apprentice child pays her respects to master. Empress Yin smiled at her as her gaze fell on Yi Chen, and a flash of surprise flashed through her eyes. She and Emperor Yang had arrived early and witnessed the entire process. His own disciple had brought out the Fusang divine wood for the sake of a male disciple he had just met not long ago. To say that there was no problem here, the Yin Empress would certainly not believe it. Originally, she wanted to make a move to capture Yi Chen and find out what was fishy about him, but she was stopped by Emperor Yang. Emperor Yang could also see Yi Chen's strangeness, but he was thinking about it more. For one thing, this Yi Chen was Tan Tai Qingxuan's disciple, and this matter had to be dealt with by her as a master. The second was that Yi Chen had a conflict with Gu Xingge, and with his knowledge of the boy, Yi Chen would surely die, so there was no need to put effort into Yi Chen. Kid, came back without saying a word to this clan. What, is it because you think that this clan is still thinking of your bit of monkey wine, and you don't dare to come to see this clan? Emperor Yang laughed and poked fun at Gu Xingge, never mentioning the conflict between him and Yi Chen. Gu Xingge was in the right mood at this time, and said boldly, Uncle Mu, you say this, do I look like such a stingy person? It's not just monkey wine, I'll send a few altars to you later. Emperor Yang smiled at his words and said, that's what you said, then this clan will not be polite. Just as the two of them were talking to each other, Yi Chen looked at the Yin Empress and communicated with the heartbeat transmission system, allowing it to add the Yin Empress as a heartbeat transmitter. Ding Yinho's cultivation has reached the first heaven of the Transfiguration God. Her strength exceeds the host's by 3 major realms. Adding fails, the highest that can be added is only the Jindan Great Circle of the cultivator. Please raise the host's cultivation level. Yi Chen was shocked. What? Then why was I able to add Tantai Qingxian before? Ding initial edition of a heart transmitter unlimited in cultivation. Asterisk. Why didn't you warn me? If I had known this, I wouldn't have chosen Tantai Qingxian to death. Yi Chen completely broke his defense, and seriously felt that he had been screwed over by the system, wasting an unlimited ad and forced intervention for nothing. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Empress Yin was slightly displeased as she commanded Nangong Chiyue in a deep voice. July, you're a holy maiden, you can only marry Daozi in the future, don't lose your identity for someone you don't want to. I understand, master. Nangong Chiyue first froze before indicating that she understood, her mood turning a bit low. Seeing this, Yi-chin couldn't care less about being furious, and hurriedly gave her a heartfelt output. Senior sister 7 Moon is so pathetic, to be forced by her master to marry someone who was counting on her. Senior sister wait, give me some time, I will never let you marry that villain Gushinga. Once Nangong Chiyue heard this, her mood gradually changed for the better. Afterward, Empress Yin left with Nangong Chiyue and the girls, while Gushinga headed to his Daozi Peak with Emperor Yang to fetch monkey wine for Emperor Yang. Only what Gushinga didn't expect was that Tantai Qingxian also followed. When Yi-chin saw that everyone had left, he rushed forward to check on Su Yue and Lin Wanner, but what he had touched were 2 corpses that were still warm, and Gushinga's heavy pupilized eyesight was not something that 2 mole crickets that weren't even Yuaning could withstand. Both Su Yue and Lin Wanner's souls had been broken up, and they didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. Yi-chin was so angry that he kicked their corpses hard and cursed. 2 losers. Can't even withstand a single glance from Gu, they deserve to die. However, feeling Su Yue and Lin Wanner corpse still have some residual warmth, Yi-chin again moved evil thoughts. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 15 Tantai Qingxian, rebellious disciple, I want you to help me cultivate. Chapter 15 Tantai Qingxian, rebellious disciple, I want you to help me cultivate. Chapter 15 Tantai Qingxian, rebellious disciple, I want you to help me cultivate. Daozi Peak, peaks and peaks, lingering aura, such as a throne-standing Qiankuan Dao sect, overlooking thousands of mountains, high above, and the Tianqian mountain remote view, only half a head shorter. Inside the peak palace, Gushinga brought out the 3 jars of monkey wine that she had treasured, and Emperor Yang's nose lightly sniffed at the peculiar wine aroma of the monkey wine, and his cravings were instantly aroused. This monkey wine this clan has been craving for a long time, just waiting for you to return to the clan. Emperor Yang received the monkey wine with a smile and put it into his body's violet mansion. The transformation god celestials were divided into 5 subrealms, which were 10,000 lives, Violet Mansion, Yin God, Yang God, and Dharma Phase. The Yang Emperor was a purple mansion realm transformation god celestial, and his body contained a purple mansion cave, with an unceasing supply of aura, and many more wonderful uses that were unknown. Shinga, let me remind you, that Yi-chin is quite bizarre, and seems to possess the magical ability to compel others. If you want to lay your hands on him you need to do so before it's too late, don't wait until he's become a climate before you do so. Before leaving, Emperor Yang opened his mouth to remind Gushinga, who nodded his head. He knew this, and he definitely wouldn't let the Ji-chen live for too long. After seeing Emperor Yang leave, Gushinga looked to Tantai Qingxian, who was holding a duster to the side and didn't say a word, and after her gaze swept over her stunningly beautiful, yet expressionless face, she inquired in a faint voice. Master, if you don't go back to Qingxian Peak to deal with your new disciple, what's the point of staying here at my Daozi Peak? More than 2 months ago, I met Yi-chen at Lingyun Peak and heard his heartfelt words. He said that he saw from a heavenly book that I would be broken by you to break the emotionless Tao, abandoned by you after being toyed with, and end tragically, and that if I took him as a disciple, I would be able to avoid this calamity. Upon hearing this, Tantai Qingxuan's expression was indifferent, her moist lips lightly opened, and in a stating tone, she explained Yi-chen's origin and why she had taken him as her disciple. Gushinga was slightly stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect Tantai Qingxian to tell him this, but Tantai Qingxian was able to hear Yi-chen's heart. Could this be his divine ability? Yi-chen's humble cultivation, how could he master such a great divine ability as his heart passage? Even a Buddhist high priest might not be able to cultivate it successfully. Suddenly, Gushinga's aura flashed, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. Murphy is the system. There are many types of systems, and the heartbeat system is one of them, except that most of these types of systems are found in the female genre. The more Gushinga thought about it, the more he felt that his conjecture was correct, and he could explain why the heavy pupil had seen through him, but he still had a hazy feeling. It's the system covering itself. Gushinga looked at Tantai Qingxian once again and questioned, what are you telling me all this for again, master? To make me let Yi-chen go or? Tantai Qingxian shook her head. The reason why she would accept Yi-chen as a disciple was just a ghostly suggestion, and afterward, she was in seclusion, and had no idea about the salacious things that Yi-chen had done at Qingxian Peak. But she couldn't help but have a thought come to her mind when she was in seclusion. The emotionless Tao would be broken by Gushinga. This was the mandatory interference of the heart sound system, affecting Tantai Qingxuan's self-awareness. According to Yi-chen's calculations, as long as Tantai Qingxian knew that her emotionless Tao would be broken by Gushinga, she would inevitably get rid of Gushinga in order to maintain her emotionless Tao cultivation. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Simply because when she was still a mortal, Tantai Qingxian had had a dream that she wanted to have the same feelings as ordinary people. She wanted to smile and laugh like AD who ate candy. She wanted to cry like a brother who wept bitterly after the death of his parents, instead of being indifferent to anything, like a living dead person, without desire, without joy, without sadness, without being able to do anything. It was only with the cultivation of the Taishang forgotten emotion Dao canon that he fell deeper and deeper into the emotionless Dao, unable to extricate himself. Knowing that Gushinga was able to break her emotionless Tao, as well as the mandatory intervention of the heart's voice system, a trace of never-before-seen longing gradually rose in Tantai Qingxuan's heart. Tantai Qingxian gazed at Gu Xingge and said in a faint voice, "I want you to help me cultivate and break my emotionless Tao." She wanted Gu Xingge to help her cultivate and help her break the emotionless Tao, even if she was reduced to a mortal, even if it ended tragically, she was willing to do it. Gu Xingge was quite puzzled when she heard this. One must know that Tantai Qingxian majored in the emotionless Tao, and once the emotionless Tao was broken, one's realm would fall in the lightest case, and in the heaviest case, one's cultivation would be dispersed. There had never been any cultivator who practiced the emotionless Tao who would take the initiative to find someone to help them break the Tao. But in the next second, the Fengran Daoist nun made a shocking statement, causing Gu Xingge to freeze on the spot. "If you are willing to help me break the emotionless Tao, I will give you the Yuan Yin of the Supreme Tao body. How about that?" What? Even Gu Xingge's heart was shocked by Tantai Qingxuan's words. He looked at the plump and proud cold Taoist nun in front of him with unblinking eyes, staggering, even wondering if he had a problem with his ears, or had been hit by an illusion. In order to break the emotionless Tao, Tantai Qingxian had even taken out her own Yuan Yin. She's crazy too. Those who practiced the emotionless way really weren't normal people. Gu Xingge felt numb. But shock was shock, as the Supreme Tao body was a top-tier physique that was attuned to the Tao. Tantai Qingxuan's Yuan Yin was a good thing, a top-tier supreme treasure that aided in cultivation. This kind of treasure, don't want it for nothing. Gu Xingge collected the shock in her heart, her heavy pupils looking towards Tantai Qingxian, her gaze sweeping over the cold and colorful Taoist nun's plump and delicate body as she laughed. "Since it's a request from my master, I naturally won't refuse, but the difficulty of assisting you in this matter of breaking the emotionless Tao is no less than that of transmigrating to immortality, and the Yuan Yin of the Supreme Tao body alone won't be enough. Say, what else do you want? Whatever I have, I can give you." Tantai Qingxian didn't care about gains and losses. As long as Gu Xingge could help her cultivate, she would give her whatever she wanted. Unexpectedly, Gu Xingge took a big step forward and directly went up to carry Tantai Qingxuan's plump and delicate body into her arms, and the light and elegantly good-smelling fragrance also flooded into her nostrils. He lowered his head to the cold and colorful Taoist nun's ear and whispered, "I want you, master, to be my cauldron and help me cultivate." Gu Xingge still knew the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Tantai Qingxian agreed without thinking. Yuan Yin she had taken out. It wasn't as if the hearth couldn't be done. Seeing that she agreed so easily, Gu Xingge was not ambiguous and wrapped his other arm around the cold and colorful Taoist nun's beautiful legs, picking up Tantai Qingxian in a princess hug and bursting out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, then my disciple will not be polite." After saying that, Gu Xingge hugged Tantai Qingxian and walked towards the bedroom with a smile. On the other hand, after Emperor Yang returned to the heavenly Qian mountain, he summoned an elder, and he handed a jar of monkey's wine to that elder and commanded, "Send this monkey wine to the Ling Shao sword sect, and say that this is a small gift from my sect Daozi to the wine sword immortal." "Yes, sovereign." The elder hugged the monkey wine and left Tianqian mountain. Emperor Yang raised his eyes to the outside of the temple, his thoughts running wild. Nowadays, the heavenly pride of the Voltsang domain is rising, and the young generation of all the great clans are giving birth to leaders one after another. All of them are young Yuaning, together with the new wine sword immortal of the Lingshao sword sect. Is it possible that the golden great world has come? I hope that in this great world, my Qian Kuan Dao sect will still be able to stand for all eternity. P.S. Big brother, if there is any poisonous point on the plot to quickly put forward, I know that after the good to modify, circumvent. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Hidden Big Brother Tantai Qingxian, Great Chi Fortune Technique. Chapter 16, Hidden Big Brother Tantai Qingxian, Great Chi Fortune Technique. Chapter 16, Hidden Big Brother Tantai Qingxian, Great Chi Fortune Technique. Time rushes by like running water, and in the blink of an eye, it's already March. Daozi Peak, deep within the palace at the peak, two figures intertwined together, like heaven and earth merging, dragon and phoenix merging in unison, indistinguishable from each other. Yin and yang Dao rhythms filled the air, and heaven and earth Dao sounds echoed like thunder. I don't know how long it took, but the two figures gradually separated, the spiritual light converged, the foreign image faded, and the Dao sound subsided. Double cultivation ended. Gu Xingge slowly opened her eyes, her heavy pupils were flooded with strange sights, a Q-like figure with a human face and a bird body, with green snakes hanging from both ears, and two green snakes also stepping under her feet loomed. It was clearly the Xian diabolic god infant. The power of the Yuan Yin of the Supreme Dao body far exceeded Gu Xingge's imagination, and his first dual cultivation had benefited him greatly. Since Tantai Qingxuan's Dao base was Taiyin Xianmao, coupled with Tai Shang Yuanin, Gu Xingge borrowed this Taiyin power and easily metamorphosed the holy dam that represented the Xianmei ancestor witch into a divine infant. As his heavy pupils regained their clarity, Gu Xingge looked towards Tantai Qingxian, who had also come to her senses, a faint smile spreading across his handsome face as he inquired in a warm voice, "How does it feel, master?" Tantai Qingxian carefully recalled the strange feelings that came with dual cultivation, an experience she had never had before.
After half a minute, the cold and colorful Taoist nun's lips slightly opened, her tone as indifferent as ever. It's a novelty, but it's not really relevant to breaking the merciless path of the master, is it? No, there is a connection, and it's great. Gu Xingge patiently explained to Tantai Qingxian.
Although Tantai Qingxian was born emotionless and lustless, this was just an exaggeration. Only the dead were emotionless and lustless. Compared to normal people, Tantai Qingxian's lust was very low, so low that it was almost non-existent. To use an analogy, an ordinary person's lust was 10, then Tantai Qingxian's was 0. 1. Since she wanted to break her emotionless Tao, Gu Xingge naturally had to develop Tantai Qingxian's extremely thin lust. As the saying goes, man's appetite is endless. The most primal desires tend to maximize a living being's eroticism. After listening to Gu Xingge's explanation, Tantai Qingxian seemed to understand, and her extremely low lust made her not care about it. As far as she was concerned, she just had to take care of the psalmist the way it was meant to be taken care of. Looking at the cold-colored Taoist nun's face of indifference, Gu Xingge's face showed helplessness. Alas, a long way to go. It seems that this emotionless road isn't that easy to break. Gu Xingge, master, in the future, you can stay here at my Daozi Peak. It's also convenient for us to cultivate our relationship.
Aha! Tantai Qingxian nodded lightly before closing her eyes once again and cultivating in silence. Mount.
Looking at the cold-colored Taoist nun who cultivated at the drop of a hat, Gu Xingge didn't know what to say. Honestly, he felt that Tantai Qingxian was more like a puppet that needed to be manipulated than a person. If no orders were given to Tantai Qingxian, she would even be able to keep cultivating and remain in seclusion, only coming out of seclusion when she needed to replenish her spirit stone resources.
It's sad to be heartless. Gu Xingge had just finished lamenting, when she suddenly had a flash of light and realized that something was wrong.
If Tantai Qingxian wanted to break the emotionless Tao, then she couldn't cultivate the Taishang forgotten emotion Tao canon anymore. That thing was getting more and more emotionless the more she cultivated it. Thinking about this, Gu Xingge hurriedly awakened the cold-colored Taoist nun who was cultivating in a silent style. Master, the supreme forgetfulness Tao canon can no longer be cultivated, so give me the original Tao canon and I'll replace it with a new technique for you.
Good. Tantai Qingxian took out the original Tao canon from within the Violet Mansion.
Wait, the Purple House. Gu Xingge was stunned beyond measure as she looked at the cold and colorful Taoist nun. No, when did she break through to a transformation god celestial?
Senior, when did you break through to become a transformation god celestial? Forgotten.
Tantai Qingxian sniffed and said indifferently, as if breaking through to the transformation god celestial was inconsequential to her. Gu Xingge was numb. No wonder her Yuan was so powerful. It turned out to be a transformation god level Taishang Yuan. Previously, when he listened to the Yang Huang Patriarch's introduction, he had always thought it was that she was a Yuan Great Circle, feeling that his own master was hiding his cultivation.
Now that's a real hidden bigot. Senior, since you made a breakthrough, why didn't you report it to the sect? Tantai Qingxian, no one asked me.
At those words, Gu Xingge's entire body lived speechless.
Good man.
Normally, True Lord Qingxian called out, and everyone thought you were a Yuan True Lord, but it turns out that you told me that you were a transformation celestial.
It's a joke.
If this was someone else who had broken through to the transformation spirit, it would be low-key if they didn't have a celestial banquet.
Which is like Tantai Qingxian breaking through without telling anyone. The enemy shall not be pitched to death Gu Xingge continued to ask, then what realm are you in today, master?
Tantai Qingxian sensed slightly and casually replied, Dharma phase great perfection. His Gu Xingge sucked in a mouthful of cool air and became even more shocked.
No, how long has Tantai Qingxian been in the Tao? Now she's not even 100 years old, right? She's actually already finished cultivating the 5 realms of transformation god and reached the great perfection of the Dharma phase.
The cultivation speed of the supreme Tao body was truly terrifying. After the shock was over, Gu Shenge was again overjoyed. How could one not be happy to have a Dharma phase great perfection transformation god celestial as a cauldron, and in the future, one's cultivation could also be greatly enhanced. Before the new Gong method comes out, master, you should not cultivate for the time being. If you feel bored, you can. Gu Xingge was just about to say that she would let Tantai Qingxian go and find a familiar Taoist friend to discuss the Tao, but on second thought, she didn't have many friends in the Qinkuan Tao sect at all, and apart from a few of her disciples, there was only the old ancestor who was still in seclusion. Actually, thinking about it, Tantai Qingxian was quite pitiful. As a mortal, her parents died, her brothers abandoned her, and even her husband's family was destroyed by horse bandits. Even when she came to the Qinkuan Tao sect, she cultivated alone, and the few disciples she took in were still forced into it, and they didn't care about her. Perhaps Tantai Qingxian didn't know what loneliness was, being all alone, but it was still compassionate. Immediately, Gu Xingge's words turned around and laughed, Master, I'll take you to the mundane world for a stroll. After all, the fireworks of the earth are the most appeasing to the hearts of mortals. Tantai Qingxian nodded, and Gu Xingge told her to wait a moment, he would be done soon. Gu Xingge's mind sank into the sea of consciousness, communicating with the jade disc of creation, preparing to deduce a Taisheng sentient Dao canon, and also making sure that Tantai Qingxuan's cultivation would not be damaged after specializing in it and that her realm would not fall. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched the jade disc of creation, hundreds of words appeared on it, a divine secret art.
The name is the Great Qi Technique. It was precisely after refining the villain system that the Jade Disc of Creation deduced a heavenly Dao divine ability based on its ability to plunder the heavenly destiny sun's fortune and enhance itself. The Jade Disc of Creation instilled the subtleties of the Great Qi Fortune technique into Gu Xingge, and in an instant, he mastered this heavenly Dao divine ability. Once the Great Qi Fortune technique was performed, it could plunder the Qi fortune of living beings, causing them to be unlucky and plagued with calamities. If an immortal cultivator is robbed of his or her Qi, it will trigger 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, and if he or she is not careful, he or she will die. Can also be added to their own, the deep luck of the people. Cultivation is like a god, walking to pick up treasure. The enemy attack cannot touch the edge. You can also bestow your Qi to others, so that they can enjoy blessings and turn bad luck into good luck. And there are various colors of Qi. The most noble is gold, red is next, purple is weaker, cyan is average, white is unusual, and the dual colors of gray and black are poor Qi. Gu Xingge used the Great Qi Fortune technique to peek at her own Qi and nearly lit up her eyes. Too gold to be gold, not a single stray color. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 17 Tantai Qingxian shedding tears, she was so hard to bear. Chapter 17 Tantai Qingxian shedding tears, she was so hard to bear. Chapter 17 Tantai Qingxian in tears, she's so hard. The golden Qi dropped down in thousands of strands like a canopy, enveloping Gu Xingge, and resembling a true dragon encircling her body, and its richness was indescribable. Of course, this Qi wasn't set in stone, it was just that at this moment, Gu Xingge was at her peak. After receiving the Great Qi Luck technique, Gu Xingge used the Jade Disc of Creation again to deduce the Taisheng Sentient Dao Canon, using the Taisheng Forgetfulness Dao Canon as the basis. Tantai Qingxuan's Taisheng Forgotten Love Dao Codex wasn't a complete version either, it was just a remnant given to her by the Dao sect's ancestor, and at the highest it could only be cultivated to refine void. It looks like it's going to take a while. Gu Xingge looked at the Jade Disc of Creation that was slowly deducing. It would take about 1 or 2 months to complete the deduction. Speaking of Gong methods, he also thought of his own divine heavenly thunder punishment Huan Yudaojia true scripture. Although it was a top-level Gong method of the thunder system, with the appearance of the Xian Di God infant, this thunder Dao true scripture was no longer a match for him. Gu Xingge felt the need to deduce a new Gong method whose Gong method had to fit the 12 ancestor witches' divine infants within his body. As her mind left the sea of consciousness, Gu Xingge looked towards Tantai Qingxian and couldn't help but be a little curious. It was reasonable to say that Tantai Qingxian had extremely low lust and could be described as emotionless and lustless, so what was she living for? Master, since you have no emotions or desires, why do you live? Gu Xingge couldn't help but ask. Tantai Qingxian was silent. In fact, she didn't know why she lived, she only vaguely remembered that there had been a pair of kindly-eyed men and women who had held her in their warm palms as if telling her to live well. And they say. What did they say and why don't they remember? Tantai Qingxian suddenly raised her head, her expression still cold and her eyes filled with confusion. One seems to have forgotten something very important. What is it? So hard. Why are your cheeks wet too? And in Gu Xingge's perspective, he saw his own master suddenly raise his head, and then he cried, tears falling like rain. However, Tantai Qingxian was oblivious and only looked at him blankly, without a trace of sadness in her eyes, as if it wasn't her who was shedding tears. Gu Xingge looked surprised and reminded, Master, you're shedding tears. Tantai Qingxian sniffed and raised her hand to gently caress her face. She looked at the teardrops that stained her fingers and was puzzled. Is that a tear? But why would one shed tears? For the first time since she was born, she shed tears, but Tantai Qingxian didn't understand why she was crying. A marvelous feeling that she couldn't put into words, but which was killing her, welled up in her heart. What's this? I'm so hard, why is this? Tantai Qingxian looked at Gu Xingge, and although she was in tears, her tone remained cold. Seeing the cold and colorful Taoist nun's heart sad and tearful, but somehow difficult to look at, Gu Xingge felt pity and felt more and more sorry for Tantai Qingxian. Ruthless Tao, it really isn't something that people should be practicing. Gu Xingge took Tantai Qingxian into her arms and softly comforted her. It's sadness, sadness makes it hard for you, makes you cry, master, cry it out and it won't be hard anymore. Tantai Qingxian felt the uncomfortable strange feeling in her heart and murmured in Gu Xingge's arms. So that's what grief is. Just why would one be sad? And who were those two figures? Parents? But don't they always call themselves money losers? And who am I? For no reason at all, this doubt popped up in Tantai Qingxuan's mind. Gu Xingge keenly perceived that his own master was a bit off, seemingly stimulated, and his mood swings were slowly pulling up. Could it be that he had triggered her emotional sensitivity? But he had only asked Tantai Qingxian why she lived, and that could make her break her defense? Just as Gu Xingge was comforting the weeping emotionless master, a petite angry voice rang out abruptly, echoing in his ears. Gu Xingge, get your ass out here.
Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge frowned slightly. Which one of the ungrateful ones dared to come to his place to sow their wild oats? Looking at the cold and colorful Taoist nun in his arms who gradually stopped shedding tears, Gu Xingge lowered his head and kissed the corners of her eyes, instructing her to just stay here while he went and returned. Outside of Daozi Peak, a tall figure was suspended in midair, with long flowing hair, a white dress, and a gorgeous posture, just like a fairy in the sky. A streak of silver thunder flew out from the peak and landed in front of the white-clothed figure. Silky thunderons surrounded him. Gu Xingge's red robe fluttered as he raised his eyes to the white-clothed woman, recognizing the other party, and immediately, he questioned in a deep voice.
Senior Sister Wu, I don't know what you've come to my Daozi Peak to do? The visitor is Tantai Qingxuan's eldest disciple, Wu Xianyi. Cultivation has reached the late Jin Dan, in a group of core disciples, is also among the top of the existence of the Dao sect disciples honored as Xian Fairy. If anyone else had dared to come to Daozi Peak and act recklessly, Gu Xingge would have slapped her across the face long ago. But Wu Xianyi was different, she had a trace of preaching grace for him. When Gu Xingge had first worshipped Qingxian Peak, Tantai Qingxian had thrown in a qi practicing technique and then continued to cultivate in seclusion, not caring if he died or lived. Although Wu Xianyi also disliked the fact that there was a male cultivator in Qingxian Peak, she still taught him cultivation for a period of time, adhering to her status as a senior sister. For the sake of this hint of preaching grace, Gu Xingge was barely able to tolerate her rudeness. As soon as Wu Xianyi saw Gu Xingge, her luscious face flushed with indignation as she angrily questioned, "Why did you kill Yu Wei and Wan'er? And spoiled their corpses? They are your senior sisters, you are simply worse than an animal." The reason why Wu Xianyi had come to trouble Gu Xingge was because not too long ago, she had rushed back to the sect after completing the sex mission, only to find Qingxian Peak empty. According to the spirit message left behind by Yi Chen, Wu Xianyi went to the sacred Maiden Peak, and only then did she learn from Yi Chen that Gu Xingge had indiscriminately killed Su Yue and Lin Wan'er, and had also cheapened their corpses. Yi Chen was afraid that Gu Xingge would kill him as well, so he moved from Qingxian Peak to Holy Maiden Peak. At first, Wu Xianyi didn't believe it, but under the compulsion of Yi Chen's heartfelt voice, as well as seeing the corpse of her senior sister, who had been spoiled beyond recognition, she had a seizure. Wu Xianyi looked at Gu Shenggo angrily, a spirit weapon long sword appeared in her palm. Driven by anger, she stabbed at Gu Shenggo without a second thought, and was determined to make Gu Shenggo pay for the deaths of Su Yue and Lin Wan'er. Madaka! Gu Xingge quickly raised her hand and easily clamped the sword blade with 2 fingers, not moving at all. Although he was not sure what Wu Xianyi meant by what she said, but seeing that she was so uneducated, Gu Xingge did not spoil her, and a majestic pressure erupted from within his body, surging like a tidal wave, crushing down on Wu Xianyi. Boo! In an instant, Wu Xianyi felt as if she had been crushed by a savage giant rhinoceros. Her face showed horror, every bone in her body was crushed, her organs were shifted, a large mouthful of blood sprayed out from her mouth, and her body slammed into a mountain peak not far away like a meteor. With a loud boom, the entire mountain peak collapsed, and countless rocks then buried Wu Xianyi. Gu Xingge looked down at the collapsed mountain peak, her heavy pupils flashed with a touch of disdain, and she snorted coldly. "Humph. Give face." However, Wu Xianyi suddenly came to the door. To say that there was no Yi Chen's calculations in this, Gu Xingge would never believe it. Originally, I wanted to wait to deal with that guy after refining the Fusang Divine Wood. Now it looks like there's no need to wait. Yi Chen doesn't deserve to continue living. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for recommendation votes. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 18 Shaolian's Justice Speech, Gu Daozi's Mighty Visit to the Holy Maiden Peak. Chapter 18 Shaolian's Justice Speech, Gu Daozi's Mighty Visit to the Holy Maiden Peak. Chapter 18 Shaolian's Justice Speech, Gu Daozi's Mighty Visit to the Holy Maiden Peak. Sacred Maiden Peak, next to the heavenly pond at the top of the mountain, Yi Chen was accompanied by Nangong Chiyue, enjoying the heavenly pond snow lotus with her. Shaolian followed behind them, not moving an inch, staring at Yi Chen's back with a deadly vigilance. "Senior brother Yi, you look a bit distracted, is it because of senior sister Su and the others?" Nangong Chiyue, on the other hand, sensed Yi Chen's absent-mindedness and softly inquired. Just mentioning Su Yue and the girls, her face wasn't too good. She didn't expect Gu Xingge to be so nasty. Even if she killed her fellow disciples, she also humiliated the remains of her 2 sisters, simply worse than animals. She had really been blind before to fall for Gu Xingge. When Yi Chen heard this, he naturally wouldn't let go of any opportunity to throw dirty water on Gu Xingge. He sighed, I originally thought that senior brother Gu just hated me for taking up his cave. I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Not only did he kill senior sister Su and senior sister Lin, but he also refined their corpses into human puppets, and in order to scare me, he even threw them inside my cave. Senior brother Gu has gone too far." However, just as Yi Chen finished slandering, Shaolian couldn't help herself and scolded in a petulant voice, "Surname Yi, you fart. Gu Daozi is not that kind of person." Shaolian didn't believe that Gu Daozi would do that kind of beastly thing, and at a glance, she knew that Yi Chen was framing Gu Daozi. When Yi Chen saw Shaolian refute himself, he was upset and cursed. Rely. This little wait, when Laozi finished raiding Nangong Chiyue, let her expel you from the Holy Maiden Peak. At that time, Laozi must vigorously shell you. At the same time, Yi Chen did not forget to output his heart to Nangong Chiyue. Why is Xiao Lian so malicious towards me? Could it be because she found out about me sneaking messages to senior brother Gu? Alas, the heavenly book says that it was because of little Lotus' betrayal that senior sister Julai's escape failed and she was ultimately sacrificed to the evil god by senior brother Gu. After hearing this, Nangong Chiyue jerked back to look at Xiao Lian, her pretty face revealing surprise. Xiao Lian would betray herself? It can't be. If someone else would betray her, Nangong Chiyue still believed it, but how could Xiao Lian betray her? They were sisters who grew up together. Still mortal, Xiao Lian's mother is Nangong Chiyue's nanny. They are drinking the same mouthful of milk to grow up as. Each other's relationship is close to the extreme. Even if they grow up, they have to sleep together. They do not want to separate. Originally, Xiao Lian's cultivation qualification was not enough. Nangong Chiyue could not bear to separate, so she brought her to Qian Kuan Dao sect as well, taking care of her living and also distributing spirit stone resources to her. Sentimentally and rationally, Xiao Lian wouldn't betray herself. But when he thought that it was from the heavenly book, Nangong Chiyue hesitated again. During this period of time, she had learned a lot of things from Yi Chen's heart, and she had also gotten a lot of opportunities through the heavenly book, and she had become more and more convinced of the things said in the heavenly book. Xiao Lian's aura instantly shortened quite a bit when she saw her own holy maiden looking over, but she still justifiably disliked Yi Chen. Yi Chen, since you said that Taoist Gu refined the two senior sisters of Qingxian Peak into human puppets, where's the evidence? Or is it that with just the touch of your two lips, you can casually convict Taoist Gu? Then what's the point of having the penalty hall and the law enforcement elders? Being disliked so much by little Lotus, Yi Chen immediately pretended to be innocent, biting his lip and doing his best as a little woman. Senior sister July, mine Xiao Lian, I didn't want to slander senior brother Gu, it's just. Little Lotus, am I spoiling you too much? How dare you talk like that and not shut up? Nangong Chiyue's face instantly sank as she sternly scolded, forcing Xiao Lian to close her mic. Xiao Lian gently clenched her silver teeth and stopped speaking, but she still stared at Yi Chen with hatred. Damn it! This flowery, ill-intentioned, shameless bastard. Yi Chen cast a provocative look at Xiao Lian while maintaining his innocent demeanor. Small, still want to fight with lousy but a little trick, your saint girl on the hook, see how lousy play dead you. Just as Yi Chen was about to write out his victory and continue to compel Nangong Chiyue with his heart voice, a terrifying pressure as heavy as Tarzan descended from the sky and suppressed towards the Holy Maiden Peak. Swish! The Holy Maiden Peak was flooded with a burst of energy fluctuations, but fortunately, the peak protector formation was opened in time, covering the entire Holy Maiden Peak and resisting this monstrous pressure. Nangong Chiyue and the others looked up to the sky. A red-robed figure stood above the green underworld, silver thunder like a hanging waterfall lingering on its body, destructive aura filled the air like a supreme thunder emperor descending into the world, looking down upon the living beings. Nangong Chiyue, hand over Yi Chen to the seat. The voice that contained anger echoed between heaven and earth, resounding through the Qiankuan Dao sect, and countless disciples and elders were startled, subconsciously releasing their divine senses, wanting to see what was going on. Yi Chen was secretly happy to see Gu Xingge arrive, so it seemed that Wu Xuanyi was in a bad way. In fact, he was deliberately driving Wu Xianyi to trouble Gu Xingge, so that Wu Xianyi would provoke him and then be killed by Gu Xingge. In this way, he could report to the Hall of Punishment and say that Gu Xingge had killed a fellow disciple's senior sister, and at that time, even if Gu Xingge was a Taoist son, it would certainly be difficult to escape punishment, and it would be best if he could directly abolish his cultivation and be expelled from the Qiankuan Taoist sect. The only thing that Yi Chen regretted was that he hadn't tasted Wu Xianyi yet. Gu Xingge looked down at the three people by the heavenly pool, her gaze skimming over Nangong Chiyue and landing on Yi Chen. The heavy pupil shimmered, and with a glance, he could tell that this guy was secretly happy, and as for what he was happy about, Gu Xingge could guess without much thought. Nangong Chiyue didn't expect Gu Xingge to suddenly kill her, and she was just about to open her mouth when she saw Yi Chen jump out impatiently. Senior brother Gu, where is senior sister Wu? I remember that senior sister Wu went to find you to inquire about senior sister Su's and their deaths. Why didn't she come with you? Did you kill senior sister Wu? Killing a fellow senior sister is a serious offense. Senior brother Gu is so cruel. Why don't you tie your hands and wait for the punishment from the penalty hall? When Yi Chen's two mouths touched, he wanted to convict Gu Xingge. The surrounding divine senses that were watching the show were all stunned, and the same thought bubbled up. This Yi Chen is afraid to be a cutie. Right. How dare he try to convict Daozi? Leaving aside the fact that Taoist Gu was already a Yuaning true lord, even if he was just a Taoist son, he could still exercise some of the power of the sect leader, and there was no problem with executing errant disciples. Gu Xingge frowned slightly. This Yi Chen was still barking here even after his death. Is this your last words? After killing you, this seat will go to the punishment hall to explain clearly, so you don't need to worry more. After saying that, Gu Xingge didn't wait for Nangong Chiyue to take the initiative to hand over Yi Chen. He raised his hand and pulled the power of the four directions of heaven and earth,
transforming it into endless thunder, condensing a large silver thunder hand that covered the sky and crushed towards the Holy Maiden Peak. What? Feeling the might of the silver thunder great hand, shock surfaced on Nangong Chiyua's pretty face. She also didn't expect Gu Xingge to make a move at the drop of a hat, and it was still within the clan. Not being able to think too much, she immediately pinched her hand and manipulated the peak protection formation in an attempt to fend off Gu Xingge's attack, while not forgetting to instruct Yichen. Senior brother Yi, there's a teleportation array to the outside of the clan within the Violet Spirit Palace. Gu Xingge is coming in force this time. She's bound to want to take your life. Don't worry about me, run. The Purple Spirit Palace's teleportation array was built to facilitate Nangong Chiyua's travel to play in the mundane world, but now it had become Yi Chen's chance to escape. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 19 Xiaolian's death, Nangong Chiyua's grief. Chapter 19 Xiaolian's death, Nangong Chiyua's grief. Chapter 19 Xiaolian's death, Nangong Chiyua's grief. No. Senior sister July, I can't leave, since senior brother Gu is here to find me in trouble. How can I abandon senior sister to escape alone? Even if I die today, I will never drag senior sister down. Yi Chen righteously stated that he was going to work together with Nangong Chiyua, only his legs were shivering straight away, and Xiaolian on the side gave him a despicable look. Humph. What in my holy maiden together? Obviously do not know where the teleportation array is. Want to wait for my holy maiden to tell you. On the contrary, Nangong Chiyua was touched and immediately instructed Xiaolian. Little Lotus, pull senior brother Yi away from me, make sure he leaves the Dao sect safely. Senior brother Yi, you don't have to worry about me. Although Gu Xingge is a Dao son, I'm also a holy maiden, he wouldn't dare to kill me. Dying. Above the green destiny, Gu Xingge saw Nangong Chiyua's presumptuous attempt to stop herself and indifferently said, while gently pressing her palm, the power of heaven and earth is transformed in the silver thunder hand to faster speed suppression to the Holy Maiden Peak, like the hand of the heavens, chastisement of the earth, all tangible and intangible things are under the thunder hand was crushed into nothingness, bursts of popping sound echoed in all directions, resonating beyond the clouds. Seeing that the thunderous hand was raging and was about to fall, Yi Chen didn't dare to delay any longer and turned his head to look at Little Lotus. Unexpectedly, Xiaolian pretended to be weak and directly fell to the ground. Her face was pale and she looked frightened, and she simply ignored Yi Chen. This useless person, this is scared by the surname Gu. Seeing this, Yi Chen cursed in his heart, how this Xiaolian was always against him, had he known that he had also listed her as a heart transmitter. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Boom! The moment the peak protecting formation touched the thunderous hand, a loud noise that seemed to open up the heavens and the earth echoed through the Dao sect, and even the old ancestors who had been in seclusion for many years were startled. Although the Holy Maiden Peak's peak protector formation was able to withstand the attacks of a Yuaning true lord, the power of Gu Xingge's strike had far exceeded that of an ordinary Yuaning powerhouse. Click, click, click. A clicking sound rang out, and the energy shield formed by the peak protecting formation was like glass as countless cracks appeared, and with a bang, it shattered into a roiling spiritual light. Put! The grand formation was broken, Nangong Chiyua's magic power was disorganized, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and she was traumatized on the spot. Seeing that the grand formation was unable to resist Gu Xingge, Nangong Chiyua wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth, braced herself, and flew up into the vaulted sky with the intention of physically blocking Gu Xingge. Xiaolian was enraged when she saw that her own holy maiden was injured, yet she was still thinking of protecting Yi Chen. She didn't pretend anymore, and she fiercely got up, her eyes filled with anger, staring at Yi Chen with a death glare, and cursing in a delicate voice. Surname Yi, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could the holy maiden possibly cross paths with Taoist Gu? What kind of bewitching soup did you pour into the holy maiden, causing my holy maiden to suffer? Asterisk. You shut up for the old man, and don't hurry to take the old man to the Purple Spirit Palace and send the old man away. Nangong Chiyua went up to the sky to tangle with Gu Xingge, and Yi Chen stopped pretending. When Xiaolian heard this, she was doubly excited in her anger. This guy finally showed his original form. She said that a guy like Yi Chen who threw dirty water on Gu Daozi, how could he be a good person? You're dreaming. If you want to escape the Dao sect, you can't do so unless you step over this girl's corpse. After saying that, a long magic weapon whip appeared in Xiaolian's hand, waving and lashing at Yi Chen. In Xiaolian's opinion, the conflict between Daozi Gu and the Holy Maiden was all because of this Yi Chen. It must have been because he compelled the Holy Maiden, which caused the Holy Maiden to go against Daozi. As long as Yi Chen was captured and handed over to Taoist Gu to dispose of, he would definitely be able to ease the relationship between the Taoist and the Holy Maiden. Definitely. Swish! Just as Xiaolian was fantasizing about her own Holy Maiden reuniting with Daozi, she suddenly saw a flash of brilliant Swordon's blossom, the sharpness of which seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and the earth, instantly penetrating Xiaolian, with blood pouring out like a spring, splitting her body in two. Yi Chen dispersed the crumbs of the heavenly sword spirit talisman and was just about to taunt the dying Xiaolian for a few moments when he heard a cry of pain ringing out from the sky. No! In midair, Nangong Chiyue glimpsed Xiaolian being chopped diagonally away, lost her voice and screamed, and unspeakable grief welled up in her heart. Her already heavily injured body once again spat out a mouthful of rebellious blood, and like a bird with a broken wing, she fell from the sky. Yi Chen didn't expect Nangong Chiyue to pay attention to his side, and even saw him strike at Xiaolian, so he was instantly flustered. Because the heartbeat transmission system is not foolproof, it is possible to get rid of the heartbeat compulsion as soon as the heartbeat transmitter is greatly stimulated. Although Yi Chen was not sure if Nangong Chiyue would get rid of it, he was not afraid to bet on it. He also regretted why he was so impulsive and shouldn't have used the Heavenly Sword Talisman.
Without much time to think, Yi Chen took out a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman and wanted to crush it to escape from the Holy Maiden Peak. Phew!
Suddenly, a harsh cold wind blew, not giving Yi Chen the slightest chance to crush the talisman, freezing him into ice in an instant. A buxom figure appeared, and it was Tantai Qingxian. Long before she came to the sacred Maiden Peak, Guxinga had called up Tantai Qingxian and instructed her that once she saw Yi Chen trying to escape, then she should catch him. Tantai Qingxian looked at the frozen Yi Chen with a cold expression, unmoved no matter how Yi Chen transmitted his heartbeat. Xiaolian! Xiaolian! On the other side, Nangong Chiyue struggled to get up from the ground, her body stained with a lot of dust and in a sorry state. She limped and ran towards the dying Xiaolian, ignoring the blood staining her spiritual clothes, and picked up half of Xiaolian's body, so grief-stricken that she couldn't stop the tears from flowing out, dripping onto Xiaolian's pale face. Little Lotus, don't be afraid, sister will save you. Sister will definitely be able to save you. Nangong Chiyue was cloaked in hair, carefully feeding Xiaolian the healing elixir while choking and repeating that she would definitely save her. Perhaps in the fact that the healing elixir was useful, Xiaolian opened her eyes with difficulty after hearing Nangong Chiyue's voice. She looked at Nangong Chiyue's pearly appearance, her face was still stained with some dust, tears mixed with dust, dirty, not even pretty. Miss loves to look pretty. She's been like this since she was a little girl. She can't afford to get dirty. This thought popped into Xiaolian's mind, and subconsciously tried to raise her right hand, but she found that she had no feeling. It was then that she noticed the half-body not far away. So, you've been cut in half yourself. Xiaolian thought, and could only clumsily raise her left hand to wipe away the dust and tears from Nangong Chiyue's face. She tugged the corners of her mouth lightly and laughed. Miss, don't cry, if you cry again, you won't be pretty. Woo woo. Little Lotus, you hold on, sister take you to 10,000 Medicine Peak. Sister let them get you pills to repair your body, sister. Nangong Chiyue sniffed and grabbed Xiaolian's hand, begging her to hold on, just hold on for a little while longer, a little while longer. Miss, it's fine, I'm not afraid to die, it's just that I don't want little, miss you to be, again, deceived, cheated by Yi Chen. He's not a good person. Xiaolian smiled and shook her head as the effects of the medicine passed and her speech became broken. Xia, not afraid of death, is worried about their own departure, miss no one around, how to prevent the Ji Chen ah. Little, miss, in the future, take care of yourself, no, don't be cheated again, Xiaolian doesn't blame you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaolian's hand dropped heavily, never moving again. Xiaolian, you don't want to die. I don't believe in Yi Chen anymore, I don't believe in his heartbeat. I don't believe in the heavenly book anymore. Please don't die. Nangong Chiyue sensed Xiaolian's breath getting weaker and wept uncontrollably, begging Xiaolian not to die. They had clearly agreed to be best sisters for life, and neither would leave the other. It was her mistake, she shouldn't have believed Yi Chen's heartfelt words, she shouldn't have brought Yi Chen to the sacred Maiden Peak, she shouldn't have believed that Xiaolian would betray herself, and she shouldn't have given Yi Chen the Heavenly Sword Talisman. She's the one who killed Xiaolian. It was she who killed her only sister. Sister! Nangong Chiyue hugged Xiaolian who had already lost her breath, the pain entered her lungs and she once again spat out a mouthful of rebellious blood, staining her clothes red. She repented. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for recommendation votes. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Suppressing the Heartbeat System, Soul-Searching Yi Chen. Chapter 20, Suppressing the Heartbeat System, Soul-Searching Yi Chen. Chapter 20, Suppressing the Heartbeat System, Soul-Searching Yi Chen. Guxinga descended from the sky, his might gradually converging, his gaze falling on Xiaolian who had lost her vitality, a hint of regret surfacing in his heavy pupils. He also knew Xiaolian quite well, a lively girl with some simplicity, very loyal to Nangong Chiyue, always thinking of setting up himself in Nangong Chiyue. It's a pity that such a good girl died at the hands of Nangong Chiyue's stupidity. Guxinga sighed and turned to look at Yi Chen, who was frozen by Tantai Qingxian, a streak of murderous intent flashing through his heavy pupils. The frozen Yi Chen saw Guxinga pressing forward, and at his wit's end, he kept transmitting his heart to Nangong Chiyue. Elder Sister July, I didn't mean to kill Xiaolian, it was the heavenly book that said Xiaolian would sneak attack you during the battle between you and Elder Brother Gu. I just wanted to stop Xiaolian. I didn't realize that the heavenly sword talisman you gave me was too powerful, and I killed her by mistake. Don't be sad, Senior Sister July, there's a way to resurrect people in the heavenly book, I'll definitely help you resurrect Xiaolian. Alas, is it difficult to escape death today. Just, as a compensation for the life of Xiaolian, I hope that senior sister Chiyue will see the true face of senior brother Gu in the future, and do not repeat the mistakes in the heavenly book. This series of heartfelt voices poured into Nangong Chiyue's mind, trying to compel her once again. But Nangong Chiyue was now filled with the image of Yi Chen using the heavenly sword talisman she had given her to kill her sister, who had grown up together and drank the same mouthful of milk, and simply ignored Yi Chen's heartfelt words. The Dao sect holy maiden's eyes were lifeless as she tightly hugged the remnants of Xiaolian's body. Her tears had already dried up, leaving behind 2 tear stains, her dry cracked lips repeating the same sentence over and over again. Xiaolian, sister is wrong. It's sister who has harmed you, sister is sorry.
Seeing Nangong Chiyue's indifference, Yi Chen's heart broke. It's just the death of a maid. Is it necessary to be so sad? It's not like we've lost our own parents. Seeing Gu Xingge walk up to him, Yi Chen had to ask the heartbeat system for help. System, save old me. Old me doesn't want to die. But what Yi Chen never expected was that Ding detected that the host is facing a life and death crisis. The system is starting to disengage. The host, please fend for yourself. The heart sound system decisively abandoned Yi Chen. The host, this is a parasitic host. Without it, change 1, they will not take a ride on their own. Although it wasn't clear why the villainous system had been wiped out by Gu Xingge, a lower realm mole cricket, the heart sound system didn't want to be wiped out as well. It chose to escape early before being discovered by Gu Xingge. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded when he heard the reply from the heart sound system. How dare your own system abandon you? How is this possible? He was a blue star traveler. Wasn't the system his exclusive plugin? Why would it abandon him? In the next moment, a grain of pink light that was so tiny that not even divine sense could detect it immediately separated from the back of Yi Chen's head. Just as the pink-colored light particles wanted to vanish into the void, an ancient, chemical-free jade disc covered with cracks suddenly appeared, releasing an arcane and inexplicable fluctuation that suppressed the heart sound system in an instant and incorporated it into the jade disc. Try to run, dream on. Gu Xingge said in a cold voice, his heavy pupils flashing with golden light. He had long been staring at Yi Chen's every move. Although divine sense couldn't detect the heartbeat system, it had nothing to hide in front of the heavy pupil. The jade disc of creation returned to Gu Xingge's body, and Yi Chen lost his connection with the heartbeat system. System, where are you? You come out. I can't live without you. Don't you abandon me. Yi Chen frantically called out to the heart sound system, but never received a response, which caused all of his mental defenses to collapse. He didn't understand. He was a traveler, a son of heaven's destiny, an existence that was going to embrace the holy maiden on the left and the devil's maiden on the right in the future. So why did he end up in such a situation? It's not true. Definitely not real. Yi Chen couldn't believe it. How could this be his fantasy life of immortal cultivation? He must be dreaming. Gu Xingge detected that Yi Chen's mood swings were very frequent. His heavy pupils flashed with a touch of disdain and sneered. Hey, that's not good enough. What a waste. Those who rely on the system will eventually be abandoned by the system, and the title of host has doomed Yi Chen's stream. Gu Xingge raised his hand and silver thunder flashed, wanting to directly shoot Yi Chen to death, but he heard an old voice ring out, stopping him from doing so. Gu kid, don't be in a hurry. Instead of killing him just like that, why don't you hand him over to the old man and let him search his soul first? A grey-clothed figure appeared in front of Gu Xingge and the rest of them, with crane hair and a pair of cloudy, lightless eyes, seemingly old and ungainly, and hunched over, but the old man's power was far beyond Gu Xingge's imagination. The old man was none other than the Qiankuan Dao sect's Xinzong ancestor, a great cultivator of the refined void realm, venerable sinking knight. Refinement is divided into 3 realms, the Tao of Truth, the return to unity, and enlightenment. Sinking Knight Old Ancestor is a great cultivator of the realm of the return to the realm of one, has refined the road to become true, all the laws return to one. The body of the Violet Mansion is also from the illusory small secret realm, metamorphosis to a real small world. Gu Xingge and Tantai Qingxian, as well as the crowd of elders and peak masters who were hiding around to watch the show, all showed up and bowed towards Old Ancestor Xingyao, mouthing the words Old Ancestor Wanan. The Sinking Knight Old Ancestor smiled and nodded his head as he looked towards the disoriented Nangong Chiyue, sighed, and said in a warm voice, Nangong girl, don't be sad anymore. Although this maid of yours is dead, the old man has already made a move to retain a wisp of her residual soul. She still has the possibility of resurrection. At those words, Nangong Chiyue snapped to look at the Sinking Knight Old Ancestor, her godless eyes flooded with expectation, and a wisp of soul light surfaced in the old man's hand. Feeling the feeling of the soul light that was familiar to her, Nangong Chiyue cried out in joy. That's great! Xiaolian is still saved. Gu Xingge wasn't surprised by this. The means of the void refining exalt had reached a new level. There is not much difficulty in resurrecting someone who has just died recently and whose soul is intact. Before Gu Xingge returned home, she thought of collecting her parents' souls and asking the Sinking Knight Old Ancestor to resurrect them. It was only that Xiaolian had been decapitated by the Heavenly Sword Talisman, her soul was severely damaged, and only this wisp of residual soul remained, with a slim chance of resurrection. Nangong Chiyue also thought of this problem. After she was silent for half a second,
she took the wisp of soul light from the old ancestor's hands, and took out a piece of soul-nurturing jade from her storage ring, carefully integrating it into the jade, and carefully warming it up. Even if she could not resurrect Little Lotus, Nangong Chiyue would still have to make this wisp of soul light stronger again, or reincarnate into the next life. The sinking night old ancestor looked towards Yi-Chen, his divine sense enveloping him, turning over his memories inside and out. A moment later, the old ancestor stroked his flowery white beard, his cloudy eyes showing a hint of essence, and said in a deep voice, "So it's the extraterrestrial soul taking over the body. It's not unusual, just what is this system? The function is really weird. There are all the heavens and all the worlds outside of the great world of Tsangming, and now that Tsangming is also conquering the other worlds, it is not strange to see people or souls from outside the domain." Just mentioning the system, even the sinking night ancestor, a void refining venerable, couldn't help but have a touch of scorn appear on his face. To be able to refine such bizarre artifacts, the strength of the person behind the manipulation was definitely not simple, at least to Mahayana Dao Zun, or an otherworldly god king. The other world is different from the Tsangming Great World, the realm is not as complex as Tsangming, and the cultivation methods are not as diverse as Tsangming, just the simplest meditation methods. The most basic of the other world's 1 to 9 stages, corresponding to Tsangming's Qi cultivation, foundation building, and Jindan, sanctuary, demigod, and subdivine, Yuaning Jinjun. Lower god, middle god, upper god, incarnate god celestial, true god, void refining venerable, lord god, harmonized Tao power, god king, Mahayana Dao Zun, and creation god, transitional emperor. Only the other world compared to the Tsangming Great World, both in terms of heritage and history, are very different. Nearly 10,000 years, hundreds of boundary wars, Tsangming are more wins than losses. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 21 Yi-Chen miserable, crazy women are scary. Chapter 21 Yi-Chen miserable, crazy women are scary. Chapter 21 Yi-Chen miserable, crazy women are scary. Senior brother Gu, could you please leave Yi-Chen at my disposal? Nangong Chiyue came limping. She knelt in front of Gu Xingde and pleaded in a deep voice. Gu Xingde looked at Xiao Lian's corpse, knowing that she wanted to avenge Xiao Lian and was not unkind. She then nodded and agreed to Nangong Chiyue. I can put Yi-Chen at your disposal, but do it in front of me. Nangong Chiyue, good. Gu Xingde waved her hand and a mana shot out, melting away the cold ice that had frozen Yi-Chen, who collapsed to the ground, shivering in the cold. He raised his head with difficulty to look at Nangong Chiyue, rolling and crawling to her, and begged urgently. Senior sister, I didn't mean to kill Xiao Lian, it was senior brother Gu. It's all because senior brother Gu set me up. You have to believe me, these are all what the heavenly book says, you have to believe the heavenly book. At the mention of the heavenly book, Nangong Chiyue raised her hand to cover her face and let out a shrill laugh. Her features became hideous and ghastly, paired with her blood-stained clothes. She looked like a red-clothed ghost that was going to ask for Yi-Chen's life. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly book? Did that heavenly book say that Xiao Lian would die? Did it say you would die today? Xiao Lian is dead. What heavenly book? What heart voice? Nangong Chiyue doesn't care. Even if she kills Yi-Chen, it doesn't matter what punishment she will receive. A spirit sword appeared in Nangong Chiyue's hand, and its sharpness caused chills throughout Yi-Chen's body. Senior sister July, spare me this time, I'm a traveler, a son of heaven's destiny, you can't kill me. Yi-Chen knelt in front of Nangong Chiyue and continuously kowtowed, so scared that he was snotting and tearing up. There was even a foul-smelling liquid coming out of his crotch, causing the surrounding Dao sect elders and peak masters to show disgusted looks. But no matter how much Yi-Chen begged for mercy, Nangong Chiyue was unmoved. Even if she died, she would never believe anything Yi-Chen said again. Swish, swish, swish. Nangong Chiyue swung her sword 5 times in a row, cutting off all 5 of Yi-Chen's limbs, then got rid of that coquettish tongue, chopped off his ears, pierced his eyes, and made Yi-Chen into a human swine. Yi-Chen, who had no hands, no feet, no roots, no ears, no eyes, and no tongue, whimpered and whined, and the blood stained the ground, and he was like a maggot writhing on the ground, disgusting to the extreme. Nangong Chiyue looked at the writhing and struggling Yi-Chen, her face showing pleasure. Xiao Lian, did you see that? Sister took revenge on you. Nangong Chiyue wouldn't let Yi-Chen die so easily. She threw another healing elixir into Yi-Chen's mouth to stop his bleeding. Immediately after, Nangong Chiyue pleaded to the Poison Peak Elder who was watching from the side. I heard that you have a spiritual weapon named 100 Poisons 1000 Insects Urn in your hands, can I borrow it for a while? When the Poison Peak Elder heard this, he knew what she wanted to do and didn't refuse, taking out the 100 Poisons 1000 Insects Urn. Poisonous urn but palm size, body dark green, urn body inscribed with hundreds of species of poisonous insects. Look. When the 100 Poisons 1000 Insects urn arrived, Nangong Chiyue directly stuffed the human swine Yi-Chen in it, leaving only a head on the outside. As soon as he entered the urn, Yi-Chen felt countless poisonous insects crawling and gnawing on his torso, making life worse than death. Without his tongue, his screams turned into whimpers, which fell on Nangong Chiyue's ears, but were so pleasant and melodious. Nangong Chiyue looked at Yi-Chen who was in pain in the poison urn, revealing a sickly delicate smile, and chillingly said, Yi Chen, just enjoy the new home I've prepared for you. Don't worry, as long as I live, you'll have to stay inside this poisonous urn for one day. With such cruel methods, even Gu Xingge was a bit scared, but on the contrary, Tantai Qingxian was staring with unblinking eyes. Seeing that her disciple's state was very wrong, Empress Yin rushed forward to force Nangong Qiyue to fall asleep. Xiao Lian's death is too great a blow to Nangong Qiyue. If she can't break through this matter, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to overcome the heart demon robbery in the future. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, old ancestor Xin Xiao waved his hand and said in a warm voice, all disperse, Gu Kid and Qing Xian come with old man.
Yes. Time Zen. Gu Xingge and Tantai Qingxian left with the old ancestor and arrived at Daoyuan Mountain where the old ancestor was in seclusion.
Old ancestor Sinking Night motioned for them to sit down, and his cloudy eyes swept over Tantai Qingxian and finally landed on Gu Xingge.
Gu boy, it's been 12 years since you joined the sect, right? Yes, old ancestor. Gu Xingge nodded.
The Sinking Night old ancestor also couldn't help but feel some emotion, not expecting that he would pick up a heavy pupil after strolling around Xian Tianzhou on a whim, and in just 12 years, he was already a Yuaning powerhouse.
That's karma. Nowadays, the Chen Kuan Dao sect not only had heavy pupils, but also a supreme Dao body. In the next 100,000 years, the Chen Kuan Dao sect will rise. Sinking Night old ancestor took out a piece of blazing hot, rolling, golden crow-like sunny mortal gold that was filled with brilliant golden light from the inner heaven and earth and handed it to Gu Xingge. Gu Kid, the sunny mortal gold was found by the founding ancestor in the Fusang relics back in the day. It has been useless, and then passed to the old man's hands, but since the old man's innate spirit weapon was forged in order to cast it, he didn't use it, and now that you don't have an innate spirit weapon yet, you'll be given it. The essence spiritual weapons were generally forged when the cultivator was building his foundation, but think some cultivators who pursued high quality and high potential would patiently search for the materials. Gu Xingge, for example, had yet to build his innate spirit weapon thus far, simply because he had never found the right spirit material or treasure. Putting the sunny mortal gold into her storage ring, Gu Xingge thanked the Sinking Night old ancestor. It was just that if one wanted to refine an intrinsic spiritual artifact, just relying on a piece of solar immortal gold was not enough, other materials were also needed. Naturally, old ancestor Xinyao also took this into consideration, and he threw a jade tablet inscribed with the word heaven to Gu Xingge, showing him the way. In half a month, it will be the Xian Heavenly Building's heavenly auction once every 300 years. At that time you can go and see if there are any spiritual materials and treasures that you desire. Thank you, elder ancestor.
Gu Xingge put away the Xian Heavenly Building jade tablet, and old ancestor Xinyao nodded, before instructing, treat your master well, she's also a poor person, don't negatively treat her. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingge understood that the old ancestor already knew that he had taken his master's Yuan Yin, and without hiding it, he immediately promised the old ancestor. Don't worry, elder ancestor, senior will never fail his master. Since he was already married to Tantai Qingxian, as long as she did not betray him, he would naturally not fail her.
Aha!
Old ancestor Sinking Night nodded his head in satisfaction and didn't keep Gu Xingge any longer, waving his hand and letting them leave on their own. After bidding farewell to the old ancestor, Gu Xingge held Tantai Qingxuan's tender jade hand and returned to Daozi Peak. After returning to Daozi Peak, Gu Xingge didn't do anything, so she and Tantai Qingxian closed the door for dual cultivation, utilizing the Tai Shan Dao body's characteristic of being perfectly attuned to the Dao while refining the Fusang Divine Wood. With the great perfection of the transformation Dharma phase of the Supreme Dao body plus the Firewood Supreme Treasure Fusang Divine Wood, Gu Shen's chances of transforming the two ancestral which sacred elixirs of Zhu Rong and Zhu Mong into divine infants were above 90%. Should I say no, the Taishan Dao body is truly a cultivation cheat. P.S. About the plot, you big brother have any comments can say, and the protagonist and the master, the follow-up will have quite a few pages, not just use as a stove tripod before writing, the identity of the master also as ambush. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Mid-Yuaning, the heavenly Dao sect who dare not cause trouble is mediocre. Chapter 22, Mid-Yuaning, the heavenly Dao sect who dare not cause trouble is mediocre. Chapter 22, Mid-Yuaning, the heavenly Dao sect who dare not cause trouble is mediocre. There are no years in double cultivation, and it's already half a month in the blink of an eye. Deep within the Daozi palace, the two spiritual lights were entangled together, gusts of Taoist sound sounded, resounding in all directions like thunder, the two chi of yin and yang lingered, and Taoist rhythms filled the air, expounding the supreme principles of heaven and earth. With the passage of time, the two figures mingling in one gradually separated, and the double cultivation that lasted for half a month also came to an end. A few moments later, Gu Xingge slowly opened her eyes, her heavy pupils flickering with a strange light as two very different figures flickered in her pupils. One is as green as a bamboo, with a bird body and human face, with feet on two dragons, and is the divine infant projection of the ancestor witch of wood Jumong. One had a beast head and body, clad in red scales, ears pierced with fire snakes and feet stepping on fire dragons, the divine infant projection of the ancestral witch of fire, Zhu Rong. Counting half a month of dual cultivation, Guxinga, with the help of the Taishang Dao body and the Fusang divine wood, smoothly made the two ancestral which sacred dawn transform into infants, and her realm also broke through to the mid-Yuaning stage. Tantai Qingxuan's beautiful eyes opened, still translucent with a faint color of lust, obviously not yet broken out of the extreme pleasure of dual cultivation. Why don't you continue? Suddenly, Tantai Qingxian, who had regained her clarity, looked at Guxinga, her face puzzled. This time it was only half a month. Why did it stop? At those words, Guxinga fell silent, not knowing how to answer for a moment. It's almost time. The Xian Heavenly Tower auction that old ancestor said would start in 2 days can't continue. Before long, Guxinga found a reason as a way to dispel Tantai Qingxuan's doubts. Tantai Qingxian, aha. Seeing that she seemed to believe it, Guxinga secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. A white coat covered his body, white as frost, dotted with some gold patterns, his long hair tied up, a gold and red belt girded his male dog's waist, and a piece of exquisite precious jade hung at his waist, showing his splendor. Tantai Qingxian was still in her white plain-colored Taoist robe, but it was hard to hide her plump figure, grand and proud, and unattainable. Coupled with her cool and indifferent, flawless and stunning face, ask who can block this full of ascetic nonsense. Guxinga told Tantai Qingxian to follow her and not to leave by an inch. The cold-colored Taoist nun nodded, and then the two of them flew away from Daozi Peak. In this half a month, two major events happened in the Qiankuan Dao sect. Firstly, the position of the Holy Maiden is vacant. The original Holy Maiden, Nangong Chiyue, knowing that her moral behavior is deficient, took the initiative to unload the position of the Holy Maiden and imprisoned herself in the pure immortal pond. Secondly, it was because Yi Chen had been seized by an extraterrestrial spirit, causing the Holy Maiden to lose her virtue and several disciples to fall. In order to prevent such evils from happening again, the old ancestor ordered that all disciples and elders had to walk through the Heart Inquiry platform to show the truth. After asking the Heart platform this check, really found out some of his clan spies, as well as the person who took over the body, directly to the Qiankuan Dao clan to come to a big cleaning. Tianchen Mountain, Patriarch's Great Hall. Emperor Yang played with a communication spirit jade, his brows slightly furrowed and his face showed displeasure, as if he had encountered something. Guxinga and Tantai Qingxian walked into the hall, and when he saw that the Patriarch's face was not looking well, he spoke out to inquire. Uncle Mu, did something happen? Emperor Yang sniffed and sighed. Alas, it's not a big deal. It's just that something went wrong with the Dao Ancient trial. The Dao Ancient trial? Guxinga's heavy pupils flashed with a touch of doubt, and it was also the first time she heard this word. After all, he had only been cultivating immortality for 12 years full-time, and there was still a lot he didn't understand. Seeing this, Emperor Yang patiently explained to Guxinga. The so-called Dao Ancient trial was actually a tower of inheritance left behind by an ancient sect, and as long as one passed the trial of the tower, one would be able to obtain the inheritance or treasures left behind by the ancient sect. Only the treasures and inheritances are strong or weak, all depending on the performance of the trialists. The Dao Ancient Inheritance Tower was originally occupied by 5 families, namely the Qiankuan Dao sect, the Lingxiao Sword sect, the Heavenly Demon Divine K, the Misty Mountain, and the Great Yu Imperial Dynasty. However, some time ago, there was a sect that had risen out of nowhere, named the Heavenly Dao sect. The Heavenly Dao sect was not big, and could even be said to be shabby to the extreme. The sect was located on a small broken mountain, the aura was thin, and there were no spiritual objects around, but on the contrary, there were 4 astonishing troublemaking wizards. They cry that they are mediocre for not daring to cause trouble and go around picking fights. When they encountered people, they first pretended that they couldn't beat them, then they exposed their cultivation and beat up the people they deceived, taking away the spirit stone resources from them. Not long ago, those 4 guys messed with a Yuaning elder from Misty Mountain, and that Yuaning elder chased them for tens of thousands of miles all the way to the Heaven's Path sect, and then the Heaven's Path sect's patriarch appeared. It was an ordinary-looking young man who looked plain and ordinary, with no cultivation at all, but after fighting with that Yuaning elder, he displayed the powerful cultivation of a transformer celestial and defeated the enemy in one move. In the end, the Misty Mountain Transformation God Elder Ancestor also made a move, but that Heaven's Path Sovereign erupted with refined void venerable strength again, and likewise defeated the Misty Mountain Elder Ancestor with a single move. In order to save his life, the Misty Mountain Old Ancestor not only lost a large amount of spirit stone resources, but also ceded the spot in the Dao Ancient Inheritance Tower, withdrawing from the ranks of the 5 families. Those in charge of the other 4 families only learned of the news after the fact. When the Dao Ancient trial was first set by the 5 families, once every 1 armor, as a result, Misty Mountain is now making such a mess, not even discussing it. Ask the young emperor how he could be in a good mood. After Guxinga heard this, her face was pensive, feeling that there was always something wrong. The 4 troublemakers, no, with the addition of that Heaven's Path Sovereign, were the 5 that liked to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Why does this plot feel a little familiar? By the way, Gu Boy, is there something you want to do by coming to my place all of a sudden? Emperor Yang turned to Guxinga, who asked, Uncle Mu, old ancestor said that Xin Tianlu's heavenly auction is about to begin, so I've come to talk to you and leave the clan with my master to attend. Xin Tianlu's auction? Well, go early, and come back early.
Emperor Yang nodded and didn't say anything more to Guxinga, only telling him not to delay outside for too long.
According to the time agreed upon for the Dao ancient trials, there were still more than 2 months to go.
Guxinga said goodbye to Emperor Yang and left holding Tantai Qingxian.
Aha! When Emperor Yang saw that Guxinga was actually holding true Lord Qingxuan's hand, his red eyes flashed with a hint of surprise.
Strange, when did this kid hook up with his master? No, isn't Tanyu emotionless and lustless? Why is she so close to Gu?
Although the Dao sect did not have as many rules and regulations as the mortals, and did not object to master and disciple relationships, but whether it was Tantai Qingxian, who practiced the emotionless Dao, liking Guxinga, or Guxinga liking Tantai Qingxian,
this is all a big deal.
Emperor Yang decisively pulled out his communication spirit jade and contacted Empress Yin.
Hey, is that Shi Lu?
I'll tell you something, there's something wrong with Tantai and Gu boy.
Really?
I've seen Gu kid holding Tantai's hand, that intimate look, there's definitely something in it. On the other hand, Guxinga and Tantai Qingxian returned to Daozi Peak, only to see a female disciple waiting outside the peak. When the female disciple saw him return, she hurriedly greeted him and presented a spirit letter to Guxinga with both hands. Daozi, this is a letter that senior sister Nangong asked me to give to you.
A letter from Nangong Chiyue?
Guxinga reached out and picked it up, calling it up to watch. Inside the letter is nothing, it is Nangong Chiyue for being each in compulsion, and against him and apologize, but also thank him for saving his life. She knows that there is a loss of virtue, from now on since the imprisonment of the pure immortal pool, never come out. Honestly speaking, Guxinga didn't have much ill feelings towards Nangong Chiyue, after all, that weird power of the system, even Tantai Qingxian had been hit, not to mention her as a Jindan cultivator. On the contrary, he had also earned by obtaining such a supreme treasure as the Fusang Divine Wood from Nangong Chiyue. Tell elder sister Nangong that this seat will have nothing more to do with her from now on, and I also hope that she will remember this lesson and reflect on herself in the pure immortal pond, and that she will not be gullible enough to trust others in the future. After all, there is not a second little lotus in this world.
P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Guxinga is stopped. Borrow your Dao couple for a few days. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Guxinga is stopped. Borrow your Dao couple for a few days. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Guxinga is stopped. Borrow your Dao couple for a few days. Senior sister Nangong, that's what Daoist Gu said. Pure immortal pool, the pool of fog-filled, cold, bone-chilling, year-round snow does not melt, 10,000 years of ice all over, like the far north of the cold area, ordinary cultivators do not dare to step on the foot. The female disciple who had gone to deliver the letter to Guxinga stood outside the immortal pool, repeating his words to Nangong Chiyue. Compared with half a month ago, Nangong Chiyue has been very different. She is single thin plain clothes, in the cold immortal pool, once 3,000 green silk into a pale snow hair, pale face, bloodless, silk sadness lingers for a long time. Maybe that's what grief is all about. Her sister died because of her gullibility, and the man she once adored cut herself off because of her stupidity. Nangong Chiyue, you're really pathetic, you really deserve it.
Seeing that senior sister Nangong did not return to herself, the female disciple delivering the letter did not dare to stay in the pure immortal pool for long. After all, the Yin Empress had ordered that no one should disturb Nangong Chiyue's meditation. If senior sister Nangong hadn't been so kind to her, she would never have sent the letter. After an unknown amount of time, Nangong Chiyue's frost-covered eyelashes moved slightly, and a self-deprecating laugh resounded within the silent immortal pool before returning to calm once again. The Xian Heavenly Building was located in the Haoran Prefecture, which was far away from the Qian Heavenly Prefecture, no less than 100 million miles away, and Guxinga and Tantai Qingxian used the Sex teleportation array to cross the spatial distance and head to the Haoran Prefecture. Ink Cloud City, one of the 19 major cities in the Haoran Prefecture, was famous in the Vault of Sang for its abundance of ink stones, which were used exclusively by Confucian cultivators. The interstate teleportation array located in the eastern part of the city lit up, spatial aura filled the air, and 2 figures stepped out from it. The young man was dressed in white, handsome, with a silver thunder pattern on his brow. His temperament was out of this world, the red dust was untainted, and he was dignified and gorgeous. And followed him behind the cold woman, is even more gorgeous, not like the mortal world of the delicate face flawless, rich to the extreme delicate body even by the wide robe cover, but still will be the robe high up, low head not see the toes, give a person a kind of overburdened illusion. The moment Guxinga and Tantai Qingxian appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators, only for most of their gazes to fall on Tantai Qingxian, revealing strange colors. The captain guarding the teleportation area noticed Guxinga and looked surprised, as if he recognized him. Seeing that Tantai Qingxian was attracting too much attention, Guxinga could only take out a muslin bucket hat for her to put on, which would both block her vision and ward off prying divine sense. Afterward, Guxinga took Tantai Qingxuan's tender jade hand again and pulled her out of the teleportation area. Senior brother, that woman is so beautiful, especially that sense of purity and coldness, even more pretentious than those Taoist nuns in the myriad pure nunnery. I really want to try her flavor. In the crowd, a handsome young man with a slim figure and an oily head stared at Tan Tai Chingxuan's back, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, his pale cheeks revealing a swinging smile. The lanky burly man beside him, whose chest was covered with black hair, sniffed and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that big-ass twisting is too damn seductive.
Why don't we do it again?
Yun Buguang proposed to Li Kuei, who agreed without thinking. Although they had already done a job last night and would have liked to take a break, but who let that cold Taoist nun be too seductive? The two men's discussion did not avoid the surrounding cultivators, causing the other cultivators to show contemptuous looks.
How could such vulgar and unpleasant slurs appear in Mo Yun City? What are you looking at? You want to die, don't you? Do you know who I am?
I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, and I'm the master of the sect, but I'm avoid refining venerable, so I'm going to destroy your whole family. Li Kuei felt the contemptuous gazes thrown in all directions, his violent temper came up all of a sudden, and the two spiritual weapon-grade axes appeared in his hands, which were a flurry of slashes. The blade of the axe is full of bloodstains, and there are some meat foams sticking to it, and the grievances are lingering, and between the swings, it seems that there are unjust souls who died in vain wailing. The cultivators dodged to avoid it, and the cultivator guarding the transmission array wanted to step in to suppress Li Kuei, but when he heard him say that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, he held back. Now Huan Haoran State doesn't know that there is a bandit clan among them, causing trouble everywhere, raping and pillaging, killing and setting fire to homes. It is simply the biggest black spot in the Haoran State in the past 10,000 years.
What the Confucian forefathers said, sex is inherently evil, was displayed to the fullest extent in the Heavenly Tao sect.
There had also been sects in the Haoran prefecture that had made efforts to suppress the Heavenly Tao sect, but they had all been crushed by the Heavenly Tao sect master with a strength that was one realm higher. Gradually, no more sects in the Haoran prefecture would dare to mess with the Heavenly Tao sect. Otherwise, with Li Kuei's evil behavior of causing havoc in the teleportation area, he would have been suppressed a long time ago. They just relied on the fact that they were the only 4 disciples of the Heaven's Path sect and acted recklessly, not putting anyone in their eyes, and they also liked to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, pretending to be a pussy. Elder brother, let's quickly follow them. Don't let the Taoist nun get away. I can't help but want to taste her already. Yun Buguang reminded Li Kuei that he didn't want to let go of such a beautiful and superb Taoist nun. Li Kuei sniffed, and his tiger eyes glared round at the cultivators who had dodged to the side, before taking his double axes and catching up with Yun Buguang to catch up with the faraway Tantai Qingxian master and disciple.
Captain, should we go inform the city lord?
The cultivator guarding the teleportation area asked his own captain, who nodded and told him to go inform the city lord.
And the captain looked at Yun Buguang and their backs as if he was looking at a dead man. As the cultivator guarding the interstate transmission array, he recognized the identity of the white-clothed teenager at a glance. The Tao son of the Qian Kuan Tao sect, the invincible heavy pupil of the ancient world, the true lord of the divine heavens, Gu Xingge. There was no other reason than because after Gu Xingge achieved yuaning at the age of 18, his portrait spread throughout Voltsang. The captain also got one and kept it in mind. After all, they who guarded the teleportation array would more or less encounter some big names, and in order to avoid rushing them, they all had to memorize their faces. Daring to mess with Qian Kuan Daozi, those 2 bandits from the Heavenly Tao sect would be dead even if they had the backing of a refined void powerhouse. On the other hand, Gu Xingge was holding Tantai Qingxian, preparing to leave Mo Yun City and head to Xian Tian City, where Xian Tianlu was located.
The master and disciples had just walked out of the city, when they suddenly saw 2 large axes flying over their heads, smashing into the 10 meters in front of them, blasting out 2 small craters, and smoke and dust rose up in all directions, blocking their way.
This Taoist nun, please stay. A frivolous voice rang out from behind them, and when Gu Xingge heard it, she frowned slightly and turned to look at the 2 people who were chasing after her.
Yun Buguang and Li Kuei automatically ignored Gu Xingge, their gazes falling on Tantai Qingxuan's incredibly voluptuous and proud body, permeated with undisguised lechery, itching to eat her up right there and then. Li Kuei wasn't as elegant as Yun Buguang, and even greeted him. He directly exploded his early Jindan stage might, and loudly threatened Gu Xingge. Kid, borrow your Taoist couple to play for a few days. It's okay if you don't agree. It depends on whether you can withstand the old man's fists. Gu Xingge's face was instantly gloomy. Where did the Jindan ants come from? Snatching the Tao couple actually snatched to his head.
Isn't this Haoran Prefecture a self-proclaimed state of Confucian cultivation?
Just leaving the city and being robbed, it seems to be nothing more than that. Gu Xingge didn't bother to talk nonsense with these 2 mole crickets, and with a thought, she was ready to condense the power of heaven and earth and directly obliterate these 2 fellows.
Daozi, don't be afraid, we're here to help you. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Please ask for a monthly ticket.
Tomorrow on the shelves, by the way, update time, from now on every day in the early morning update, and strive for more.
End of chapter. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, The Cowardly Lord of Mo Yun City, Gu Xingge is strong. Chapter 24, The Cowardly Lord of Mo Yun City, Gu Xingge is strong. Chapter 24, The Cowardly Lord of Mo Yun City, Gu Xingge is strong. Daozi, don't be afraid, we're here to help you.
Just as Gu Xingge was preparing to subdue Yun Buguang and Li Kuei, a dozen auras flew out from within Emoyun City and landed in unison around the two from the Heavenly Tao sect, surrounding them. Just that it looked like an encirclement. But how did Gushinga feel like she was protecting these two guys? The person who came was none other than the city lord of Emoyun. He didn't hesitate. He raised his hand to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, directly suppressing them, and letting the several city lords' office providers who came with him do it, handcuffing the spirit shackles to the two people from the Heavenly Tao sect, making them unable to mobilize their mana and unable to move. Yun Boguang raised his head to look angrily at the Ink Cloud City Lord, with the slightest hint of disbelief still revealed in his eyes. Wasn't it not long ago that this guy was still calling himself and the other's brother and sister? How is it that after only 2 days, he's handcuffing them? Sure enough, government dogs just can't be trusted. Li Kuei glared angrily, staring at the Emoyun City Lord in death, itching to tear him apart, and roaring and growling at him like a black bear. Kam 9 Yang. Hurry up and let go of me. I'm from the Heavenly Tao sect, surname Wu. If you dare to touch me, when our patriarch comes, you'll all have to die. Although Yun Boguang didn't shout, the way he looked at the Ink Cloud City Lord was also filled with killing intent. When Emoyun City Lord was roared at by Li Kuei like this, he secretly said that it was not good. Why did he forget to seal this guy's mouth? It was just that the priority right now was to ask Chen Kuandaozi to leave first. He couldn't allow Chen Kuandaozi to kill the Heavenly Tao sect's people in Emoyun City. The Lord of Emoyun City bowed his hand towards Gushinga, his face apologized, and he said in a warm voice, "Greetings to Daozi. I am the one who came down late, and almost caused Daozi to have an unpleasant experience in my Emoyun City. I hope that Daozi will forgive me." At those words, Gushinga nodded slightly, while her eyes fell on Li Kuei and Yun Boguang and thought, are these two guys the disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect? How is it not like what he thought? Heavenly Tao sect, just by listening to the name, one could tell that this sect was the sect of those protagonists in novels, or the sect founded by the protagonist. But these two guys gave him the impression of a bandit, not moving and yelling, but also a black hair. How to look at it is not like a cultivator of immortality, living a bandit. There is also a pale face, greasy head, and the body of Yang Yuan flows serious, a look as excessive indulgence, either playboy, or flower picker. Are you sure it's from the Tian Dao sect? It's not an imposter from somewhere? City Lord Wu, are they sure they're from the Heavenly Tao sect? Gushinga inquired. He still didn't believe that these two guys would be from the Heavenly Tao sect, really. The gap between this and what he had imagined was too great. In his imagination, since there were only 4 disciples in the Heavenly Tao sect, surely every one of them was a heavenly genius. But what were these two guys? A black-haired bandit and a flower picker. I'm afraid this Tian Dao sect is a bandit den. Lord Emoyun City nodded his head. He knew that Gushinga didn't believe that these two were from the Heavenly Tao sect, but the facts were right in front of him. There was no denying it. Li Kuei was also arrogant and threatened towards Gushinga. Kid, knowing that I'm from the Heavenly Tao sect still won't let surname Wu untie me, and also, give your to me to play with for a few days, and then return it to you when I'm tired of playing. The moment these words came out, the Emoyun City Lord's face changed drastically, and Gushinga's face was also instantly gloomy. Without the slightest bit of thinking, he lifted his hand and billions of thunder coalesced, blasting towards Li Kuei. A mere Jindan mole cricket, how dare you speak out of your mouth like this, slurring your words, looking for death. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have the backing of a void refiner? Humph. Today, even if the Heavenly Tao sect patriarch came, he would still behead this fellow all the same. Unexpectedly, the Emoyun City Lord dodged and blocked in front of Li Kuei, his mana surging. A layer of impenetrable earth rock wall rose up from the ground, clashing violently with Gushinga's thunder. Boo! With a loud bang, the rock wall of the earth crumbled apart, and the thunder went unabated, blasting into the body of the Ink Cloud City Lord. What? The Lord of Emoyun City was shocked and hurriedly pinched his magic, and a lofty mountain emerged, enveloping him, Li Kuei, and the others, which managed to block Gushinga's thunder. When Gushinga saw Emoyun City Lord protecting Li Kuei and the others, she frowned slightly and questioned in a deep voice, Wu City Lord, what do you mean by this? I'm sorry Taoist Gu, I can't let you kill them, please also leave them to Emoyun Chang to deal with. Emoyun City Lord forced down the disordered mana in his body and spoke out to plead. In just an instant, Gushinga guessed why Lord Emoyun City was doing this, and understood that he was right to feel the way he did at first. The other party wasn't here to suppress Li Kuei and the others, but to protect them. As for the reason, it is also obvious. The Heavenly Tao sect only had a total of 4 disciples, and with 2 dead all of a sudden, the Heavenly Tao sect leader would definitely be furious, and since he couldn't take action against the Qian Kuan Tao sect, which was far away in the Qian Tian prefecture, he would have to blame Emoyun Chang. Emoyun Chang could not withstand the wrath of a void refining exalt. City Lord Wu, you don't dare to offend the Heavenly Tao sect leader, but you dare to offend this seat? Is it because you think that this seat thinks that the Qian Kuan Tao sect is easy to bully? As soon as the words fell, a majestic pressure erupted from Gushinga's body, and heaven and earth changed color. In an instant, 10,000 miles of clear sky was covered by infinite dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Billions of thunder snakes rolled in the robbery clouds, and brilliant heavenly might poured down, covering 1,000 miles in a radius and shocking all beings and spirits. Lord Moyun City and the others were all suppressed by this heavenly might, kneeling on the ground one after another, their bodies and even their souls trembling. Li Kuei and Yun Buguang were even worse, having only been in the Dao for a few months. They were fine with oppressing cultivators weaker than them on a regular basis, and when faced with supreme celestial pride such as Gu Xingge, their faces turned white with fear. Yun Buguang, in particular, directly pissed himself with fear in his eyes. Such a big commotion also startled the many cultivators within Moyun City. Although they were curious, they didn't dare to get too close. They could only cautiously probe their divine sense to see what was going on. Lord Moyun City raised his head with great difficulty and looked towards the Qian Kuandaozi, who was surrounded by thunder and was as terrifying as the god of heavenly punishment and thunder, and his heart was horrified beyond measure. Obviously they are all Yuaning cultivators. Why is he so powerful? Is this the gap between the top heavenly pride and ordinary cultivators? It's not even on the same level. Lord Moyun City didn't dare to offend the heavenly Dao sect or the Qian Kuandao sect, so he hurriedly apologized to Gu Xingge in a hurried voice. Daoist Gu, I'm not thinking that the Qian Kuandao sect and you are good bullies. I just don't want Moyun City to be destroyed by the hands of the heavenly Dao sovereign, so please, Daoist Gu, for the sake of the millions of people in Moyun City, hand these two over to me. Humph. City Lord Wu, they spoke out to offend this seat's Dao couple. Even if the Heaven's Path sovereign himself is present, this seat will definitely not let them go. If you insist on stopping them, then I won't blame this seat for being merciless and sending you down to the Yellow Springs with them. Gu Xingge snorted coldly, daring to speak out against his woman. Even if the immortal emperor descended to earth today, he would not be able to protect them. Lord Moyun City didn't expect Gu Xingge to be so resolute in her attitude, vowing not to stop until she killed Li Kuei and the others. He looked back at the two people from the Heaven's Path sect who were already scared silly inside. It's just that, even if the heavenly Dao patriarch blames it afterward, he can still push it on Qian Kuandaozi. Alright, it was my cowardice, please go ahead, Daoist Gu. After saying that, Moyun City Lord moved his body with all his strength and gave way, allowing Gu Xingge to dispose of Li Kuei and Yun Buguang. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for recommendation votes. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Soul-Searching Heavenly Dao Sect Disciples, Another System Owner. Chapter 25, Soul-Searching Heavenly Dao Sect Disciples, Another System Owner. Chapter 25, Soul-Searching Heavenly Dao Sect Disciples, Another System Owner. You can't kill me. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect, and our walled village master is a strong void refining master. If you dare to kill us, our walled village master won't let you go. This Daoist, if you don't kill us, our Heavenly Dao sect will definitely not trouble you. Just for the sake of our patriarch, bypass us, just let us go like a fart. Li Kuei and Yun Buguang were scaring and begging Gu Xingge, hoping that he would let them off the hook. Gu Xingge was unmoved, only hearing one of them call the walled city lord and the other patriarch, her heart was puzzled. He dodged in front of the two, reaching out and pressing his hand on the head of the terrified Li Kuei, his divine sense recklessly probing into his mind and forcibly searching his soul. Ah! The pain of having his soul forcibly searched caused Li Kuei to wail, as if someone was cutting his flesh with a knife, inch by inch, in excruciating pain. A few moments later, Gu Xingge withdrew her palm, and Li Kuei lost his movement, fainting from the pain, and even if he woke up, he would still be an idiot. After that, he forced Yun Buguang to search his soul to see more about the Heavenly Dao sect. After going through all of Li Kuei's and Yun Buguang's memories, Gu Xingge had gained quite a bit of understanding of the Heaven's Path sect, especially the person who was the Heaven's Path patriarch, and had even surmised his identity. I see, looks like another system owner? In Li Kuei's memory, half a year ago they were just bandits on a desolate and wild mountain in Haoran State, with a fortress called Tendo Fortress. The old fortress master said nice things about taking them to do justice to heaven, but in fact he was taking 4 of his men to stop the road and rob the house. As a result, it didn't take long for the old walled city lord to die, and the young walled city lord Long Aotian's head accidentally hit the old walled city lord's coffin and passed out. After the young fortress master woke up, he was like a different person. Unlike the previous coyness, he also showed immortal means and renamed the Heavenly Dao Fortress as Heavenly Dao Sect. Long Aotian accepted the 4 of them as disciples, made them address him as the sovereign, and used divine means to forcefully raise their cultivation levels, so that they would go around causing trouble, and then let him step in and suppress those who were provoked, thus plundering the spirit stone resources. In Li Kuei's memories of them, Gu Xingge also saw the exhausting blood debts they had committed, raping and pillaging, eating people's children alive, humiliating people's wives and daughters in front of their husbands, so it could be said that they had done nothing but evil, and they had even slaughtered mortal cities and towns. And all these evil deeds were done to draw enemies to Long Aotian. And every time, Long Aotian would display strength that was 1 realm higher than the enemy and crush them. Through this characteristic, Gu Xingge guessed that Long Aotian was also a system owner, and the one he got should be the kind of system that was always 1 level higher than others. By confirming the opponent's cultivation, the system will raise the host's strength to always be 1 level higher than the opponent. If it was any other system, Gu Xingge might be afraid of it for a moment or two, but this kind of system that forcibly raised his cultivation and relied on his realm to crush him, he was the least afraid of it. Truly supreme heavenly prides have the ability to cross the level and challenge against the odds. If this Heaven's Path sovereign only possessed the ability to crush low realms with high realms, then he would not be as much of a threat as a Heaven's Pride. Gushinga waved her hand and a thunderbolt landed on Li Kuei's and their bodies, splitting both of them into ashes. Even their souls were dispersed, with no possibility of reincarnation. Seeing this, the Ink Cloud City Lord let out a sigh, only hoping that the Heavenly Tao Sovereign would not take it out on them. Seeing the sorrow of City Lord Imo Yun, Gushinga pacified in a faint voice, City Lord Wu, you don't have to worry about the Heaven's Path sect leader coming after you, that guy doesn't have the guts to do that. According to Yun Buguang's memories, Long Ao Tian was cautious, and every time he dared to appear only when he let the 4 of their minions introduce them to the small barren mountain of the Heavenly Tao sect. Therefore, even if Li Kuei and the others died, Long Ao Tian would not dare to come to Imo Yun City. Then I'll borrow Daozi's good advice. The Ink Cloud City Lord cupped his fists and said, after resolving the 2 people from the Heavenly Tao sect, Gushinga didn't stay in Imo Yun City for long, holding Tantai Qing Xian, who was silent on the side, and left Imo Yun City. Xian Tian City, the giant city established by Xian Tian Lu, which was second only to Xian Tian Academy Palace in Volt Sang State, and was not built on the ground, but 10,000 feet in the air, like a giant beast that covered the sky and stood above the green underworld. With the convening of the Heaven Great Auction, all the forces in Volt Sang that had Yuaning and above cultivators had received the news in advance and rushed to Xian Tian City from hundreds of millions of miles away. Thousands of spirit boats, airships, and flying spirit beasts poured into Xian Tian City unceasingly, causing the sky outside the city to become somewhat crowded. Dozens of brilliant sword lights skimmed over the green destiny, instantly attracting the attention of many cultivators. And before a bunch of sword light is a handsome young man. He lies on his side on the flying sword, holding a wine gourd in his hand, facing the wind, from time to time to pour himself 2 mouths, so free and happy. It also drew gasps from a crowd of cultivators. That's a sword cultivator from the Ling Shao sword sect. He's worthy of being the #1 sect in the Cloudy Sky Prefecture. They are all Jindan cultivators. Could the Yuaning in the lead be the rumored Wine Sword Immortal? Wine Sword Immortal. Could it be the Wine Sword Immortal who gets stronger by drinking, who uses 100 altars of falling moon frostless as a guide to go straight to Yuaning, whose sword intent draws 10,000 swords into submission, and who is as dashing as an immortal when he's drunk? It's worthy of being a Heaven Great Auction. Even the Wine Sword Immortal has attracted it. Just as the crowd of cultivators marveled, another treasure ship traveled by. The treasure ship was jade-colored, shrouded within multicolored spiritual light. The ship's hull was carved with a portrait of a goddess mending the heavens, embellished with thousands of multicolored lotuses and surrounded by phoenixes, exquisite and magnificent. Some cultivators recognized the treasure ship and subconsciously exclaimed in shock. The Divine Maiden ship of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Could it be that the Divine Maiden of the Heaven Mending Pavilion has also come? What? The goddess of the Heaven Mending Pavilion is here. Where is it? Where is it? As soon as they heard about the Divine Maiden of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, some of the cultivators' eyes glistened with as much excitement as they could muster. After all, that Divine Maiden of the Heaven Mending Pavilion was in existence, ranked in the top 10 in the list of absolute beauty listed by the Xian Heavenly Tower. Rumor has it that she has a unique appearance, cold and lonely, is the birth of the innate Taoist, born with the Tao, but only peach and plum age, is already a Yuaning powerhouse. Countless people wanted to catch a glimpse of her face, but they were all covered by the veil, and even the transformation god celestials were unable to see her. Subsequently, representatives from 10 more waves of forces came. There was the Heaven-breaking mountain, which was dominated by sword cultivators, the Dan City, which was dominated by Dan cultivators, the Luofeng Ghost Capital, which was dominated by soul cultivators, and the Heaven Intercepting Sect, which was the opposite of the Pavilion of Heaven Mending's morality. Just as the cultivators were still discussing whether the goddess of the Heaven Mending Pavilion was beautiful or the demoness of the Heaven Intercepting Sect was more beautiful, a dragon roar suddenly sounded, echoing beyond the 9 heavens. Quite a few flying spirit beasts heard this dragon's roar, and were so frightened that their bodies froze and fell out of the air. It's a pain in the ass for spirit animal owners. Everyone's gazes, including the representatives of the group of forces that had yet to enter the city, were also attracted by the sound of the dragon's roar. The golden light shimmered and covered the sky. They saw a golden true dragon flying from the distant sky. The dragon body is slim and slender, 100 feet long. The back width is also more than 10 feet. Its dragon horns are like coral, glittering with golden light. The golden dragon scales are as if poured with gold, glittering in the sun's illumination. The dragon's might is pervasive, seems to be venting. And on top of the golden dragon's head stood 2 figures, of which the white-clothed figure was instantly recognizable to many cultivators. With feet on a golden dragon and eyes with heavy pupils, it's Qian Kuan Daozi. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for recommendation votes. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. It's a scribbly cut, but it's useful. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. It's a scribbly cut, but it's useful. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. It's a scribbly cut, but it works. The Xian Heavenly Tower had released 2 major lists, which were the list of absolute splendor and the list of absolute men and women. The list of absolute beauty recorded 100 beauties in the Voltsang domain, and those who could make it to the list all had worldly looks, while the list of absolute generation talents recorded the 100 heavenly prides of Voltsang, regardless of gender, based on talent and battle results. The one who resided high at the top of the people's heroes list was none other than Gu Xingge. The master of the Xian heavenly building had said this about Gu Xingge. Foot on the golden dragon, I born of heavy pupils, have the appearance of the heavenly sun, the capital of the true immortal, against the flow of water, pure invincibility is not a delusion, the greatness of heaven and earth, it is difficult to come up with two of them also. Such an exaggerated evaluation was recognized by most of the cultivators in Voltsang, as Gu Xingge's performance was obvious to all Voltsang cultivators. His enlightenment was heaven-defying, and while ordinary cultivators needed 10 years, or even 100 years, to comprehend a divine secret technique, Gu Xingge only needed 3 days at most to fully comprehend it. He had a brilliant battle record, he had used the power of his Jindan to forcefully decapitate a great demon with the great roundness of Yuaning, he had also gone deep into a foreign land and rescued millions of living beings, and he had even fought with the great demon of the god of transformation for a few days just after breaking through the Yuaning and subdued it. The top of the man's list is well deserved. Gu Xingge's arrival shocked countless cultivators outside Xiantian city. Although they had heard of many of Gu Xingge's deeds, the vast majority of cultivators were also seeing this heavy pupil for the first time. On the heaven-mending treasure ship, a delicate figure came out, she looked at the golden dragon from afar, her eyes were like autumn water, landing on Gu Xingge's face, pondering. The Ling Xiao sword sex wine sword immortal also stopped drinking, he put down his wine gourd and stared at Gu Xingge without looking away, a flash of color flashed from the bottom of his eyes, seemingly disdainful and murderous. On the Luofeng ghost car, Yan Luozi rose, his battle intent like an oven, pointing directly at Gu Xingge. The celestial pride of the great sacred sect of Voltsang appeared one after another, looking at Gu Xingge from afar. They had more or less heard of the exploits of the supreme human being, but they had never fought against him, and their hearts were more than a little disconcerted. Now that I've seen it, it's only natural to compete with it. It's just that none of them chose to be the first out of the gate, after all, guns blazing. As the golden dragon flew closer and closer, someone eventually couldn't hold back and took the lead. A blade light flew out from the heaven-breaking mountain's blade giant ship, heading straight for the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon was furious, the dragon's claws flashed with golden light, grabbing at the radiant blade light, the two touched each other, like a needle point against a wheat aristocrat, and the blade light was easily blocked and pinched into crumbs. The strength of the flesh of the dragon race is far beyond that of other living beings, so a mere air-breaking blade she would not be able to injure her in the slightest. Wazengwi's dragon eyes glared angrily as killing intent filled the air. She was already upset after being locked up in a small darkroom for over 3 months, and not long after she came out, she was attacked. Ask anyone who's in a good mood. A spirit light flew out of the blade giant ship and blocked in front of the golden dragon. Spiritual light dispersed, a burly figure appeared in the eyes of a crowd of cultivators, he was 9 feet tall, his features were resolute, a blue strong suit, the knife aura lingered on his body, holding a 9-ring sword, the body of the knife was engraved with a poor beast pattern, the fury was filled with the sharpness of the sharpness. Heaven-breaking mountain Xiao Zhanyan, today I would like to ask Qian Kuan-daozi, I wonder if he would dare to fight. Xiao Zhanyan's great sword was raised high with the intention of asking Gu Xingge, his resolute face was full of wariness, and his refreshing voice echoed in everyone's ears. Since all of them don't dare to be the first to challenge Qian Kuan-daozi, then I, Xiao Zhangyun, will be the one to stand out. Let's see if Qian Kuan-daozi's heavy pupil is powerful, or if his great sword is sharper. Upon hearing Xiao Zhanyun's name, some cultivators immediately murmured. Xiao Zhanyun, the 19th ranked Blade King on the human Jia list, he actually wants to ask for the Qian Kuan-daozi's son, I'm afraid he's crazy. You're the one who's crazy. Xiao Knife King is the strongest heavenly pride of Broken Heaven Mountain, his strength is unfathomable. Some time ago, he also fought with the goddess of transformation Demon King, and even chopped off a foot of the Demon King. Even if it's the Qian Kuan-daozi, he may not be able to block the Knife King's astonishing knife. You are thinking about fart eating. Taoist Gu once suppressed a Demon King of the transformation spirit Purple Mansion realm, not just chopping off a foot of the Demon King like Xiao Zhanyan did. According to Lao Fu, this Xiao Blade King is afraid that he will be beaten as a head out of the crowd. Look at the other great sects and holy sects of the heavenly pride, all of them are pressing on, wanting to use Xiao Blade King to test the waters, to see Qian Kuan-daozi's tactics. Xiao Zhanyun is going to lose a lot of face this time. Some people mindlessly blew Xiao Zhanyun, while others felt that he was bound to lose. Xiao Zhanyun's ears were sharp, and after hearing the surrounding cultivators' comments, he was unmoved, as if all these idle words didn't exist, and there was only the white-clothed figure standing on top of the golden dragon in his eyes. Gu Xingge looked down at Xiao Zhanyun, who raised his sword to ask for help, his heavy pupils flashed with gold and silver light, and the two chi of yin and yang flowed, as if evolving chaos, and as if it was as deep as an abyss, taking in the hearts of the people. His thin lips lightly opened, his voice indifferent, you are not this seat's opponent, stand down. Daozi has spoken too much, how do you know you're not an opponent unless you try? How could Xiao Zhanyun back down because of Gu Xingge's words? His eyes glazed over, since you refuse to fight, then I will force you to fight. Xiao Zhanyan instantly shook the poor man's sky-slashing blade, and the infinite blade chi came out through his body, sweeping through the sky and underground, cutting through the blue and the dark. The surrounding cultivators sensed that a great battle was about to take place and hastily withdrew hundreds of miles away. Even the representatives of those great sects and holy clans were no exception. Xiao Zhanyan looked at Guxinga from afar. His aura was like a rainbow, like a supreme divine sword, and he was determined to compete with him.
Gu Daozi, please savor this blade of mine.
As soon as the words fell, Xiao Zhanyan's saber intent transformed into 1,000 blades, condensing endless saber chi, mana like a spring, his entire body muscles bulging, chi and blood rippling, violently wielding the poor man's heavenly blade. In the next moment, a majestic to the extreme, far more powerful than the previous sky-breaking saber chi tens of times, an overwhelming saber chi chopped out, and wherever it passed through, anything and everything that existed was split in two. Blade chi cut through the sky, space was cut through an unhealable crack, going like a dragon, blocking unstoppable, retreating. This slash caused the gods to retreat and decapitated the heads of the demons and beasts. This knife that condensed Xiao Zhanyan's lifelong comprehension of the Tao of the knife could cut through the heavens, cut through 10,000 mountains, and cut through the transformation gods. This slash kind of flashed to Guxinga's heavy pupils. Seeing his insistence, Guxinga sighed softly. People are red and there are many rights and wrongs.
Since you want to challenge him so badly, let's make it happen.
Guxinga slowly raised her hand and turned her hand into a sword, which seemed to be as plain as a child's play. But as he swung it, it was as if a supreme heavenly blade appeared in everyone's eyes, to cut through this heaven and earth. There was no fancy sword energy strewn about, and the visions were amazing. Only to see Guxinga's hand knife lightly swung down, the supreme heavenly knife in the eyes of the crowd followed suit, and even directly cut the shocking knife that coalesced Xiao Zhanyan's entire knife chi into two halves.
In an instant, it dissipated into nothingness.
It was a slash, a scribble, but it worked. Seeing that his most proud blade was so easily dissolved, Xiao Zhanyan froze on the spot, and the poor man's heavily chopping blade slipped out of his hand and fell 10,000 feet into the air.
The heaven-mending goddess' eyes widened in shock, showing disbelief.
Wine Sword Immortal's originally sideways lying body immediately sat up straight, the wine gourd spilled without even realizing it. Yan Luozi's originally high fighting spirit instantly extinguished, struck. With this slash, Guxinga not only chopped away Xiao Zhanyan's saber chi, but also cut off the other's thoughts of trying to challenge him.
P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Please ask for a monthly ticket.
By the way, all the big brothers more comments, see your comments, I have the motivation to update.
End of chapter. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, a frog at the bottom of a well looks up at the moon, a mayfly sees the sky. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, a frog at the bottom of a well looks up at the moon, a mayfly sees the sky. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, a frog at the bottom of a well looks up at the moon, a mayfly sees the sky. Just by using his hand as a sword, a light swing broke the full-strength sword of Xiao Zhanyan, the 19th in the list of human Jia, who was called the King of Swords. This kind of shocking scene once again refreshed all the cultivators' perception of Qian Kuan Daozi. They guessed that Xiao Zhanyan would lose to Guxinga, but they didn't expect him to lose so completely, so childishly. Xiao Zhanyan looked up at Guxinga, his eyes filled with shock. Was the gap between them that big? Obviously, they were both at the yuaning stage, but it gave Xiao Zhanyan the feeling as if he and Guxinga were not at the same level. It is like a firefly on the ground and the sun in the 9 heavens, there is no comparison. Even that god transformation demon king from before had not given him this feeling. Could it be that he has broken through to transformation? Xiao Zhanyan thought of this possibility, and he forced down the chi and mana that was rolling around in his body and inquired with a trembling voice. Taoist Gu, I dare to ask if you've broken through to transformation spirit. Transfiguration of God. The heaven-mending goddess, Yan Luozi, Wine Sword Immortal, Prince Diyu, and other heavenly prides of the major powers looked at Guxinga, all revealing shocked expressions. Didn't the rumors say that he had only just broken through to yuaning? How did he achieve transformation so quickly? Above the golden dragon, Guxinga lightly shook her head and said in a faint voice, this seat has not yet achieved transformation, god. Then why were you able to easily defuse this slash of mine? Even a god transformation demon king would retreat in the face of my full-strength slash. Just how strong are you? Xiao Zhanyan was stunned. Just how strong was this Qian Kuan Daozi? The other celestial pride was also shocked. This was even more terrifying than breaking through the transformation god. Guxinga glanced at Xiao Zhanyan and replied with a voice devoid of sadness or joy, as if she was stating a fact. How strong is this seat? This is a good question. Now that you are still only at the yuaning stage, your vision is still narrow. Seeing me is like a frog in the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. In the future, when you reach the god of transformation and look again, it will be like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. To put it in more colloquial terms, it means that you and I are both at the yuaning realm right now, and after being defeated you think I'm powerful and feel that I'm not at the same level, but you don't know how powerful I really am. That's fine. In the future, when you reach the realm of the transfigured god, you'll know how powerful I really am. A yuaning killing a transformation god is also like slaughtering a pig and killing a dog. Such arrogant words did not cause many cultivators to object. Because Guxinga had this capital to be arrogant and could be arrogant.
At this moment, the invincible name of the heavy pupil was once again engraved within the hearts of the crowd. The golden dragon swayed and transformed into a golden stream of light that flew past Xiao Zhenyan's head, leaving behind a faint golden mark, as if it was an insurmountable moat that could never be crossed. Only when the golden dragon entered the city did the cultivators outside Xiantian City come back to their senses, and they looked at Guxinga's disappearing back, filled with awe. The strong always deserve respect. Except, of course, for those who like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. They deserve to be scolded and provoked, and are just cheap at heart. The wine sword immortal took a sip of the fine wine, his sword brows slightly raised, and his eyes flowed with the slightest sword intent as he murmured. Interesting, this is what qualifies you to be this sword immortal's opponent. Let this sword immortal take another look at what qualifies you to be the enemy that the system must kill. The battle outside the city quickly spread throughout Xiantian City as the cultivators entered. For a time, countless cultivators and forces within Xiantian City were shocked and talking. Have you heard? The heaven-breaking mountain's Blade King asked for the Qiankuan Daoist son and ended up being defeated by a single move. More than that Qiankuan Daozi just lightly waved his hand and broke Xiao Zhenyan's all-out slash without even using divine spells.
Hiss, isn't that strong? Didn't you say that Qiankuan Daozi had only just broken through to Yuaning not long ago?
People's GLS 19 also want to challenge the top of the list. I see that Xiao Zhenyan is drunk, losing deserved. As for the protagonist of the much-discussed great battle, Guxinga brought Tantai Qingxian to the Qiankuan Dao sect's stronghold in Xiantian City right after entering the city. It was a floating palace, black and white, towering and majestic, standing in the east of Xiantian City. The Dao sect steward arranged 2 halls for Guxinga's teacher and disciple to rest. Inside the temple, Guxinga took out the age god pearl and ingested the Howdy Burning World Amazing from it. As soon as the Howdy Burning World Amazing amazement appeared, the frenzy and blazing heat it displayed caused Guxinga to be somewhat unable to grasp it. The golden imperial flame struggled in his palm, trying to break away from Guxinga's control. If it was before, Guxinga didn't have the confidence to refine it. But times were different nowadays, with the fire ancestor which divine infant, not to mention the Howdy Burning World Amazing, even if it was an immortal fire from the upper realms, he could subdue it. The sacred Dan metamorphosed into a divine infant, and the avatar seed it contained grew into an intrinsic avatar. Guxinga, who already possessed the 4 ancestral sorcerer god infants, had also obtained 4 innate divine abilities. The name of the ancestral witch of fire's innate divine ability was called Royal Fire, and although the name was plain and uninteresting and sounded like an ordinary fire control technique, it was extremely powerful. Once you perform this divine ability, you can defend all the fires of the heavens, and no matter what kind of fire you are, you have to submit to it. As for the other 3 ancestral witches' divine abilities, they were the ancestral witch of thunders, thunder control, the ancestral witch of ices, ice extinction, and the ancestral witch of woods, rejuvenation. Guxinga's heavy pupil flashed with a flash of red aura, and the royal fire divine ability was executed, and in an instant, the Howdy Burning World Amazing was refined without the slightest obstruction. With this fire, refining the intrinsic magic treasure in the future will definitely be able to go to another level. Guxinga drove the Howdy Burning World Amazing, changing various shapes in her hands, while uttering a sigh of emotion. This Howdy Burning World Amazing flame was a gold line emperor flame, an absolute divine fire that refiners could only dream of, capable of perfectly quenching out the impurities of spiritual materials and forging the most flawless magic treasures. If there is a lack of spirit stones in the future, as long as he puts out the word that he is in possession of the Howdy Burning World Amazing, there are bound to be countless cultivators who will come to plead with him to help them to quench and repair their own treasure, in order to maintain the treasure's optimal state. Of course, Guxinga was just joking. After putting the Howdy Burning World Amazing inside her body, Guxinga was just about to leave the temple and go looking for Tantai Qingxian when she heard a respectful voice coming from outside. Daozi, the maid of the goddess of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, has sent an invitation letter, wanting to ask you to go to the Heaven's Pride Gathering. At those words, Guxinga froze slightly. Regarding this Heaven Mending Pavilion goddess, he had also heard about it, and it was said to be an innate Taoist fetus, which, like the supreme Taoist body, was a special physique that was attuned to the Tao. The speed of its cultivation was so fast that it wasn't much inferior to Guxinga's. He was already a Yuaning powerhouse at the age of peach and plum, and it wasn't a problem for him to achieve God realization within 100 years of age. Guxinga pondered for a while before asking the attendant outside the door to bring the invitation. It's idle anyway, so go join in just to pass the time. The invitation was beautifully handwritten with a faint Taoist rhythm, written by the goddess of the Heaven Mending Pavilion herself. The Heaven Mending goddess invited Guxinga to attend the evening's Heaven's Pride Gathering, the location of which was at the Heaven Mending subcourt in Xiantian City, and besides him, there were other Heaven's Pride of other forces, all of which were on the human Jia ranking. At the end, the Heaven Mending goddess also labeled the expectation of sitting with Guxinga and discussing the Tao. Guxinga took the invitation and told the attendant to go back to Mending Heaven Pavilion to let the people know that he would be on time for the appointment. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Unwelcome Guest at the Discourse Gathering, Intercepting Heavenly Holy Maiden Jun Mengqing. Chapter 28, Unwelcome Guest at the Discourse Gathering, Intercepting Heavenly Holy Maiden Jun Mengqing. Chapter 28, Unwelcome Guest at the Discourse Gathering, Intercepting Heavenly Holy Maiden Jun Mengqing. The night of Xiantian City is still noisy, the street next to the palace countless, brilliant, bright lights. Look around, the Chinese light flow, a piece of spiritual light reflecting the thousands of palaces, the performance of a dreamlike scene. Starlight like a waterfall, moonlight dropping, the entire Xiantian City is covered in a layer of star and moon veil, magnificent, like the heavenly city of God. The intoxicating fragrance of fragrant wine wafted out from within a tall building, and vaguely, several delicate figures swayed in the building, showing off their charm. This scene attracted an unknown number of cultivators inside. On the main street, Guxinga followed behind Jigui, who was a step behind, and according to the location on the invitation, arrived at the Heaven Mending Branch Pavilion in Xiantian City. Mending the Spiritual K. It was a piece of jade building, suspended in midair. Every brick and tile of the palace was carved out of jade, carved beams and painted buildings, beautiful and exquisite, situated in the clouds, extending 999 layers of white jade steps, white mist, beautiful. Guxinga lifted his foot towards the white jade steps, but the moment he landed, the scenery around him quickly passed by in a flash. Even Wazengui hadn't reacted to the fact that her master, who was still in front of her, had appeared at the end of the jade steps in the next second. In front of the Spirit K, the 8 beautiful maids who had come to greet the heavenly pride of the major powers were stunned, and one word all came to mind. Shrinking. A tactic that could only be used by those who were skillful and proficient in the way of space. It's just that didn't Qian Kuan-daozi enter the Tao with Thunder Law? I didn't expect him to be so proficient in the way of space as well. Taoist Gu, my goddess has been waiting for a long time, please follow the maidservant. The 8 maids are all foundation cultivators, not too old, put into some small clans or rare genius, but in this complementary Spirit K, but can only do to lead the way, as well as pouring tea and winework. The depth of the Heaven Mending Pavilion was indeed deep, worthy of being a great sect with a heritage of 100,000 years. A flash of golden light flashed, and Ji Gue also flew up, following Guxinga into the Spirit K under the guidance of the Spirit K's maidservant. Passing through the palace gate, the interior of the palace was even more open than it appeared from the outside, divided into many areas and presenting 100 different sights. The maidservant led the way in front of them, bringing them to the depths of the Spirit K, an area where only honored guests could step into, a jade queue. Gu Daozi, please come in. Guxinga brought a nod of his head and walked into the jade K with Jigui, and there were already quite a few people present in the jade K. Among them were Xiao Zhanyun, who had waved his sword at him during the day, and Wine Sword Immortal of the Ling Xiao Sword sect. His arrival attracted the attention of many people, among whom there was surprise, amazement, and awe. Xiao Zhanyun didn't expect the Heaven Mending Goddess to even invite Qian Kuan-daozi, and was secretly surprised, and his mind couldn't help but recall the passage from the daytime. Guxinga casually found a seat and sat down, closed his eyes and waited quietly for the appearance of the Heaven Mending Goddess. Wazengui lowered his eyebrows and stood honestly beside him. A few moments later, the Heaven Mending Goddess descended from the sky, her snow-white long skirt fluttering, under the bright moon. She was like a moon palace fairy, incomparably holy, cold and absolute, attracting the attention of everyone present. Her face with a thin veil, covering the beautiful face, 3,000 green silk pulled up, woven into a flying bun, a pair of Rua phoenix eyes flowing with the autumn water waves of light, the slender body covered with a light moonlight, icy muscles and jade bones, delicate and touching. There is a trace of the Taoist rhyme lingering, out of the world. Seeing the Heaven Mending Goddess landed, some of the heavenly prides got up to greet her, and the Heaven Mending Goddess nodded in response, her pink lips under the veil lightly opened, her voice was gentle and melodious, refreshing. Xiao thanks all of you for your appreciation and willingness to come here for a gathering. If there is any lack of hospitality, please forgive me. Xiao is here to make amends first. Goddess is joking, since it is Goddess who invited me, how could I not come? Quickly take a seat. We have come to wait for Goddess to preside over the sermon. A blue-clothed youth laughed out, his words filled with admiration for the Heaven Mending Goddess. Xiao sat down at the main seat, her beautiful eyes swept over the people present, and when she saw Guxinga, she lingered for a little while. She withdrew her gaze, and a faint smile surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face under the veil as she softly said, "Gentlemen." Unexpectedly, just as the Heaven Mending Goddess opened her mouth, a flirtatious voice that was numbing to the bone suddenly sounded, interrupting Xiao's words. Xiao sister, how do you carry people behind your back for everything? If it wasn't for my younger sister who happened to be passing by, I really didn't know that sister you invited so many heavenly pride to discuss the Tao with you. It's just that my sister has a doubt, with so many people, can this body of yours stand it, sister? Ha ha ha. In the next moment, the scenery changed in front of everyone's eyes, as if countless stunningly beautiful fairies without a single piece of silk appeared, exhaling to the crowd, swaying and tugging at their hearts and minds. Guxinga frowned slightly, her heavy pupils flowing with the tu chi of yin and yang, her eyes like sharp swords, stabbing at the voluptuous fairy that lunged towards her. The fairy illusion broke at the touch of a button, and the stunning fairies in front of the others dissipated. Seeing that Gushinga had made a move to break the illusion, the heaven-mending goddess dispersed the mana in her palm, and her gaze then looked at the troublemaker. The crowd of celestial pride also looked towards the person who had cast the illusion, which was a charming woman who was demonic to the extreme. The woman's head was born with long vertical fox ears, and a golden lotus flower was tied to her long black flowing hair, while the color of the ends of her hair was dark red. She has a delicate melon face, foxy eyes slender seductive, agate nose jade quite, especially the corner of her eye that a tear mole, but also added a touch of unnoticeable charm, cherry jade lips slightly open and closed, vaguely can see her little pink tongue. The black jacket wrapped around the fox charming woman's enchanting body, outlining her beauty to the fullest, with the red-edged neckline wide open, round and huge, her skin white and watery, with lotus flowers as the cuffs, and a lot of lotus flowers embellished on her body as well. And her hips were perky, with 5 cherry pink foxtails, which condensed together and transformed into one big fluffy foxtail. The skirt of the jacket was even open to the extreme, revealing the woman's pair of long and beautiful legs, a typical wineglass shape, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The thighs were very tight and plump, while the calves were slender, standing on the ground with bare feet, with golden bells hanging from her ankles, tinkling. The fox charming woman has a lot of flavor between her knitted brows and smile, and few people can resist it. However, all the people present were all the great prides cultivated by the major forces, and were not tempted by the fox charming woman, but some guys still couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Seeing that her illusion had been broken so easily, June Mengqing looked back at the person who had struck. This look, however, caused her to freeze on the spot. A flash of surprise surfaced from her beautiful eyes, but quickly disappeared. Xia was quite dissatisfied with the uninvited June Mengqing, but due to the crowd present, it was not good for her to get angry, so she just spoke out. June Mengqing, this is a gathering of my human race's celestial pride, and it is inconvenient to invite you here, so I did not send you an invitation. Please forgive me, and please leave this place. Do not disturb our discourse. June Mengqing. Upon hearing this name, some of the heavenly pride suddenly came to a realization. No wonder it was so demonic and moving. It turned out to be her. If there was anyone in the vaulted mulberry domain who was most at odds with the heaven-mending goddess, it would inevitably be the June Mengqing in front of her. It is rumored that she has a 9-tailed sky fox bloodline, and now she has opened 5 tails, and is the young emperor of the Fox clan's Holy Lanqingqiu. Even more worshipped in the same with 100,000 years of history of the interception of heavenly religion, was honored as the Holy Maiden. Its strength is unfathomable. It is said to have reached the late stage of the Yuaning. Gushinga noticed the gaze cast by June Mengqing and was a bit puzzled. She seemed to recognize herself. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The young emperor of Qingqiu who threw himself at his wings. Gushinga was clueless. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The young emperor of Qingqiu who threw himself at his wings. Gushinga was clueless. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The young emperor of Qingqiu who threw himself at his wings. Gushinga was clueless. Sister is joking. This heaven-mending spirit K opens its doors for business, welcoming guests from all directions. Even if sister you are the goddess of the heaven-mending pavilion, there is categorically no way of expelling guests, right? In the face of the heaven-mending goddess' verbal repulsion, June Mengqing raised her hand to lightly cover her small mouth and said with a smiling face, she didn't believe that Xia would do something out of character in front of so many people. This heaven-mending goddess was the one who loved her feathers the most. When Xia heard this, although she was unwilling to let June Mengqing stay here, she was in the way, but she could not afford to have an attack to forcefully expel her. Seeing that simple verbal repulsion was unable to invite away June Mengqing, this thick-skinned person, Xia did not want to let this tart fox delay the discourse gathering, and promptly switched to another method. Intercepting Heaven Holy Maiden, since you also want to participate in this discourse, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as one of you here is willing to speak on your behalf and allow you to participate, then it's fine, and I won't say another word about it. What appeared to be giving June Mengqing a chance was actually giving everyone present a choice of where to stand. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion and the Heaven-Intercepting Sector, both the only remaining 100,000-year-old great religions in Voltsang, with long histories, great powers that have produced ascended masters, and even when looking at the Tsangming Great World, they are also top great religions with unfathomable depths. Even the Qiankuan Dao sect was much inferior to the two great sects. Legend has it that the founders of these two great religions were twin brothers who disagreed on their philosophies and thus parted ways, and even became Taoist enemies because of the subsequent development of the great religions. The Pavilion of Mending Heaven proclaims that the world should follow the way of heaven, and if heaven and earth are in trouble, one should respond to the calamity with one's own body, mend the heaven and carry on the way, and save the people from being born in the fire and water. The Interceptor Church advocates going against the grain of heaven, and the way of heaven is not to be feared. If a calamity falls from heaven, one should save oneself and seek survival, rise to the challenge and intercept a ray of life in the midst of all the calamities, and protect all beings in heaven and on earth. The two seemingly opposite doctrines are not much different at all. It is just that with the development and evolution of 100,000 years, although this doctrine has not changed, the hearts and minds of people have changed, and the meaning of understanding have all changed. Every generation of heaven-mending pavilion goddesses and godchildren, and the holy daughter and holy son of the heaven-intercepting sect, were all in an undying relationship. The people present all fell into silence as they heard the words. Although they were heavenly prides, they were only heavenly prides, and although the forces behind them were powerful, they were still far from the heaven-mending pavilion. There was no need to offend the heaven-mending pavilion for the sake of the heaven-intercepting sect, which was already at odds with the power they were in. Gushunga frowned slightly. How could he not hear what the heaven-mending goddess meant? This was trying to force them to take sides. But he had one drawback as a person, and that was that he had bad teeth and did not eat soft food. And the best thing is not leaping realms to kill the enemy, but not following the rules. Just when Xiao thought that no one would speak up for Jun Mengqing and was about to squeeze her a bit, Gushunga spoke up. Fellow Taoist Xiao, since fellow Taoist Jun is also here to discuss the Tao, then stay. This seat would like to listen to her talk about the intercepting heavenly teachings and corroborate this seat's way. His thin lips slightly opened and his indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. The other celestial pride present froze for a moment as they looked at Gushunga, somewhat surprised but feeling normal. They didn't dare offend the heaven-mending pavilion, but Gushunga had the capital. The eyes of the heaven-mending goddess stared, a hint of dismay showing in her beautiful eyes. She never expected the Qian Kuan Daozi to speak for Jun Mengqing.
According to Xiao's understanding, the Chen Kuan Dao sect had no connection with the heaven-intercepting sect, and Gushunga and Jun Mengqing shouldn't know each other either. Why is he sticking up for Slutty Fox? It's hard not to look at her. This thought popped into the mind of the heaven-mending goddess, but it was quickly dispelled by her, secretly saying that it was impossible. Even if Jun Mengqing, the Tai Fox, possessed the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline, seductive and incomparable, a transfiguration celestial might not be able to block it. But Chen Kuan Daozi, being at the top of the list of human masters, would never be charmed by her. There must be some other reason. Could it be that he had annoyed him by making them stand in line? Thinking about this, Xiao felt a twinge of remorse in her heart. Originally, today's argument was to pull together Chen Kuan Daozi, but I never thought that it would be a mistake, and I made it difficult for myself. When Jun Mengqing heard Gushunga speak up for herself, her foxy eyes instantly lit up, not to mention how happy she was. Her gaze full of spring water's colorful waves fell on that white-clothed figure, and it was on the verge of drawing silk. Humph! Slutty fox! Xiao snorted coldly in her heart when she saw Jun Mengqing looking at Gushunga without taking her eyes off. Blame this Tai Fox, didn't even invite her. What is she doing here? And also wicked his own impression in Qian Kuan Daozi's mind. Forcing her heart to hold back her displeasure, Xiao smiled and said, since it's Taoist Qian Kuan who has opened his mouth, Xiao is willing to give you this face. Come on, give the intercepting heavenly holy maiden a seat. No need, I have a place to sit. At those words, Jun Mengqing decisively rejected Xiao. I'm not your subordinate. I don't want you to give me a seat. With that, Jun Mengqing stepped in front of Gushunga with her buxom legs, her bare feet stepping on the white jade floor, golden bells swaying between her ankles, and swaying her fluffy fox tail. Seeing the intercepting heavenly saintess walk towards her, Gushunga was slightly puzzled. What does this woman want? Oh, is it so exciting to play? Under the eyes of everyone, Jun Mengqing even sat directly on Gushunga, her long and slender legs resting on her legs, as if she were a little fox, her upper body curled up in his arms, her bewitching pretty face showing some nostalgia, as well as satisfaction. With this move, not only the people present, even Gushunga was stunned. When Wine Sword Immortal saw Jun Mengqing taking such initiative, he instantly regretted it. Had he known that this heaven-intercepting holy maiden was so open, he would have opened his mouth. It's too bad that the surname Gu was cheap for nothing. But beauty is good, but not as good as wine in your hand. Why don't you open the table? I'm still waiting for a drink. The Wine Sword Immortal picked up the wine gourd and took a few sips, but his eyes never left the intercepting heavenly saintess for a moment. Gushunga looked at Jun Mengqing, who seemed to be somewhat attached to herself in her arms, and was a bit confused for a moment. No, what's going on here? I'm just saying a few words and you're throwing yourself at me. Isn't that a bit too much? Wazengui on the side was so angry that he clenched his dragon's teeth. Damn it. Where did the Tai Fox come from, hitting on the master as soon as he came up? On the contrary, Jun Mengqing did not care about the dismayed eyes of the people around her. Her agaric nose moved lightly, sniffing the scent emanating from Gushunga, just like a mother cat sniffing catnip. It was all a bit addictive. It's still a familiar odor. Youngjio, I finally see you again. Gushunga heard Jun Mengqing's murmur and looked puzzled. Youngjio? Did he save her before? As the heaven-mending goddess looked at Jun Mengqing, who had taken the initiative to throw herself at her, her pretty face under the veil was covered in frost. This shameless Tai Fox. How dare she be so shameless? Don't think you can pull the Qian Kuan Taoist prince in this way. Dream on. As long as this goddess is around, it is impossible for the Qian Kuan Daozi to favor you, the heaven-intercepting sect. Xiao's shell teeth gently bit, coldly rebuking the intercepting heavenly saintess. Jun Mengqing, put away your set of fox charming tactics. Is the Qian Kuan Daoist son not something you can defile? If you still want to stay and discuss the Dao, come down here. Unexpectedly, Jun Mengqing did not raise her head, nor did she give Xiao the slightest bit of face. What do you care? I like to stay in Youngjio's arms, pull me down if you can. P.S. Today's update is a bit late, sorry about that, mainly because I went drinking yesterday and got drunk and forgot to code. End of chapter. Chapter 30, June Mingqing, eunuch, have you already forgotten me? Chapter 30, June Mingqing, eunuch, have you already forgotten me? Chapter 30, June Mingqing, eunuch, have you already forgotten me? The intercepting heaven holy maiden snuggled in Guxinga's arms, her slender and pink-green onion jade fingers gently paddling on his chest. She raised her head and blinked her beautiful eyes slightly towards Guxinga, a touch of seductive smile surfacing on her bewitching pretty face, as if she was teasing him. Seeing June Mingqing being so dishonest, Guxinga frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure growing in her heart. Sage June, please also get up from this seat's lap. This seat doesn't want to be gossiped about. He opened his mouth to leave June Mingqing behind, only dissatisfied that Xi Yao was forcing them to take sides. And why was this move by June Mingqing not another form of coercion in Guxinga's view? The last thing he liked was someone counting himself out. When the heaven-mending goddess saw Guxinga speak out to drive away June Mingqing, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of sarcasm. Hee slutty fox, still want to seduce Qian Kuandaozi, people don't eat you at all. Xiao Zhanyun and the others also did not expect Qian Kuandaozi to reject the Interceptor Heavenly Sage's offer, and they were immediately impressed. Worthy of being at the top of the human Jia list, just this kind of determination alone was not something they could compare to. The rejected June Mingqing's small mouth flickered, and a trace of aggression surfaced on her bewitching delicate face, but she still honestly got up from Guxinga's arms. She waved her hand to change a soft chair beside Guxinga, and after sitting down next to him, her beautiful eyes were also staring at him. The discourse gathering had arrived, and although there was an additional uninvited guest, it was harmless. Xiao sat on the main seat, her pink lips slightly opened and her clear cold voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Feast. In the next moment, a dozen Spirit K attendants were carrying immortal meals in spiritual dishes, like fairies in the dust, descending from the sky. A plate of delicacies were placed in front of a group of heavenly prides. The spiritual chi filled the air, the aroma was overwhelming, and each of them was a top-grade spiritual meal. There was even a superb wine with a vintage of up to 1,000 years, and the aroma of the wine it emitted stirred up the cravings of all the people, with the exception of Guxinga, who did not like to drink. Monkey wine tastes sweet and he only drinks it occasionally. Wine sword immortal, Yi Ran smelled the mellow aroma of this 1,000-year-old wine, his throat rolled, and he had already begun to swallow his saliva, just about to be unable to hold it in. If he hadn't been in the way, he would have wanted to get on it right away. Gentlemen, I hope that you won't mind the thin food in the district, and if there's anything that doesn't suit your taste, feel free to speak with Xi Yao. Xi Yao said with a smile. Some of the heavenly pride hurriedly said that the heaven-mending goddess was joking. Ask who doesn't know that the heaven-mending spiritual queue is the best food queue in Xiantian City. Every spiritual meal in front of them is carefully selected, using the most essential parts of the spiritual beasts, as well as all kinds of spiritual medicines boiled down into it. Compared to the crowd of prideful celestials invited here, although June Mingqing's treatment wasn't bad, it was just that the level of the spiritual meals wasn't in the same league as the others. In the face of this differential treatment, June Mingqing did not show dissatisfaction, but instead looked at Guxinga's dishes and thoughtfully introduced them to him. Eunuch, this spiritual phoenix wings is boiled with a spirit bird that contains a hint of phoenix bloodline and the fire attribute spirit medicine sycamore spirit flower. It is extremely tasty, but after entering the stomach it will have a sense of fiery heat, which is of great benefit to cultivators who cultivate the fire path. Eunuch, this 9 suns cupped heart is made with the lotus heart of the heavenly heart jade lotus as the main ingredient, supplemented with 9 water attribute spirit medicines, and has a sweet taste, which is just right for taking after tasting the spirit phoenix wings, to neutralize the fiery heat in the abdomen. Eunuch, this bowl of East Sea fish soup is made from the best parts of 137 types of East Sea spirit fish, cooked in the Luo Tian 9 turning furnace. It is one of the signboards of the Mending Heaven Spirit K. It is incredibly delicious and nourishes the spirit body. Come, my concubine will feed you. June Mingqing naturally picked up a bowl of East Sea fish soup, lightly scooped out a spoonful of fish soup with a white jade spoon, first put it in front of her mouth and blew on it, then sent it to Guxinga's mouth. The scene fell on Weisengai's eyes. Who the hell is the master's maid, anyway? Seeing June Mingqing being so attentive to Guxinga, condescending to be a dishcloth maid, Xiao secretly said that she had really underestimated her. Throwing herself at her again, serving dishes and feeding her. On the aspect of shamelessness alone, she admitted that she was truly inferior to June Mingqing. When the other celestial pride saw the intercepting heaven holy maiden personally feeding Guxinga, strange colors passed through their eyes. How come such a good thing didn't happen to them? I don't need to trouble Satis Jin to lay out the dishes for this seat can do it on its own, and also, there's no need to address the seat as a benefactor, it's just a sentence, it's not a favor. Guxinga's eyes lowered as she glanced at the East Sea fish soup that was brought to her mouth, and then looked at the expectant June Mingqing, and rejected her in a faint voice. Hearing this, June Mingqing did not force herself to do so and put the East Sea fish soup back down. Only her beautiful eyes dimmed, and a flash of sadness flashed beneath them. So, you've forgotten about me? The celestial pride enjoyed the food and wine,
and there were even spirit K-beauties dancing, adding more fun to the party.
With the wine and food in hand, the discourse only began in earnest.
A handsome young man with red hair and red pupils was the first to rise. He was tall and upright in his fire-patterned battle armor, and the left side of his face depicted a flame texture, implying the fire line Dao rhyme. He looked towards a blue-clothed teenager and opened his mouth. I've heard that the Siyao Palace is extremely good at the water walking way, and a certain person is good at the fire walking way, so I would like to have a discussion with my fellow Taoist friends about how fire can also overcome water. The heavenly pride of the Haijiao Palace also stood up when he heard this. Gu Xingge looked at the red-haired youth's attire and pondered his origin. Jun Mengqing saw it and whirled around to introduce him. Eunuch, this person is the Flame Extremity Sect's young patriarch Xin Flame Z, ranked 27th on the human Jia list, specializing in the way of fire. His cultivation has broken through to Yuaning not long ago, and it is said that he is also in control of the cold elemental ice flame, which is ranked 233 on the divine flame list, with a fair amount of strength. As for that blue-clothed one, it's the direct descendant of the old son of the Siyao Palace, also a branch of the Panglai clan, called Haiwenian, ranked 24th on the human Jia list, broke through to Yuaning more than a year ago, and his strength is seen to be in the past. After listening to her introduction, Gu Xingge immediately lost interest in Xianyanzi and Hai Wentian.
If the top 10 of the human Jia list is still interesting, these 10 outside the top 10, let's forget about it.
As for the divine flame list that Jun Mengqing spoke of, Gu Xingge also had some understanding of it. The divine flame list listed 360 strange flames, and his How Deep Burning World Amazing Flame was also on the list, ranking 21st, with the remaining 4 imperial flames also ranking 21st. However, if the 5 directions and 5 emperors' fire were to merge, it would be the 9th ranked 5 elements emperor flame. Discussions on the Tao are non-martial combat and are based on the exposition of one's own understanding of the Tao. Xian Flame Z and Hai Wendian sat cross-legged, the Tao and reasoning that each had comprehended speaking out of their respective mouths, transforming into Taoist texts that haunted their bodies, and the collision of fire and water evolved into a strange scene. In the end, it was Hai Wendian who was more skillful, using his understanding of the way of water to win over Xian Yanzi's way of fire. After Xian Flame Z unwillingly retreated, the heaven-mending goddess had her maid fetch a pot of Xian Yuan heavy water and had it sent to Hai Wendian, and said, Fellow Taoist Hai's understanding of the Tao of water walking is truly extraordinary, causing Xiao to be quite enlightened. It just so happens that I obtained a pot of Xian Yuan heavy water some time ago, and it's useless to keep it in my hands, so I'll give it to fellow Taoist Hai. Many thanks, goddess. Hai Wendian hurriedly accepted the Xian Yuan heavy water. This was a good thing. He was just practicing a watercourse divine skill, and he lacked the Xian Yuan heavy water. Xiao smiled, and then looked at the rest of the celestial pride and laughed. Gentlemen, since this discourse is organized by Xiao, why don't we let Xiao set up a small rule, and of course, Xiao will also take out something as a prize. How about that? When the crowd of celestial pride heard this, they didn't object. After all, the heaven-mending pavilion has deep roots, and the lottery in Xiao's mouth is bound to be not bad. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The Wine Sword Immortal discusses the Tao, opening his mouth to the 5 realms of the Sword Tao. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The Wine Sword Immortal discusses the Tao, opening his mouth to the 5 realms of the Sword Tao. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The Wine Sword Immortal discusses the Tao, opening his mouth to the 5 realms of the Sword Tao. Thanks to all of you for your love, then Xiao will not be polite. The heaven-mending goddess smiled and ordered her maids to bring 3 trays covered with red cloths, which she uncovered, and on each tray was a pill the size of a dragon's eye. The elixir was milky white in color, with cloud patterns lingering, covered with a layer of faint millilight, and filled with a strong fragrance of the elixir. This is my heaven-mending pavilion's heaven-returning pill. There's no need for Xiao to introduce more. I'm sure all of you know of its efficacy. Xiao has taken these 3 pills as a lottery. As long as you can get through 3 matches of the discourses here without being defeated, you'll be awarded a heaven-returning pill. Surprisingly, it's the heaven-reclaiming pill. Big deal. The crowd of celestial pride saw the heaven-returning pill and showed surprise. This was a 6th grade elixir. The elixir was as its name suggested, no matter how badly injured, even if the Jindan was broken, the Yuaning was traumatized, and the entire body's spiritual veins were severed, it could be restored as if it was the first time. The heaven-mending pavilion is worthy of being a 100,000-year-old great religion, and its outbursts are bold and horizontal. Gu Xingge was also quite interested in the heaven recovery pill. No one could guarantee that they would never be injured, and with this heaven recovery pill, there was an additional safeguard. Seeing the benefactor's interest in the heaven-restoring Dan, Jun Mengqing lightly came to his ear, her pink lips lightly opened, exhaling like orchids, her voice charming and seductive. Eunuch, my concubine has a better elixir than the heaven-returning pill. When this is over, my concubine will bring it to you. Don't let that woman Xiao be a drama for the sake of a heaven-returning pill. Gu Xingge sniffed and looked at Jun Mengqing, her heart growing even more suspicious. He just said a word for her. How come he keeps calling himself Ungung, and taking a better elixir than the heaven-returning pill to send himself? Overly attentive, right? Or is she trying to use this opportunity to pull herself together?
It's not unlikely.
Gu Xingge shook her head and politely refused. No merit, no reward, the holy maiden's elixir is better kept for herself. Jun Mengqing, who was once again rejected, sighed softly, and Kong was so wary of her. It seemed that he would have to find an opportunity to speak with him, at least not here, before the walls had ears. The crowd of celestial pride jumped at the temptation of the heaven returning pill. It's just not normally difficult to win 3 rounds of arguments. Yiran finished his 1,000-year-old wine and was not yet finished. 1 pot was far from enough for him to enhance his cultivation. According to the tip from the Wine Sword Immortal system, at least 3 more pots would allow him to break through to the late Yuaning stage. Yiran scanned the circle and realized that everyone had almost finished drinking, only Chen Kuandaozi's was left untouched. He was inwardly delighted and said that it was too good to be true. Although he wasn't sure why Gu Xingge didn't drink it, since he was shown it, he wasn't polite. Yiran staggered to his feet, instantly attracting the attention of everyone. Chen Kuandaozi, how about you and I have a debate, and if you lose, give me that jug of 1,000-year-old wine in front of you. Wine Sword Immortal burped, his face slightly red, and once he came up, he wanted to discuss Gu Xingge. This caused all of the heavenly pride present to reveal a look of surprise and secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. Is this guy from the Ling Xiao sword sect drunk? The first one to challenge Qian Kuandaozi, has he forgotten what happened to Xiao Xingyun? Who knows, besides, we're just discussing the Dao. I'm afraid that he's trying to overpower Qian Kuandaozi with his comprehension of the Dao of the sword. Ignorant, really think that just because others call him the Wine Sword Immortal, he really thinks he is a sword immortal. Today I will see if his sword Dao is worthy of the title Sword Immortal. Gu Xingge raised her eyes to Yiran. Should she say he was brave? Or should I say he was reckless? What? Don't dare. Seeing that Gu Xingge didn't say anything, Yiran, who was already slightly intoxicated, began to speak out, causing Gu Xingge's face to sink slightly as she coldly grunted. Humph. Think you're invincible after drinking a few mouthfuls of horse piss. Dare to be reckless in front of this seat. Fine, since you want to discuss the Dao, this seat will accompany you. But this seat also has a condition. If you lose, don't call yourself the Wine Sword Immortal from now on. Call yourself the Horse Piss Sword Immortal instead. Once these words came out, Yiran, who was originally slightly intoxicated, immediately sobered up, followed by a burst of annoyance. You really think you're a big shot just because you're at the top of the list? Dare to call him a horse urine sword immortal, looking for death. Since obtaining the Wine Sword Immortal system, Yiran had never been so angry. Even when he was slandered for molesting his sister, he had never been so angry. Humph. Dare to look down on him, Wine Sword Immortal, wait to be slapped in the face. Xiao also didn't expect this turn of events. Her eyes looked back and forth between Yiran and Gu Xingge, choosing to act as a spectator and take a look first. Yiran looked at Gu Xingge with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, Gu Daozi has a big mouth, this is so confident, think I will lose to you? Not confident, but absolute. Gu Xingge slowly got up, her heavy pupils flickered, and her indifferent voice contained extreme dominance. The self-proclaimed Wine Sword Immortal in front of him gave him a feeling that was not as good as Xiao Xingyun. Good. Tonight I'd like to learn how Gu Daozi's great Dao is stronger or weaker compared to my sword Dao. Yiran sat on his knees, determined to separate himself from Gu Xingge. Gu Xingge was just about to sit down on his knees when he saw Jun Mengqing take out a piece of soft futon and subtly throw it under his buttocks. Sensing the softness under his buttocks, Gu Xingge didn't care about that at the moment as he coldly looked at Yiran. You are not yet worthy to hear of this seat's way, so lest anyone say that this seat is bullying you, let your sword way be the main focus. The seat knows nothing else, but will use the short to strike the long. Gu Daozi is really arrogant. Upon hearing this, Yiran was delighted. This is what you said, then don't blame me for being a bully. Gu Xingge glanced at him, then let's begin. The surrounding celestial pride also stopped transmitting their voices and quieted down, listening intently to the 2 great celestial prides' discourse. On one side, he was recognized as the top of the list of human geniuses and the number 1 heavenly pride of Voltsang. On one side is the recently famous Wine Sword Immortal, who was rumored to have realized the way by drinking and shocked the world by practicing qi in his hangover to enter the Yuaning. They were also looking forward to which of the 2 parties was stronger or weaker. Yiran was the first to speak, his voice clear and echoing in the ears of the crowd. In my opinion, the way of the sword is divided into 5 realms, one of which is the realm of the sharp sword, which is strong and rigid and indestructible. The second is the soft sword realm, where softness is used to overcome hardness, and yin is used to overcome yang. The third is the heavy sword realm, where heavy swords have no edge, great dexterity, and lifting heavy weights is like lifting light weights. The fourth is the wooden sword realm, not sticking to sword weapons, using the grass and trees of heaven and earth as swords. A single blade of grass can also cut down the sun, moon, and stars. The fifth is the swordless realm, without a sword in your hand, but with a sword in your heart, you can also cut down the heavens and destroy the earth. After listening to the 5 realms of the sword Dao from Yiran's mouth, the group of celestial pride pondered. It sounded impressive, but it felt strange somewhere, but they couldn't tell. On the contrary, Gu Xingge was looking at Yiran with a look of a retard. It's confirmed, this is a traveler, or a dumbass who reads Jin Yong martial arts novels and has his brain rotted. Have traveled to the world of immortal cultivation. Actually still the so-called 5 realms of sword Dao of Dugutsu is a treasure. but also take it out to discuss the Tao. This is not a stupid fork is what. However, there was one thing that Gushinga had read in her previous life, those metaphysical and immortal cultivation novels, as long as they involved the Tao of the sword, they would all take out the Tao of the sword of the doctor to pretend to be something else, and then a bunch of people would brag about it, saying how awesome it was, and how bullish it was. In fact, it was just like that. It was okay to use it in the martial arts world, but when it came to the world of metaphysical fantasy and immortal cultivation, the so-called 5 realms of the sword path was simply untenable. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 32 Chapter 32, Wine Sword Immortal? I think it's the Horse Piss Immortal. Chapter 32 Chapter 32, Wine Sword Immortal? I think it's the Horse Piss Immortal. Chapter 32 Chapter 32, Wine Sword Immortal? I think it's the Horse Piss Immortal. The 5 realms of the sword Tao, bull asterisk. Gushinga shook her head and snorted, doubly speechless at the 5 realms of the sword Tao in Yiran's mouth. People's Dokoroku's sense of the way of the sword is almost used up by the travelers, can't they be gleaned by someone else? Doesn't he himself have a comprehension of the sword? Yiran was upset when he saw that his 5 realms of the sword Tao were denied, and secretly said that this guy knew the sword Tao or not. Himself, this is the world's #1 swordsman in the Jin-Yong martial arts, how can Dokoroku's supreme comprehension of the sword way be bull asterisk? Oh, Taoist Gu thinks that my comprehension of the sword Tao is wrong, then I wonder what your opinion is? Yiran didn't change his face and smiled as he questioned Gushinga. Gushinga said blandly, this seed is not a sword cultivator, but this seed understands the fact that the reason why sword cultivators are called sword cultivators is because they use their swords as their weapons, not any grass, trees, or branches. When Yiran heard this, he immediately retorted, for those who have a high level of swordsmanship, everything in heaven and earth can be used as a sword. Even if you take a weed or a branch, you can still cut down the sun, moon, and stars, so how can you not be a sword cultivator? Then are they holding swords? Gushinga asked rhetorically. Taking grass and branches as swords, instead of calling it a sword cultivator, it would be better to call it a grass cultivator or a tree cultivator. After all, a sword cultivator who doesn't even use a sword, what qualification is there to call it a sword cultivator? The more Yiran heard, the more he felt that what Gushinga said was crooked, and couldn't help but say, the sword is in the heart. Gushinga, then pull out the sword in your heart and show it to the seat. Yiran angrily looked at Qin Kuandaozi. Why can't you people understand? One saying that having a sword in one's heart is just a figure of speech, it's not like there's really a sword in one's heart. Even Dokoroku's supreme sword Tao could not be understood, natives were indeed natives. Thinking about this, Yiran's eyes on Gushinga appeared to change a little, permeated with a trace of contempt. Aha! Gushinga was slightly puzzled when she saw that he actually showed him a contemptuous look. This guy isn't pissed off enough to be stupid, is he? When the rest of the celestial pride heard this discourse, the original confusion that arose from the 5 realms of the sword Tao gradually became clearer. Chen Kuandaozi has a point, if a sword cultivator has no sword in his hand and takes a root of grass as a weapon, why is it called a sword cultivator? Nonetheless, I do think that the Wine Sword Immortal's 5 realms of the sword Tao are justified, not restricting oneself to the sword in one's hand, and using all things in heaven and earth as a sword is when the sword Tao is supreme. I think this Wine Sword Immortal just drank too much horse urine. A sword cultivator doesn't use a sword and goes to use grass and trees instead. It's not stupid, and Kong is right, a sword cultivator has to use a sword in order to be called a sword cultivator. Jun Mengqing spoke aloud in support of Gushinga, and the 5 foxtails that were condensed and entangled together were liberated and bloomed like flowers, just like Gushinga's female fans, who were frantically calling from the stage. Gushinga looked at Yiran and continued, since fellow Taoist Yi believes that there is a sword in his heart, everything in heaven and earth can be used as a sword, and by using grass and trees instead of a sword weapon, he will still be able to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Then may I ask, if 2 sword cultivators with the same strength, one of them holding weeds as a weapon in their hands, and the other holding a supreme immortal sword, then who will win between them? Who is stronger or weaker? When this statement came out, it was like a sharp blade, directly poking through the 5 realms of the sword Tao in Yiran's mouth. The crowd of celestial pride also instantly understood why they thought the so-called 5 realms of the sword Tao were strange. When cultivators fought, in addition to divine secret techniques, they also relied on magic treasures and divine weapons. If one didn't use a magic treasure divine weapon, one's strength would inevitably be greatly reduced. Therefore, Yiran's words about having a sword in his heart, everything in heaven and earth being a sword, and no sword is better than a sword in this kind of sword realm, were simply nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. Yiran also froze, he didn't expect Gushinga to come out so out of line. They were discussing the Tao, not debating, and this next mouth was too black. Coincidentally, Gushinga believes that argumentation is debating, and as long as the opponent is rendered speechless, then it is a win. Damn it! How could Dokoroku's supreme swordsmanship lose? He was the #1 in swordsmanship and martial arts novels. Yiran roared inwardly, the one he admired the most was Dokoroku, followed by the Wine Sword Immortal from Immortal Sword.
Forcing back his inner anger, Yiran said in a deep voice, Gudaozi, what you said is simply nonsense. How can a sword cultivator rely on a sword weapon to win? The comprehension of the sword path is the core of sword cultivation. Not relying on sword weapons, relying on sword path comprehension? Fellow Taoist Yi even said this kind of words. I'm afraid that he drank too much horse urine. I don't think that fellow Taoist Yi needs to be called the wine sword immortal. He should be called the horse piss immortal. A guy who doesn't even recognize the sword. How can he be worthy of the title of sword immortal? Guxinga teased. At the same time, she felt more and more that there was something wrong with Yiran, obviously a guy who knew nothing about swords, yet he was able to comprehend the sword intent and called himself the wine sword immortal. It seems that this guy is not only a traveler, I think he also has a system. The wine sword immortal, I think it's the male category of the wine sword immortal system. Guxinga looked at Yiran with interest. He had some knowledge about this wine sword immortal system, and he had also read many wine sword immortal system novels in his previous life. What slandered my wine sword immortal? A sword to open the gate of heaven. What wine sword immortal rebelled against his master? His master kneeled down to beg for forgiveness and so on, and watery and inked. Guxinga, don't go too far. I, wine sword immortal, am not someone you can humiliate. Yiran was furious. He was the wine sword immortal, except for that senior sister who had slandered him, and the senior sisters who favored his senior sister. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. Hearing this, Guxinga smiled disdainfully and said, did this seat say anything wrong? You say you are a wine sword immortal, but you don't recognize that the sword is the root of sword cultivation. Instead, you are chasing after that crooked saying that no sword is better than a sword, and a sword immortal without a sword. Where is the qualification to be called a sword immortal? Besides, wine is also called horse urine in the mortal world, so what are you if not a horse urine fairy? The crowd of celestial pride sniffed and thought that what Chen Kuandaozi had said was very reasonable. Self-named wine sword immortal, but does not recognize the sword as the root of sword cultivation, but instead pursues the so-called swordless way. This is not the cart before the horse is what? Ha ha ha. Young Gio is right. You're a horse urine fairy for a guy who likes to drink horse urine and doesn't use a sword. Jun Mingqing's laughter was like a silver bell, but it was shrill in Yiran's ears. Yiran got up violently. A dragon spirit sword appeared in his hand. Annoyed, he pointed his sword at Guxinga. Surname Gu, you've bullied people too much. Think Yiran crossed into this world, bound to the wine sword immortal system, although he experienced the teacher-sister defamation, the master-teacher-sister indiscriminate punishment, but in his view is just a little wind and frost. But Guxinga humiliating him as a horse urine fairy was completely pissing him off. If he didn't teach this Guxinga a lesson today, where would he put his wine sword immortal's face? When the crowd saw Yiran's sword pointing at Chen Kuandaozi, their hearts were startled, but none of them acted rashly. Oh, this is to discuss the Tao but not this seat. Want to use martial arts? Coincidentally, although this seat is not proficient in sword Tao, but is good at thunder technique, just don't know how many heavenly thunder you can withstand from this seat, Ma Pui Xian. Looking at the spirit sword that was pointing directly at him, Guxinga got up without panicking. His heavy pupils flickered with metaphysical light, threads of thunder overflowed from his body surface, and an appalling to the extreme pressure then spread out. Since this horse piss fairy is looking for death, then he himself will fulfill him. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 33, The Heaven Mending Goddess Who Can Be Human, Jun Mingqing Confesses. Chapter 33, The Heaven Mending Goddess Who Can Be Human, Jun Mingqing Confesses. Chapter 33, The Heaven Mending Goddess Who Can Be Human, Jun Mingqing Confesses. Seeing that Guxinga and Yiran were at cross swords and the situation was starting to go out of their control, it was no good for the heaven repairing goddess to stay on the sidelines any longer. After all, the Lingxiao sword sect and the Qiankuan Dao sect were both objects she wanted to draw in. Xiao stood up, her pink lips under the veil slightly opened, her voice was as soft as a spring breeze, caressing over the hearts of everyone. Even Yiran, who was burning with anger, gradually extinguished the flame in his heart. Fellow Taoist Yi, Taoist Gu, the two of you shouldn't be angry. This debate seems indistinguishable in Xiao's opinion. Fellow Taoist Yi's swordless way is refreshing, while Taoist Gu's sword is the fundamental of the way of the sword has also caused Xiao to have deep insights. In order to avoid hurting the peace between the Qiankuan Dao sect and the Lingxiao sword sect, why don't we consider this debate a draw? How about it? Upon hearing this, the intimidating pressure released by Guxinga converged. He wasn't someone who didn't know how to be courteous, and Xiao, as the host of the Dao discourse gathering, since she had spoken out to persuade and make peace, as an invitee, he could give a face to it. But only this once. Guxinga turned her head to look at the heaven-mending goddess and said in a cold voice, Goddess Xiaoyao, this seat will give you this face, but just this once. If this horse-piss immortal still dares to provoke this seat, then I'll not blame this seat for not giving you, or the heaven-mending pavilion, face. I'm the wine sword immortal, not the horse-piss immortal. I'm the wine sword immortal, not the horse-piss immortal. Yiran couldn't wait to raise his sword and behead Guxinga. He looked towards the heaven-mending goddess and said in a deep voice, Since Goddess Xiao has opened her mouth, this sword immortal will also give you a face.
After saying that, Yi Ran returned to his position, only his eyes kept staring at Gushinga, secretly saying, today's insult, he, Wine Sword Immortal, took note of it, and in the coming day, he would definitely return it 100 times over. Seeing that both sides were willing to give themselves face, Xiao sighed in relief as she summoned her maidservant and ordered a few words. Not long after, the maid brought two things and put them in front of Gushinga and Yi Ran respectively. The heaven-mending goddess softly said, Taoist Yi, Taoist Gu, the wonderfulness of the two of you discussing the Tao has caused Xiao to have deep insights, so I have prepared a small, thin gift for the two of you, and I hope that you won't mind it. Placed in front of Gushinga was a small piece of Taishan Jin, while Yi Ran's was a 1,000-year-old wine. It had to be said that Xiao was worthy of being the goddess of the heaven-mending pavilion. Not only did she speak in drips and drabs, but she was also very good at being a human being. Gushinga looked at the Taishan Jin. Even though it was only the size of a fist, it was of great value, and was a fine spirit gold for refining the intrinsic spirit weapons. His eyes lowered. It seemed that this heaven-mending goddess knew herself very well, even figuring out the purpose of his trip. Yi Ran smelled the rich wine aroma of the 1,000-year-old wine, his face showed joy, and he unsealed the wine to pour it. With the Wine Sword Immortal system, he could raise his cultivation level just by drinking, and when he broke through the spirit of transformation, he would make sure to let Gushinga know how powerful his Wine Sword Immortal was. After the interlude, the other heavenly prides also came on the stage one after another to discuss the Tao. Little by little, time passed, and Gushinga went back on to win 3 rounds in a row, taking a heaven returning pill. As the discourse gathering drew to a close, the heaven-mending goddess had her attendants bring each of the heavenly pride another gift, all of which they needed at this stage, causing the crowd of heavenly pride to be overjoyed. Xiao raised her cup again and said with a smiling face, once again, thank you all for being able to give Xiao face and coming to this night's Tao discussion gathering. Xiao will finally toast you all again, wishing that all of you will have a straight path in the future, and that you will ascend through the tribulation and fly to the heavens. Goddess Xiao is polite. The crowd of celestial pride raised their cups and drank, and Gushinga looked deeply at the heaven-mending goddess. She's so skillful at buying people's hearts, this woman can't be underestimated. When the discourse party ended and the celestial pride left one after another, Yi Ran even glanced provocatively at Gushinga before he left. Although the Ling Xiao sword sect had been friends with the Qian Kuan Dao sect for generations, Gushinga had messed with him, the Wine Sword Immortal, and no matter what, he would make Gushinga pay a painful price. Hey Griffin! Gushinga returned a contemptuous smile, a mere waste that relied on the system to forcibly raise his cultivation. If it wasn't for the face of the heaven-mending goddess, she could have crushed him with one hand. Eunuch, can you give my concubine some time? I have something to say to you. Seeing that the people were almost finished, Jun Mengqing came to Gushinga's ear, exhaling her breath like orchids. Her soft and charming voice poured into his ear with a hint of pleading. Gushinga sniffed and glanced at the demonic and seductive interceptor Heavenly Holy Maiden. He also wanted to know why this woman had set her sights on him as soon as they met, and called out to him with a mouthful of benefactors, and promptly nodded his head in agreement with her. Divine Mistress Xiao, this seat will also leave first. Gushinga got up and arched his hand towards Xiao, and the heaven-repairing goddess reminded Jun Mengqing when she saw that she was pestering him. Daoist Gu, the intercepting heavenly sect has always been good at crooked and evil stories, so please don't trust her gullibly. Jun Mengqing's face sank slightly. In terms of crooked sects and evil sayings, who is better than your heaven-repairing pavilion, abetting your disciples to take the calamity in their own body day in and day out? Gushinga nodded lightly and turned to leave with Ji Gui. Jun Mengqing glared at Xiao and also hurriedly followed. When the Qian Kuan Daozi left, Xiao gently caressed a bead at her white wrist, glowing with a faint warmth as she murmured, "Is he?" Outside the heaven-mending spirit K, Gushinga stopped her steps and looked back at the heaven-intercepting holy maiden who was following closely behind her. "Speak, what is it you wish to say to the seat?" "Eunuch, wait a moment." Jun Mengqing waved her hand and set up a soundproof boundary so that no one would overhear their rivalry with each other. Subsequently, the intercepting heaven holy maiden bowed towards Gushinga, and the slightest bit of aggression surfaced on her demonic pretty face as she said with some sadness, "Eunuch, have you forgotten me? I'm the little fox." Little fox? When Gushinga heard this self-proclaimed name, past memories surfaced in his mind. He did once keep a small fox. He remembered that when he was 5 years old, he had come across a hunter selling a small fox he had caught, and because it was rare with its cherry-pink fur, he had bought it and kept it as a pet. After adopting the little fox, Gushinga liked to cuddle and sleep with it, and from time to time, he would also nourish it with the chi of creation from the jade saucer of creation, and later, because of the awakening of his heavy pupils, he was taken to the Qian Kuan Dao sect, and rarely returned home. The last time he returned home because of the death of his parents, he could not care about other things, and the little fox was also put behind him. Gushinga gazed at Jun Mengqing, her heavy pupils scrutinizing her as she questioned, "How do you prove that you are the little fox that this seed adopted when you were young?" Seeing that he allowed himself to be skeptical, Jun Mengqing came up to Gushinga's ear, her cherry mouth gently opened, and a little secret that only Gushinga knew came out. After saying that, a touch of shyness even flashed in Jun Mengqing's eyes. Gushinga listened, her face showing embarrassment. "No, does this little fox remember so well?" Jun Mengqing was not talking about anything else, it was the fact that when Guxinga had adopted the little fox, she had purposely explored it in order to confirm whether it was male or female. This matter was known only to Little Fox, who was the fox in question, in addition to Guxinga herself. Only then did Guxinga believe Jun Mengqing's words, believing that she was the little fox he had adopted as a youngster. I just didn't expect that after 12 years of not seeing each other, the once little fox had transformed into the holy daughter of the intercepting heavenly sect and the young emperor of the Fox clan Xingqiu. What happened to come from this? Guxinga was also curious. P.S. About the plot, if you think there are any problems, you can take the initiative to put forward, little brother or timely revision, if written to the toxic point, big brother should also be timely reminder, and by the way, I beg big brothers to cast more monthly votes, recommended votes. End of chapter. Chapter 34, each with their own agenda, Tantai Qingxian jealous? Chapter 34, each with their own agenda, Tantai Qingxian jealous? Chapter 34, each with their own agenda, Tantai Qingxian jealous? Jun Mengqing told Guxinga about her experience. Not long after Guxinga was taken away by the sinking night-old ancestor back then, when she was still a little fox, she was annoyed because she couldn't find him and wouldn't let the rest of the Gu family touch her, and under the emotional excitement, the nine-tailed sky fox bloodline in her body awakened. It wasn't long before the Qingqiu Empress descended on the Gu family, took her away, and erased the memories of everyone in the Gu family. After being brought back to Qingqiu, the female emperor of Qingqiu named her Jun Mengqing and appointed her as the young emperor, teaching her to cultivate. Later on, she worshipped the intercepting heaven sect and became the sect master's personal disciple, and was again crowned as the Holy Maiden. Under the dual cultivation of Qingqiu and the intercepting heavenly sect, Jun Mengqing's cultivation had skyrocketed, and now had reached the late Yuaning stage, with few existences among her peers able to match her. After listening to Jun Mengqing's experience, Guxinga also didn't expect that the little fox that she had casually purchased at the beginning actually possessed a nine-tailed sky fox bloodline. But this was all thanks to the Jade Disc of Creation. Without it, even if Jun Mengqing had the nine-tailed bloodline, she would not be able to awaken. Ankong, that year's life-saving favor Mengqing can't take it for granted. If Ankong has any needs in the future, you can order Mengqing, Qingqiu, and the intercepting heavenly sect will do their best to help. Jun Mengqing's pretty face was serious as she solemnly assured Guxinga that as long as he needed help, the two major forces behind her would come to his aid. Guxinga nodded. Jun Holy Maiden's good intentions are appreciated, and in the future, if we encounter difficulties, this seat will not be polite. When Jun Mengqing saw that her benefactor accepted her kindness, a bright smile appeared on her bewitching pretty face, all of a sudden seductive, making it hard to resist. It's getting late, so Mengqing won't bother Ngong. See you tomorrow at the auction. After explaining her own life, the intercepting heaven Holy Maiden looked at the sky. The night was already sinking. If they continued to talk, I'm afraid that it would be dawn, and immediately said goodbye to Guxinga. Guxinga nodded and watched Jun Mengqing leave. Looking at the gradually disappearing back of the intercepting heavenly saintess, a flash of hidden light flashed from the bottom of Guxinga's eyes. Xingqiu, interceptor cult, interesting. From start to finish, he didn't believe every word Jun Mengqing said. Even if Jun Mengqing was really a little fox, so what? Can you believe that a pet he only had for a year is now running around saying he wants to return the favor? Besides, Jun Mengqing knew his biggest secret. Guxinga guessed that the reason why the other party had approached him was because he was afraid that it had something to do with the Jade Disc of Creation. The Jade Disc of Creation was able to activate the hidden bloodline within a living being, causing the living being to return to its ancestors and transform. If this news were to be released, not to mention the human race, the demon race would be absolutely crazy. After all, they had some divine beast bloodline in their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. Honestly speaking, the moment Jun Mengqing revealed her identity to herself, Guxinga had already moved to kill. It was just that he wasn't sure if Jun Mengqing had told the others about the secret of the bloodline metamorphosis, so he didn't act rashly. Furthermore, as the holy maiden of the intercepting heavenly sect, he couldn't guarantee that she didn't have a protector of the Tao following her around. After weighing the pros and cons, Guxinga chose to wait and see what happens and observe Jun Mengqing for a while longer. If she didn't divulge the secret of the Jade Disc of Creation, then she would be in control. If he said anything, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Guxinga let out a long breath to calm the killing thoughts in her heart and looked up at the bright, clear moon. Oh little fox, don't make me. Meanwhile, inside another ancient alley, Jun Mengqing changed from the gentle and charming before. The demonic pretty face was flooded with a trace of coldness, the golden pupils were as deep as the abyss, and the majesty between the eyebrows filled the air. As the young emperor of Qingqiu, the condescension of the holy maiden of the intercepting sky was truly displayed. Holy maiden, why don't you let your old slave take action to capture the Qiankuan Taoist son? With the sacred sect's heritage, although the Qiankuan Taoist sect is strong, it's not enough to look at. A purple-haired old crone appeared beside her, respectfully and doubtfully inquiring. Although the Qiankuan Tao sect ranked in the top 10 in the Vault Sang domain and had quite a strong foundation, in the eyes of the intercepting heavenly sect, it was still young and tender, and it was just a bigger ant without even a Jinshur immortal artifact, or a harmonized Tao powerhouse. Since the Holy Maiden wanted to know the secrets of Qian Kuandaozi, she could have captured him directly and brought him back to the sect to search his soul directly, so why bother to lure people with her body? Jun Mengqing glanced at the purple-haired crone and said in a faint voice, Granny Purple, do you think you can capture him with your strength? At those words, Granny Purple hesitated. Although she had reached the transformation god Celestial, she was only at the 10,000 longevity realm. As for Qian Kuandaozi, when he had just broken through to Yuaning, he had suppressed a 10,000 longevity devil, and she really might not be able to capture the other party. Granny, if you can't capture him and expose our purpose, then a heavenly pride who was number 1 on the human Jia ranking will hate the intercepting heavenly sect for this, and in the future, when he grows up completely, how much trouble do you think it will bring to us? Jun Mengqing continued to question. Assumptions like the one she brought up were not unheard of in the history of Xiangshan. As early as 4,000 years ago, there was once a great sect in Voltsang that had crossed paths with the 7th heavenly pride on the human Jia ranking at the time, slaughtering his clan and killing all of his friends and family, but was escaped by that heavenly pride. And then just 700 years, that heavenly pride returned strongly. The cultivation has reached the realm of the harmonious Tao, with his own strength will be a great religion destroyed, and even laid down the blood break absolute array, to the great religion of all the people's blood as a guide, to their own cultivation as a sacrifice, kill all the world's bloodline related to the living beings. According to the uncertain statistics of the intercepting heaven sect, the number of living beings who died on that day due to the blood break extinction formation had exceeded tens of billions. This was still only the 7th heavenly pride on the human jade ranking. As for Guxingda, he was regarded by Xin Tianlu as the person with the strongest natural talent since Voltsang 10,000 years ago, and the intercepting heavenly sect had set their hands on him, not to mention whether or not they would be able to capture him. Even if Guxingda was captured, the Qiankuan Dao sect would definitely not stop, and the Heaven Mending Pavilion would definitely intervene, causing a series of troubles at that time. It is only by taking a slow approach that we can avoid these pitfalls. Jun Mengqing looked up at the moon. All of this is for the great ambition of the Holy Church, so benefactor, don't blame me. Qiankuan Palace. Guxingda had just returned when Tantai Qingxian suddenly appeared behind him. This scared Guxingda so much that she subconsciously pinched her magic, but when she saw that the visitor was Tantai Qingxian, she loosened her pinched hand. He lightly patted his chest and looked at his own master, his heart palpitating as he said, Master, you're so godlike that it's easy to scare people's hearts. Guxingda had thought that her divine sense was sharp enough, but she didn't expect to notice even a single movement from Tantai Qingxian, who seemed to be one with this heaven and earth, with no way to probe. If Tantai Qingxian hadn't been standing in front of him, even if he had used his divine sense, Guxingda wouldn't have been able to detect the slightest trace of her. The supreme Tao body, existing with the Tao, was truly terrifying. Tantai Qingxian didn't say anything, only silently looking at Guxingda. Suddenly, the tip of her nose moved slightly, as if she had smelled that fragrance on his body, and although her face did not change, her eyes showed a subtle change. Tantai Qingxian looked deeply at Guxingda before turning to leave. Guxingda froze for a moment, then realized what was going on and hurriedly chased after her. Master, listen to my explanation, I didn't go out to fool around. P.S. Sorry for the late updates in the past 2 days, I've been adjusting my sleep lately, so when my sleep adjusts, I'll start updating regularly. End of chapter. Chapter 35 Chapter 35, You Jun Mengqing are dodgy, but I, Guxingda, am not King Zhou. Chapter 35 Chapter 35, You Jun Mengqing are dodgy, but I, Guxingda, am not King Zhou. Chapter 35 Chapter 35, You Jun Mengqing are dodgy, but I, Guxingda, am not King Zhou. Early the next morning, a brilliant sun rose and Xiantian City was shrouded in sunlight, dispelling the ghostly cold of last night. When the sound of a long bell echoed through Xiantian City, it was the Zhaoyun Heavenly Bell of Xiantian Building. This bell was used to tell the cultivators in the city about the start of the heavenly auction. Every time the Zhaoyun bell rang, Xiantian City would be stirred up, and this time was no exception as countless cultivators flew towards Xiantian Building. Guxingda flew out of the Qiankuan Palace and headed to the giant building in the center of the city. As for Tantai Qingxian, she didn't want to go. The Xiantian building is extremely tall and majestic, as if a mountain of the gods that passes through the sky towers over the city. The huge building is luxurious and incomparable, constructed with purple Xian spirit wood and purple spirit crystals. The body of the building is carved with mountains and rivers, covered with countless superb spirit stone tiles, and the spirit mist lingers, flowing with a dreamy spirit light. Guxingda arrived just in time to meet Jun Mengqing. Eunuch, you're here. Jun Mengqing hurriedly greeted him, and Guxingda nodded lightly, walking with her into Xiantian building. After entering the building, a maid led them to a heavenly box, positioned just right, able to overlook the crowd and clearly watch everything in the auction hall. At this time, the hall was already crowded and packed, bustling with noise and clamor echoing endlessly. Guxingda's gaze scanned the thousands of cultivators in the hall. Any one of them was in the foundation establishment, or even Jindan realm, and as for those boxes, all of them were Yuan Jun. Youngjiao, come and taste this grape. Suddenly, Guxingda's voice rang in Jun Mengqing's ears, and he turned his head to look. However, he saw Jun Mengqing peeling open a green-colored grape at an unknown time, crystal clear with a sweet scent. She pinched the grapes with her green jade fingers, lightly bent her delicate body, swayed her foxtail, and came in front of Gushunga, smilingly sending the grapes in front of his mouth.
The image is rather like Daji feeding King Joe.
Gushunga didn't refuse and opened her mouth to eat the grapes, only to be wrapped and annihilated by him with the power of space as she took it into her mouth. She, Jun Mengqing, is Daji, but I, Gushunga, am not King Joe. Jun Mengqing saw Gushunga eat what she had fed her and started feeding other spirit fruits again.
Gushunga came and went, and then all of them were annihilated with the power of space.
Waiting for a few moments for the auction to begin, representatives from the Voltsang domain, and even forces from other domains, made their appearance one after another. Gushunga raised her hand to block the spirit fruit that Jun Mengqing had fed her, signaling that she had eaten enough and didn't need to. Only then did Jun Mengqing put down the spirit fruit with great interest.
When, as the Zhaoyun heavenly bell rang once more, the noisy hall instantly quieted down and the auction officially began.
In the center of the hall appeared a platform made of Xin Huang jade, crystal clear, golden radiance flowing, very magnificent, completely carved out of Xin Huang jade. An old man with white hair walked onto the jade platform and announced the start of the auction. 16 marvelous young ladies stood on either side of the jade platform. They were graceful, covering their bodies with a thin veil, and would be responsible for presenting the auction items. Although it was a heaven-level auction, the auction items displayed at the beginning were not rare treasures, and could not make Gushunga, as well as other people from other forces, interested, and the atmosphere was not mobilized. Several lots later, the seventh item up for auction, a piece of ancient precious jade, with a reserve price of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones.
On the Xin Huang jade stage, the auctioneer called out the name and price of the new auction item.
In the next second, a delicate young girl held a rosewood tray and walked up to the Xin Huang jade platform, and on the tray was a peculiar ancient jade, which appeared to be simple and unadorned, but had detailed patterns and was filled with a special Dao rhythm.
The moment the ancient jade appeared, in the earth character No.
7 box, a handsome-looking black-clothed young man got up violently, staring at the ancient jade with unblinking eyes, his heart jumping dramatically. He was all too familiar with this piece of jade. It was because of this piece of jade that his family incurred ruin, leaving only him and his sister alive. I didn't realize that there were other ancient jades in this world besides the one he had on him. It's just 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Luo Duan gritted his teeth. 1,000 is 1,000. This ancient jade absolutely can't let other people get it.
Is there anything to this piece of jade?
A cultivator in the auction hall opened his mouth to inquire. The auctioneer patiently explained, this jade contains special Taoist rhythms and is suspected to be worn by a great power. Holding it for a long period of time can help comprehend the divine secret techniques. As soon as these words came out, a flash of displeasure flashed across the eyes of Luo Chen inside the box.
Damn it! This old guy, how could he tell the purpose of the ancient jade?
However, not everyone believed the auctioneer's words. After all, in order to sell the lots, the auction houses would tout that perhaps this ancient jade could help one cultivate the divine secret techniques, but the effect might be minimal. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones is too much of a loss to buy. Gushunga looked at the piece of ancient treasure jade. His senses told him that it was not ordinary, and then his heavy pupils floated with a faint golden light, and the great Qi luck technique was cast. Everything in this world has its own Qi, and the thicker a thing's Qi is, the more useful it is. With the heavy pupils under the great Qi luck technique, he instantly saw through the Qi luck contained in the ancient treasure jade. Purple with a reddish color, as Gushunga felt, it was very open door.
Without the slightest hesitation, Gushunga immediately made an offer.
10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He didn't bother to bid with others, and his bid was a tenfold offer, forcing Luo Chen, who was still snickering that other people didn't know what they were talking about and thought he could pick up the pieces, to die. In the earth character box, Luo Duan was first stunned, followed by a tense expression on his face. Surprisingly, there was still someone who knew the use of the ancient jade. Could it be the person who had destroyed his entire family in the first place? Seeing that Gushunga had auctioned off an exaggerated ancient jade for 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, Jun Mengqing secretly said that could it be that Ngong knew about this ancient jade? She sidestepped. Ngong, auctions all like to exaggerate about the items up for auction. That ancient jade might not be as useful as the auctioneer said. 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones to buy it is too much of a loss, right?
No matter, I have a lot of spirit stones.
Gushunga casually replied back, leaving Jun Mengqing somewhat speechless. You can't be so wasteful even if you have a lot of spirit stones.
That's not true. He must know what that jewel is for.
Jun Mengqing did not believe Gushunga's words, not to tell, but also more spirit stones. You can have my spirit stones more.
The ancient jade was eventually won by Gushunga since he was the only one who bid on it.
After another dozen or so auction items, the auction finally ushered in the first heavyweight lot. The young girl carefully held a volume of silk book, walked up to the Xianhuang jade platform, and on that silk book the Dao pattern lingered, vaguely echoed the Dao sound, sent up to the yellow diamond dragon platform. The auctioneer looked at the scroll of silk and was also very excited. His old face reddened as he said in a loud voice, "This is a cultivation epiphany written by a harmonious Dao powerhouse, with a base price of 500,000 extreme spirit stones."
Boom!
The auction hall was abuzz with excitement as hundreds of cultivators were agitated, and many of the God-realizing celestials from the great sects and holy clans made their bids for this volume of cultivation senses of the harmonized great powers. 1 million extreme spirit stones. 1.5 million extreme spirit stones. This seed offers 1,700,000 extreme spirit stones. 1,800,000 extreme spirit stones. The cultivation epiphanies of the harmonized great powers, which might not be of much use to Jindan and Yuaning cultivators, but to the God-realizing celestials who had already begun to cultivate the laws of the heavens and earth, it was a supreme treasure. In the end, this volume of cultivation senses of a harmonious Tao powerhouse was auctioned off at a sky-high price of 2,700,000 extreme spirit stones, causing Gu Xingge to be shocked.
Isn't it just a great power sensation, as to be so crazy? Why don't I use the Jade Disc of Creation to deduce some of them and earn some spirit stones? P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Unseen Halberd, Angelic Hearth. With the end of the auction of great senses, the Xuanwanjiu stage, the white-haired auctioneer strikes while the iron is hot, in a crowd of cultivators in high spirits, once again throughout the same heavyweight auction. Next, there will be a Tao Ancient Divine Warrior up for auction, so please keep your eyes peeled and don't miss it. When the crowd of cultivators heard the words, they immediately quieted down, the hall became silent, and immediately afterward, many of them became short of breath. Inside the box, Gu Xingge heard about the Tao Ancient Divine Soldier and also cast her gaze towards the Xianhuang Jade platform. The so-called Tao Ancient Divine Soldier was an ancient divine soldier with a history of at least 100,000 years or more, perhaps broken, but the Tao on the Divine Soldier still existed, and it could be topologized onto the original treasure, which would be greatly beneficial to the original treasure. It just so happened that he was preparing to refine his own life magic treasure, and if he were to topographize the Tao of the Tao Ancient Divine Warrior during the refining process, the power would definitely increase dramatically. Not long after, for strong men combined their efforts to carry a halberd up to the Xianhuang Jade platform. The halberd is simple and unadorned, cannot see any other place. Seeing that the 4 Jindan realm hulks were struggling to carry it, the crowd in the auction hall was quite surprised. Worthy of being a Tao Ancient Divine Warrior, this weight should not be underestimated. The white-haired auctioneer stepped forward and personally took it from the hands of the big men, welcoming the crippled halberd onto the Xianhuang Jade platform, placing it at the highest place and displaying it for all to see. When the crowd to see the whole appearance of the divine weapon suddenly clamor, because the halberd blade has been missing a large part, and the halberd body is covered with scars, the road is not obvious, as if the battlefield can be picked up anywhere on the waist of soldiers. What's the point of bringing up a broken halberd, even if he's a Tao Ancient Divine Soldier, broken to such an extent? I'm afraid that the Tao rules contained in it are all gone. It's useless even if it's slapped into his hand. Some cultivators questioned loudly, clearly disappointed with this Tao Ancient Divine Soldier. The other cultivators were also disappointed with this Tao Ancient Divine Soldier. The damage was too severe and the Tao rules contained within it could no longer be felt at all. It was a complete waste of a soldier. However, the white-haired auctioneer was solemn and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, when have I, Xin Tianlu, ever auctioned off a useless object? You must not underestimate it. This Tao Ancient Divine Soldier has an extraordinary origin." "Old man, don't sell the story, tell it clearly at once." A cultivator does not like the auctioneer's behavior. To sell, hurry up and say, grinding, wasting time. The white-haired auctioneer stroked the mutilated halberd and introduced, "This item is from the heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain. It was brought out by someone in the Divine Mountain. According to the appraisal of my Xin Tianlu, the years of existence are incomparably long. At the very least, there is a history of 500,000 years. The starting price is 10,000 extreme spirit stones. Heavenly Gothic God Mountain." As soon as this name came out, whether it was those seniors of the big forces present, or those scattered high cultivators, all of them froze, their faces showing scorn. Even Gu Xingge, likewise. Heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain, one of the 5 end of the Songming forbidden areas. Legend has it that it is a bizarre mountain left over from an unknown number of end of the era ago, and what's inside is rarely known. Because very few of the beings who go in can come out, and even if they do, they will die a violent death in a short period of time, with their bodies corrupted and their souls dispersed, never to be reincarnated. An ancient halberd brought out from the Heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain, even if it was crippled, its value was incalculable. Even if he was brought out from the Heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain and is now useless, what can be done? The Supreme Elder of a major power spoke. Although this object is crippled, it still contains a Tao rule within, and according to my Xin Tianlu's probing, this divine weapon is one that was once used by a Mahayana Tao father. After the auctioneer's words fell, the auction hall was a cacophony of noise. This is the weapon used by the Mahayana Tao Zun. Even if it contains only one Tao rule, it is not comparable to the general Tao Ancient Divine Warrior. Countless cultivators were excited, and they made offers. 20,000 extreme spirit stones. 25,000 extreme spirit stones. 30,000 extreme spirit stones. At this moment, everyone opened their mouths to make offers. Even Gu Xingge was no exception, and the scene was very hot. In the end, the price of the crippled halberd soared all the way up to 138,000 extreme spirit stones,
and was auctioned off by a major power in the Xian Sung domain. Inside the box, Jun Mengqing was slightly puzzled when she saw that Gu Xingde had given up in the middle of the day, and then asked in a soft voice, "Eunuch, why did you suddenly give up? Is it because there aren't enough spirit stones? If it's not enough, you can tell Meng Chang, and Meng Cheng will do her best to support Kong in the auction." Gu Xingde shook her head. "There's no need, that thing has no connection with me. It's more than just a no-brainer. It almost screwed itself." Luckily, Gu Xingde was cautious and used her heavy pupils to look at the auction with the great Chiluk technique, and the Chiluk on that halberd was called a black ah, just like ink. Moreover, he also found that the chi of those who had touched the halberd was more or less tainted with some black color. Whoever shoots the halberd is out of luck. It was worthy of being something that came out of the heavenly Gothic divine mountain, and it was truly bizarre. The chi is black to such an extent, how much the heavenly Tao hates this stuff. The halberd was carried down, followed by two strong men pushing a large cage covered in red cloth onto the jade platform. The auctioneer pointed at the cage covered by the red cloth, his old face showing an ambiguous smile. "Gentlemen, this auction item is a good thing, and it's not even from my Sangming, it's from an otherworldly realm that's at war with our realm, and it's even an excellent cauldron, not to be missed. A great cauldron for the otherworldly." Upon hearing this title, some of the people of the great powers who knew something about the otherworld guessed what it was, and their eyes became fiery. Inside the box, Jun Mengqing looked at the prison cell under the red cloth, and a flash of disgust flashed across her demonic pretty face. As the auctioneer lifted the red cloth, the scene in the cage appeared in everyone's eyes. When Gu Xingde saw what was imprisoned in the cage, the heavy pupil surfaced with a hint of shock and blurted out, "Angel!" Within the cage, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, stunningly beautiful woman was curled up in the cage. Her features were generally the same as those of the Europeans and Americans in Gu Xingde's previous life, her plump body tightly wrapped in a few strips of white cloth, and behind her were 3 pairs of snow-white wings, saintly and dusty. It was a 6-winged angel. Before, Gu Xingde had felt that the cultivation system of the otherworld was familiar, exactly the same as those Western fantasy novels in her previous life, and now that she saw this 6-winged angel, she was even more certain that that otherworld was a Western fantasy world. It was only unexpected that Xian Tianlu could even get their hands on angels. "Gentlemen, this otherworldly angel's cultivation has reached the subdivine level, equivalent to the late stage of my Sangming's Yuaning, and its body contains pure to the extreme light energy. It is an excellent cauldron, not to be missed. The starting price is 10,000 extreme spirit stones." As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, hundreds of cultivators frantically bid. An excellent cauldron for a late-stage Yuaning. Not only could it be used for cultivation, it could also be driven as a war slave. They couldn't afford to miss it. Gu Xingde retracted his gaze from the angel. If it was a rare spirit material he would have made a bid, but an angelic furnace, there was no need to waste spirit stones to auction it. His cauldron was a supreme Tao body that had reached the great circle of transformation, and he didn't even care to fight for a late-stage Yuaning angelic cauldron. As for riding a big oceanic horse, naturally, it was necessary to ride the best, and mass-produced angels like this one couldn't get into Gu Xingde's eyes. In the end, this angelic furnace cauldron was auctioned off for 73,000 extreme spirit stones. P.S. Ask for bounties. Ask for monthly tickets. Ask for recommendation tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Jun Mingqing's Temptation, tie in immortal gold. After the angelic censor, a young girl walked up to the Xian Huang jade platform with another rosewood tray, on which was a small tripod, looking plain and unimpressive, and with no signs of age. "Auctioneer, gentlemen, this small tripod is not a magic treasure, nor is it a Tao ancient divine warrior, but it is more precious than anything before it because it is a realm guide. Boundary leader." Everyone was shocked, even Gu Xingde was no exception, and Jun Mengqing beside him was even staring at the small tripod, her demonic face flushed with excitement. Surprisingly, it's a boundary guide. The so-called boundary guide, also known as the guide of returning to the boundary, can help cultivators who set foot on the boundary road and travel to unknown worlds to precisely find the direction of returning home. As for the realm road, it was the path that cultivators opened up in order to perfect their inner heaven and earth and leave the pale great world. When a cultivator reached the God transformation realm, he would open up the violet mansion, and when he reached the refining void realm, the violet mansion within his body would need to metamorphose from the illusory mystery realm to the real heaven and earth. This process is extremely cumbersome, so the ancient cultivators thought of a method, that is, directly refining a heaven and earth, into their own violet mansion, so as to metamorphose into the inner heaven and earth. However, this method would not work in the Tsangming Great World. If you dared to dig up the flesh of the world, the heavenly Tao would definitely send down heavenly punishment and split you into dust. So the ancient cultivators opened up the path of the realm, leaving the pale and going outside the realm, refining other small worlds and turning them into their own inner heaven and earth. It is only that once outside the realm it is easy to lose your way back, and the realm guide is born from this. The manufacturing of the boundary guide was also very complicated and disposable, which led to the scarcity of the boundary guide and its value. The starting bidding price for this boundary guide is 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Please bid as much as you like. As soon as the words fell, Jun Mengqing took the lead in bidding. 200,000 extreme spirit stones.
$250,000. $300,000. $500,000.
Such frantic bidding caused even Guxinga to glance sideways at Jun Mengqing.
I didn't realize this little fox was still a rich woman.
However, on second thought, Jun Mengqing's backing of Qing Qiu and the Heaven Intercepting sect was so profound that even 10 Qin Kuan Dao sect could not compare, and it was normal to have more spirit stones. In the end, the Realm Guide was auctioned off by Jun Mengqing for 1,200,000 extreme spirit stones. Seeing that the Realm Guide had been obtained by Jun Mengqing, Guxinga smiled and spoke, "Holy Maiden Jun, I wonder if I can lend this Realm Guide to the sea for some study later?" Upon hearing this, Jun Mengqing did not hesitate for a moment and softly said, "Since Your Excellency is interested in this boundary leader, why don't we just give it to Your Excellency? Sage Lady Jun's kindness is appreciated. This seat is just curious about this Realm Guide and wants to study it." Guxinga politely rejected Jun Mengqing's good intentions. He could not afford to enjoy treasures worth millions of extreme spirit stones. Moreover, as long as he used the Jade Disc of Creation to figure out the manufacturing principle of the boundary leader, he would be able to make it himself. At that time, there would be as many boundary guides as one wanted, and spirit stones would come in droves. Jun Mengqing, who had been rejected yet again, continued to smile on the surface, but a trace of irritation flooded her heart. "I've shown you kindness so many times and fed you, why don't you get the hang of it? Is it because I'm not good looking? Or is it that old lady doesn't fit your aesthetic?" The more she thought about it, the more Jun Mengqing suffocated. Thinking that she is the young emperor of Qingqiu, or the holy daughter of the intercepting heavenly sect, her suitors are all lined up from the dome of the Sang to the western wasteland, and which one of them is not obedient to her? As a result, Guxinga too well, seemingly an intimate, but always maintained a distance. Jun Mengqing looked at Guxinga's side face and secretly cheered. "I don't believe I can't take you." The auction venue changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen more lots were taken, during which Guxinga made 2 bids and auctioned off 2 spirit materials. 5 elements essence gold and Sunhai stone. Jun Mengqing saw that Guxinga was auctioning off all the weapon refining materials, and secretly thought that he could be trying to refine his intrinsic magic treasure. Thinking about this, she immediately had a new idea. "Eunuch, you haven't refined your own life magic treasure yet, have you?" Guxinga sniffed, nodded, and didn't deliberately hide it. In the next second, a piece of immortal gold like a bright moon with a clear and cold moonlight, glittering with silver light and shaped like a jade rabbit appeared in Jun Mengqing's hands. The Taiyin Dao rhythm filled the air, and it was divine and extraordinary. Taiyin immortal gold. Guxinga's eyes stared, surprise welling up in the depths of her heavy pupils, recognizing the true form of the immortal gold in Jun Mengqing's hand with a single glance. Taiyin immortal gold and Sun immortal gold are known as Yin and Yang immortal gold, which are mutually exclusive, and if these 2 great immortal golds are melted into the same artifact, the artifacts cast are not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Your Excellency, this piece of Taiyin immortal gold was obtained by chance by my concubine, and it is useless to keep it in my hands, so I might as well gift it to Your Excellency to help you out. Jun Mengqing looked at Guxinga with a smile on her face, a wisp of smugness flashing under her eyes. "Bastard, I don't believe you can refuse again." Indeed, faced with the temptation of Taiyin immortal gold, Guxinga was indeed hard to refuse. Looking at the piece of Taiyin immortal gold, Guxinga fell silent. Jun Mengqing was like a fishing man, using the Taiyin immortal gold as bait, pulling on the fishing line and tempting him while constantly urging in his heart, "Take the bait, take the bait." "Then thank you, holy maiden Jun." After thinking about it again and again, Guxinga still chose to bite on Jun Mengqing's bait. He needed this Taiyin immortal gold too much. Even though he knew that Jun Mengqing had deliberately taken it out to lure him onto the bait, it was hard not to want to eat such a big fish bait. After all, immortal gold can be hard to come by. The Xian Tian Buildings auction was nearing its end, and the top-tier weapon refining spirit materials had yet to appear, so it would be a shame to miss out on the Taiyin immortal gold. Moreover, Jun Mengqing had been showing herself kindness, and it was fine to refuse once or twice, but if she refused more than once, it would backfire. Seeing Guxinga reach out and accept the Taiyin immortal gold, the corners of Jun Mengqing's mouth lifted slightly, harder to suppress than a pig being slaughtered on New Year's Day. "I knew you couldn't say no. Jun Mengqing, it's good that Income needs it. If the materials for refining the instinctive magic treasure are still lacking, feel free to speak with my concubine, and I will find them all for you." "Then thank you, holy maiden." Guxinga nodded and turned her head to look at the auction hall again. At this moment the last lot was also served up, an ancient talisman. The auctioneer's face reddened with excitement, and his energy-raising efforts vanished in front of this ancient talisman. "Gentlemen, the last lot of the day is on the stage. I'm sure you've all seen the roster. Yes, it is none other than the True Spirit Transmutation Immortal Talisman. True Spirit Transmutation Immortal Amulet." Countless cultivators stared intently at the ancient talisman, and there were even some cultivators who were eager to try, with a tendency to directly make a move to grab it. Swish! 2 figures appeared beside the ancient talisman with a majestic aura. They were clearly 2 god transformation celestials. Guxinga looked at the True Spirit Transmutation Immortal Talisman, but was not interested. This thing would not be of much use even if given to him. The so-called True Spirit Reincarnation was actually a way of seizing the body, only that compared to ordinary seizing, it was more thorough, more perfect, and it was a passive seizing. Once the cultivator holding the true spirit reincarnation immortal symbol fell, the immortal symbol would activate, thus carrying the cultivator's true spirit to be reincarnated into the pre-selected person who had been taken from him. It may seem convenient, but there is a downside. Then it will merge with the true spirit of the one who was taken, so is the one who was taken still himself? Even if Guxinga wanted to take over her body, she wouldn't have chosen this seemingly perfect but hidden method. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Simulated Immortalization System. Guxinga is schemed. As the auction draws to a close, Luo Duan in the ground boxes a sad face. He is not sure whether the auction of the ancient treasure jade is not the person who destroyed his whole family, and is afraid to go out of this Xin Tian building. The other party found out after it would be bad. Ding detected the host falling into trouble on the road ahead, simulating the immortality system binding. System. You're finally here. Hearing the beep in his head, Luo Chen was ecstatic. He wasn't actually the original Luo Chen, but a blue star traveler who crossed over after the Luo family's destruction. He had also begged his grandpa and grandma before, hoping for a plug-in, not realizing that the system still had opening conditions. Simulation of immortality system. Listening to the name Luo Chen knew that it was the kind of system that simulated various futures and then acquired future cultivation and experiences. As long as he kept simulating, he could leap into immortality. When the time comes to meet the exterminator, one finger can poke him to death. The host is at the early stage of foundation establishment. One simulation requires 100 lower grade spirit stones. Do we start the simulation? Nodding his head, Luo Chen couldn't wait to start the simulation while muttering, set a small goal, simulate to the Yuaning stage first. Simulation begins at. On the first day, you suspected that the one who auctioned off the ancient treasure jade was an enemy who exterminated your family, and, terrified, you decided to hide in the Xin Tian building first, waiting for all the people to leave before going out. The auction ended and everyone left before you carefully left the Xin Heavenly building. Without realizing it, the ancient treasure jade you possessed created an induction with the auctioneers, and Xian Kuan Daozi followed the induction. Forced to do so, you offered the precious jade, and Xian Kuan Daozi gave you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones as money to buy the jade. So it wasn't the group. Luo Duan looked at the analog screen and was relieved to see that the person who bought the walk-on ancient treasure jade was not the enemy of the exterminator. But immediately afterward an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. This Qian Kuan Dao's son spent 10,000 spirit stones to auction for the precious jade. Why should he only give 1,000 spirit stones for his precious jade? There is already a way to take death. Luo Chen put a mandatory kill sign for Guxinga in his heart, and when he became an immortal in the future, he would return the vengeance of taking the jade 100 times over. You took 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and were happy on the surface, but inwardly you secretly remembered Qian Kuan Daozi's revenge for taking the jade, thinking that when you became an immortal in the future, you would definitely retaliate back. But what you didn't expect was that Qian Kuan Daozi saw through your mind with his heavy pupil, and he didn't care about his face and killed you with a single slap in full view of everyone. What? Luo Chen's face was stunned and he exclaimed out in shock that Qian Kuan Daozi could actually see through him. Wasn't this cheating? At the end of the simulation, please select your takeaways from this simulation. I. Simulation of acquired cultivation. 2. Experience gained from simulation. 3. Resources from simulations. After the shock passed, Luo Chen looked at the simulation panel and decisively chose resources, and in front of him there was also an extra 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. On the other side of the sky character box, Guxinga was keenly aware of a strange force enveloping him, seemingly interfering with him. Not being able to think much, Guxinga commanded Jun Mengqing in a deep voice, Holy Maiden Jun, this seed is feeling slightly unwell, so please protect me for me. Upon hearing this, Jun Mengqing was slightly stunned, and when she saw that Guxinga's face was a bit hard to see, a trace of worry rose in her heart, and she nodded her head back and forth, assuring him, Don't worry, eunuch, with my concubine here, I won't let anyone disturb you. Immediately, Guxinga closed her eyes, and a part of her mind precipitated into the sea of consciousness as she began to catalyze the jade disk of creation. He would like to see which unknowing fellow dared to count on him. As for the other part of his mind, it was always focused on Jun Mengqing. The reason why she told her that she was not feeling well was to test this female fox and see if she would reveal her fox tail. As expected, right after Guxinga closed her eyes, the pale voice of Granny Violet rang in Jun Mengqing's ears. Holy Maiden, the heavens have helped you. Taking advantage of the fact that the Qian Kuan Dao's son is having a difference right now is the best time to strike and control him. No. How can you be sure that something is really wrong with him? What if he said it on purpose? Jun Mengqing looked at Guxinga, who was meditating with her eyes closed, and refused Granny Z's offer. After all, Guxinga had been fine before, and now that she suddenly said she was unwell, it was a guarantee that she was deliberately testing her. I'm not going to fall for that. The intercepting heaven Holy Maiden inwardly snorted coldly. Did she look that stupid? At this moment, as Guxinga catalyzed the jade disk of creation, the bizarre force was also isolated. He tried to follow the strange force and explore the source, but it broke off in the middle.
Break off your tail to survive?
Gushinga murmured, although the force pinched off in time, it still left traces. By following these clues and taking some time, he could still catch the rat that had counted on him. Gushinga slowly opened his eyes, and Jun Mingqing's stunningly beautiful and pretty face that was so bewitching that it was reflected in his eyes, looking at him with a concerned expression.
Eunuch, are you okay? It's fine.
Gushinga shook her head then got up and said, the auction is almost over, let's go pick up the lots.
Good.
Jun Mingqing and Gushinga finished first and went forward to fetch what they had auctioned. After handing over the corresponding spirit stones to Xian Tianlu, the ancient treasure jade, the 5 elements essence gold, and the Canghaiming Ming stone also went into Gushen's storage ring. A small tripod was delivered to him, and Jun Mingqing's soft voice sounded in Gushinga's ears. Eunuch, this boundary guide is also lent to you for your research, so when you're done with it, you can return it to my concubine.
That's very generous.
Gushinga sneered in his heart, don't think he doesn't know what this female fox is playing, isn't it just wanting to borrow the boundary lure and have some more chances to get close to himself? Thinking too much, with the parsing speed of the jade disk of creation, it wouldn't take long for this realm leader principle to be completely disassembled. At the same time, Luo Chun began his second simulation.
Simulation begins at. On the first day, in order to avoid being approached by the Qian Kuandao's son again, you chose to hand over your piece of ancient treasure jade to the Xian Heavenly Building, allowing them to help you auction it off, and in the end, the treasure jade was again auctioned off by the Qian Kuandao's son at 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones. After leaving Xian Tian Building, you bought a large amount of cultivation resources, and purchased a separate compound in Xian Tian City to begin closed-door cultivation. 3 days later, Qian Kuandaozi suddenly descended on your special courtyard and slapped you to death. Didn't I throw the precious jade to Xian Tianlu? Why is Qian Kuandaozi still looking for me? Luo Duan was furious when he saw that he had once again been slapped to death by Qian Kuandaozi. He himself had taken the initiative to hand over the precious jade to Xian Tianlu for auction in order to avoid this fellow, but as a result, it was still hard to escape. Could it be because the precious jade had his own aura left on it, and Qian Kuandaozi thought that he had discovered the secret of the precious jade, and all specially came to kill him? System, continue the simulation.
A somber look flashed in Luo Chen's eyes as he ordered the system to continue the simulation. He didn't believe it, he had the simulation system in his hand and still couldn't handle a Qian Kuandaozi. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Luo Duan desperate, the more simulation the faster he dies. 3 days later, you were slapped to death by Qian Kuandaozi. 4 days later, you who fled Xian Tian City were slapped to death by Qian Kuandaozi during your flight. 2 days later, you were slapped to death by Qian Kuandaozi within Xian Tian City. A day later, you just left the gate of the Xian Tian building and were killed by a divine thunderbolt that fell from the sky. It was Qian Kuandaozi who struck. 5 hours later, Qian Kuandaozi approached you and exterminated you in front of the Xian Tianlu elders. You've been slapped to death by the Qian Kuandaozi again in a double whammy. Looking at all the results of his simulations on the simulation screen, without exception, all of them died at the hands of Qian Kuandaozi. Luo Chen was completely numb, and an unprecedented powerlessness and despair rose within him. So many simulations, none of which have worked, and one of which died sooner than the other. What kind of demon was this Qian Kuandaozi, and why did he want to kill himself? It's definitely not the reason for the ancient jade. Luo Chen was puzzled, but this looming fatal crisis made him fidgety. He wanted to leave Xian Tian building immediately, but he was afraid that Qian Kuandaozi had already been waiting for him outside. On the other side, Gushinga once again felt the appearance of that weird power, though it was fleeting each time. However, under the capture of the jade disk of creation, the source of the weird power gradually became clear. It's actually inside the Xian Tian building. What is this, a lampshade? Gushinga's heavy pupil surfaced with a flash of ferocious light. Guts are really big. It wasn't enough to count on the seat once, but you still dare to continue to strike, looking for death. Aha! Noticing the difference in Gushinga, the pure and intense killing intent caused Jun Mingqing's heart to tremble. What happened? Did he find something? Jun Mingqing instantly tensed up. However, Gushinga just turned around and left without a word, her figure flashing so that even Jun Mingqing couldn't catch up. Gushinga's divine sense penetrated her body and recklessly scanned the auction hall, as well as those boxes. Even at the risk of offending everyone present, he had to find out the guy who had counted on him. If he doesn't kill that guy, it won't be good for him. The auction hall, as well as the people in the boxes, all felt a divine sense sweeping over them, and their faces changed, all revealing a look of displeasure. Using one's divine sense to probe another person without permission is no less than invading another person's privacy. It's unacceptable no matter who you put it on. It's not polite to come and go. Many cultivators released their divine sense and followed Gushinga's divine sense, wanting to see who was being so rude. Knowing that her move was inappropriate, Gushinga didn't hide herself and explained herself greatly to the cultivator who had cast his divine sense. Sorry for offending you all, the matter is urgent. Some people use evil techniques to count on the late generation within the Shin Tian building. In order to avoid that person to fish in the water and sneak away, I have no choice but to use my divine sense to search on a large scale. I hope that you all will forgive me. The late generation is here to make amends. Gu Xingge was not a rude person, and knowing that her actions had offended the crowd, she didn't act too brash, but took the initiative to lower her stance and apologize to the crowd. Some of the cultivators saw that it was Chen Kuandaozi who released his divine sense, and although they were disgruntled, when they heard that he called himself a junior and apologized to them, the disgruntlement in their hearts was replaced by a kind of vanity. Hear that? The top of the list of human jewels says he or she is a latecomer in front of him or her.
Isn't it just being swept by divine sense? It's nothing.
Of course, this was only the idea of some people from small scattered sects. The other people from the other major powers were still annoyed and released their own divine sense in unison to block Gu Xingge. As her divine sense was blocked, Gu Xingge's heavy pupils flashed with a touch of displeasure. These guys, they really gave face.
Since you guys don't want to be decent, then this seat will help you be decent.
Gu Xingge's voice was chilly, the thunder pattern on his brow flickered, and in an instant, his divine sense was empowered by the eyes of the heavens, and the true intent of heavenly tribulation was paired with his divine sense, transforming into an invisible thunderbolt that blasted at those divine senses that were blocking him. Those divine senses immediately felt like they were in the middle of a heavenly calamity, with endless thunder bombarding them furiously, destroying them all. Within the many boxes, the sound of dull grunts continuously resounded, and all those who blocked Gu Xingge's way all suffered heavy damage to their divine sense.
Outrageous! This Chen Kuandao's son is so bold. Is he going to make enemies of us all? In the heavenly character no.
9 box, the supreme elder of the Ling Xiao sword sect rose up in anger, his face turning blue, and a faint agony spreading across his brow. Beside him, Wine Sword, no, it's our horse-piss fairy Yuran also had a pained look on his face, and it was obvious that he was also the one who had put out his divine sense to block Gu Xingge. In the second box of the heavenly character, the heaven-mending goddess frowned slightly, but quickly soothed her divine sense trauma. She looked at Gu Xingge, who was still searching for the person who had counted, her pink lips under the veil lightly opened, her gentle voice transmitting the slightest hint of scorn. Worthy of being a heavy pupil, this divine sense is truly terrifying. Goddess, this Chen Kuandao's son is too arrogant. The old slave will step in and capture him. The tall and thin old man beside Qi Yao said angrily, but was rejected by her. There's no need to be able to provoke the Chen Kuandao's son to be this angry, all without regard to offending many forces, but also to use divine sense to probe. It can be seen that the grudges in it are so great that it's better for us to stay out of the way. Immediately afterward, Qi Yao instructed, Elder Yun, if Xian Heavenly Tower makes a move to stop them, you should make a move and help the Chen Kuandao's son.
Old slave knows.
Elder Yun nodded his head. Since the goddess had given the word, he had no choice but to obey. The people from the other boxes of the great powers were cursing angrily. It was so outrageous. They had never seen someone as arrogant as Gu Xingge in all their years of cultivation. Just as they were about to strike, 2 figures appeared in front of Gu Xingge, their auras as majestic as mountains, attempting to suppress him on the spot.
Chen Kuandaozi, you passed.
The visitors were none other than the 2 transformation god celestials from Shen Tianlu, one tall and one fat, and the pressure released by both caused Gu Shen's figure to stall. Gu Xingge's heavy pupils looked at the 2 transformation god celestials who intercepted him and said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way. This is Shen Tianlu, not your Qian Kuandao sect. If you insist on making trouble, Daozi Gu, then I won't blame us for being rude." The tall man coldly warned Gu Xingge that although the Qian Kuandao sect was strong, he, Shen Tianlu, was not weak either.
Today, Chen Kuandaozi caused trouble first. Even if they suppressed him, the Chen Kuandao sect couldn't say anything.
Since you won't let me, don't blame this seat for being rough.
Gu Xingge didn't bother to say anything more to these 2 guys. They didn't deserve to hear it yet. Even if the Shin Tian building master himself were to come today, he would still have to back off. Boom! 2 blazing, extreme light shot out from Gu Xingge's heavy pupils, as if they were 2 supreme divine swords that cut through heaven and earth, piercing through all things in heaven and earth and killing demons and monsters. The light of the eyes was too terrifying, causing the 2 god transformation celestials to feel threatened, and they mobilized the power of their own laws to block the heavy pupil light of the eyes. As Gu Xingge exchanged blows with the 2 great god-realizing celestials, the cultivators in the auction hall quickly fled the place, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire and die under the aftermath of the engagement. When Luo Chen saw that Chen Kuandaozi had really killed him, his entire body was stunned. No way, this guy was actually there. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 40, the Xian Heavenly Building Master's appearance, the powerfulness of Golden Qi. How could the people within the Xian Tian building not expect Gu Xingge to make a direct move? He wasn't even willing to say a word more. That blazing eye light was like 2 absolute divine weapons, and although it only forced the 2 god transformation celestials from Shen Tianlu back, it still shocked the crowd of people from the great powers. Hiss, this Chen Kuandaozi is also too crazy. How dare he make a move in Xian Heavenly Building, not afraid of the liquidation of the Xian Heavenly Building Master. To actually want to fight the two great transformation gods alone with his own strength, should I say that this guy is arrogant? Or is he just stupid? The Xian Heavenly Building has stood in the vault of Sang for 80,000 years, with a deep heritage that is not comparable to that of the Qian Kuan-Dao sect. This Qian Kuan-Dao son is in big trouble. Serves him right, who let him be so arrogant. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he is the top of the human Jia ranking? Even if he is beheaded by Xin Tianlu today, he is still to blame. Thunder flashed in the auction hall, water and fire rushed to the sky, and the three figures collided together. The aftermath alone was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Fortunately, the auctioneer opened the hall's defense array at the first time, protecting Xin Tianlu's property and avoiding the fish in the pond. Thunder rumbled continuously, echoing the Xin Tian building. Guxinga's black hair was wildly disheveled, surrounded by silver thunder, and he blasted his fist at the fat man's transformation spirit, with so much power that it seemed as if that mountain was pouring over it, and the air exploded, setting off a ripple. Xian flame refining heaven. At the same time, the taller transformation god who had entered the Dao with the fire line let out a deep sigh, and endless black flames erupted from within his body, raging like a volcano erupting, turning into a sea of fire that filled the sky and enveloped the four directions, with an air of wanting to refine Guxinga on the spot. District of Yuaning actually dared to call their bluff. So what at the top of the list of human experts? The same suppression. With a punch that blasted the leg of the fat man's transformation god, Guxinga saw the sea of black fire spreading out, and his heavy pupil surfaced with a faint disdain. Playing with fire, you've met your ancestors. Stop. The heavy pupil flashed a flash of red aura. Guxinga let out a deep voice. The royal fire avatar words follow the law. Control of heaven and earth all the fire. The black sea of fire actually really stop, no longer swept to come. What? The tall transformation deity was shocked as he tried to continue to catalyze the sea of fire, but found that it didn't work at all. Without allowing him to think too much, the thunder god's spear transformed by thousands of thunder suddenly stabbed, pointing straight at his face. The taller transformation god raised his hand and choked. The power of the laws transformed into a large hand, easily blocking the thunder god gun. Unexpectedly, the thunder god gun exploded with a loud bang, and the endless thunder plasma spread out, catching him off guard. But this trick was simply not enough for a transfiguration celestial. Although the thunder plasma was powerful enough to exterminate a Yuaning, it didn't even soil the corner of the taller transformation god's clothes. Guxinga naturally knew that these small tactics couldn't hurt them, they were just to stall for time. Just as he was about to strangle and move his magic with a display of the eyes of the heavens, a young figure suddenly appeared between Guxinga and the two transformation god celestials. He just waved his hand. What divine secret method, what sea of fire and thunder, all disappeared, as if they had never existed. When the crowd saw the visitor clearly, they revealed awe. The two transfiguration celestials from the Xian Heavenly Tower also immediately collected their magical power and respectfully bent down to salute. Greetings, Master. ×2. Master of the Xian Tian building. Guxinga sniffed, her heavy pupils looking at the visitor. Unlike the sinking night-old ancestor, the boyish image of the Xian Tian building master looked to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, and his breath was ethereal, as if it was united in heaven and earth, and seemed to be everywhere. Guxinga didn't fail to be polite either, as he bowed his hand and said, late generation has met Master Xian Tian. Luo Chen, who was hiding inside the box, was relieved when he saw the Xian Tian building master appear, and his entire body collapsed onto the soft chair like a void. Great, it's saved. With the Xian Tian building master, a great cultivator, he didn't believe that this Qian Kuan Daozi would still be able to forcefully kill him as shown on the simulation system. The elders can't stop you, but the building owner is always okay. All of this development was expected by quite a few people. The Xian Heavenly Building Master was guarding Xian Heavenly City, so how could he allow Guxinga to go unchecked in his territory? The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master turned around, his eyes that flowed with the vicissitudes of age looking at Guxinga, his eyes slightly condensed as he scrutinized him. Sinking Knight's disciple's grandson, right? The nature is really the same as that guy's, so impulsive, but still a bit polite. After half a second, the Xian Heavenly Building Master slowly opened his mouth, but his voice was not as young as he appeared to be, pale and hoarse. Upon hearing this, Guxinga smiled and said in a warm voice, Senior, the old ancestor ordered me to greet you. He greets me? That guy isn't that polite. Upon hearing this, the Xian Tian building master let out a light snort. He had known that reckless fellow, Xin Shao, for over 4,000 years, and knew that fellow's nature well, so how could he possibly ask for his favor? However, this kid knows how to be polite and is much smoother than that old thing, Sinking Knight. The Xian Tian building master's eyes looked at Guxinga with more than a hint of satisfaction, worthy of being at the top of the list dished out by the old man. Greetings to Senior Song Ming, all hail Senior. Jun Mengqing appeared beside Guxinga and respectfully bowed to the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master, and the representatives of the rest of the major powers didn't watch the show any longer and showed up in unison to greet the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master nodded slightly and turned to continue looking at Guxinga, inquiring in a faint voice. Kid, tell me, why are you causing trouble in Lao Fu's territory? Is it because you feel that buying things from me is expensive? Want to smash the store or what?
Senior's misunderstanding. Seniors are just being plotted against, a moment of urgency, afraid that the person escaped, this is why they made a move, please bear with me. Gushinga hurriedly explained that he actually had some understanding of the relationship between the sinking knight Old Ancestor and the Xian Heavenly Building Master. It was mentioned in the Old Ancestor's Benji of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion that Old Ancestor's sinking knight and the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master were close friends, as well as life and death buddies. That's why he dared to fight at Xian Tian Building.
It can't be helped. We have connections. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master frowned slightly. Someone counting on his old friend's disciple's grandson in his territory. Wasn't that slapping him in the face? Kid, are you sure? The Xian Tian Building Master re-asked. Gushinga nodded her head seriously. Senior is willing to swear, by the way. There is indeed someone who is counting on Senior. In that case, then I will make it easy for you, and will not stop you from finding the person who counted. The Xian Heavenly Building Master didn't ink. After all, he was his old friend's disciple's grandson, he was being counted on in his own territory, and if he let his old friend know about it, he would surely sneer at him again. Upon hearing this, Gushinga hurriedly thanked, many thanks, Senior, and I will also compensate in full for the damages that my junior caused to Xian Heavenly Mansion. When he heard that he wanted compensation, the Xian Heavenly Building Master but smiled mysteriously and said, Kid, are you sure you want compensation? His smile gave Gushinga a bad feeling. Was it expensive? But since the words have been spoken, there is naturally no reason to change them. Gushinga nodded her head, and the Xian Heavenly Building Master didn't say anything else, just left a sentence and disappeared. Good, then come and meet old man at the Xian Tian penthouse later. Okay, Senior. Even Gushinga didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seemed that it was the golden chi that had almost blinded his heavy pupils that was working. The crowd of people from the big powers also didn't expect the Xian Tian Building Master to step in, and not only did he not chastise Gushinga, he seemed to think quite favorably of him, and actually allowed him to go up to the Xian Tian penthouse. That was a place where only the elders and power holders of the great sects and holy clans could go. On the contrary, Luo Chen slid down from the soft chair and paralyzed on the ground with his eyes lifeless, repeating continuously under his breath, It's over, it's over, it's over. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, System Emergency Run. Gushinga lost numb. Gentlemen, could you do me a favor? After the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master left, Gushinga looked at the two god-transforming celestials from Xian Heavenly Mansion, changing her previous tough attitude and smiling as she questioned them. The two transformation god celestials naturally wouldn't stop Gushinga when they saw that their own building master had spoken. Horsepiss Fairy Iran was jealous when she saw how easily Gushinga had resolved the crisis. Damn! This guy's luck is too good to be true. The Xian Tian Building Master stepped in and didn't even punish him. In the end, is he the son of heaven's destiny, or am I? The heaven-mending goddess did know a little bit about the relationship between the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master and Old Man Shinkuan, and secretly said that it was a pity. She had originally thought of taking advantage of this matter to step in and help Gushinga, so that he would owe her a favor. Seeing that Gushinga was unhindered, Jun Mengqing was also a bit distressed, and she also had the same idea as the heaven-mending goddess. Gushinga didn't care about the thoughts of the people around him as he released his divine sense once again, following the weird power and exploring the source. Within moments, he had a lock on his target. Mouse, found you. It was clearly Luo Chan's Earth character box. Without the slightest hesitation, Gushinga transformed into a brilliant thunderous light, forcibly breaking through the box's formation and rushing in. Warning! 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 System enemy detected approaching fast. Host activate escape teleportation. The system's beeps kept ringing in Luo Chen's head, and every system had an emergency function used for the host. For example, the forced interference of the heartbeat system is its emergency function. The emergency function of the simulation system is to escape with the host. As long as it ensures that the host is alive, it can plunder more and fulfill its own mission. When Luo Chen, who had thought he was going to be finished, heard the system warning, he instantly came back to his senses and exclaimed in excitement, use it. Quickly use it. The system got a response and immediately enabled emergency teleportation. Want to run? Dream on. Gushinga appeared in the box, seeing that Luo Chen was wrapped in a white light to escape the place. Without hesitation, his heavy pupils erupted with supreme divine might, bound to kill this person on the spot. Heavy pupils opened the sky, chaos destroys the world. A soft cry rang out, and Gushinga's eyes flowed with a vast chaotic light, with a terrifyingly shocking scene of the sun and moon falling and the stars and rivers collapsing. A parabolic light tore through heaven and earth, blazing to the extreme, through the four directions of heaven and earth. Space could not withstand this kind of horrible light. Wherever it passed, it exploded inch by inch, spatial turbulence rampant across the world, straight towards Luo Chen. Boom! Even the Xian Heavenly Building, which was able to withstand the attack of a transformation god celestial, was blasted out with a large hole, and the entire Xian Heavenly Building trembled 3 times. Everyone in Xian Tian City saw a supreme divine light strike out from within the Xian Tian Building, striking through the clouds and piercing through a large chunk of the sky, so powerful that a transformation god would not be able to resist it. What's that? So terrifying.
The Xian Heavenly Building was even blasted out of a big pit. What kind of person actually dares to cause trouble in Xian Tian Building? Quick, let's go check it out. Even though Guxinga urgently struck a heavy pupil killing move, it still failed to leave Luo Chen behind, but it did annihilate the lower half of Luo Chen's body, and even if he didn't die, he was crippled. Moreover, being injured by his heavy pupil, even if there was an elixir to repair his body, it wouldn't help.
Guxinga could still use the traces left by the heavy pupil on that guy to find Luo Chen's whereabouts. All in all, it's not a loss ahead. At this moment, Guxinga's face was as gloomy as it could be.
If he hadn't sensed it wrong just now, the power that had carried the one who had counted on him to escape was exactly the same as the two systems from before.
So, again, it's the system that's screwed up. Hey, it's really shady.
Moreover, Guxinga had the feeling that the sky had collapsed when she looked at the Xian Tian Building's wall that had been blasted out of a large hole.
How many spirit stones must be lost?
The two transformation god celestials from the Xian Heavenly Tower flew in, and as they looked at the destruction caused by Guxinga, they glanced at each other, both seeing each other's shock. It was important to know that the Xian Heavenly Building was built using a large amount of spiritual materials, and it also had various defensive formations as well as defensive runes applied to the walls. A seemingly thin layer could block even the full force of a transformation god's purple mansion. Now that a large hole had actually been blasted out by Guxinga, wouldn't that mean that he was in control of a means that could kill a transformation god celestial?
Wutuan, Wudo, bring this boy to see the old man and talk about compensation.
The voice of the master of the Xian Heavenly Building rang in the ears of the Endless Patrol, and they made an inviting gesture to Guxinga. Guxinga suddenly thought of the mysterious smile that the Xian Heavenly Mansion master had given earlier.
Could it be that elder has already calculated that he will have this fortune-telling calamity?
Jun Mengqing and the heaven-mending goddess were also shocked when they saw the destruction caused by Guxinga. Grasping such a powerful divine ability, it was no wonder that he was able to suppress the god transformation great demon. The top floor of the Xian Tian Building was not a layer of rooms, but a secret cave. The cave was filled with birds and flowers, beautiful scenery, and rich aura, planted with purple sunflowers.
Purple sunflower?
Guxinga looked at the purple sunflowers roaming the mountains and secretly wondered. His own old ancestor's favorite thing was the purple sunflowers. Could it be that this hobby was passed down to him by the Xian Tian Building Master? In the sea of purple sunflowers, the Xian Tian Building Master was sitting on his knees, and when he saw Guxinga arrive, he gestured for him to sit in front of him.
Here, sit down.
Guxinga honestly sat in front of the Xian Tian Building Master, like a child who had made a mistake, and he couldn't help but ask,
Elder, did you calculate that I would cause so much damage to Xian Heavenly Tower? Is that why you're smiling like that?
It was known to all of Sungming that the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master was a master of the Heavenly Evolutionary Tao, and it didn't seem to be unusual for him to calculate this point. However, the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master shook his head and explained, I only calculated that Xian Heavenly Mansion would be in trouble today, I did not calculate that it was caused by you. Although he was quite accomplished in the way of heavenly evolution, there were few in the world that could not be reckoned with, except for the 5 major forbidden zones of the end of the world.
But coincidentally, Guxinga was one of those he couldn't count on.
Once when listing the list of outstanding people, Master Xian Tianlu projected the 100 heavenly prides on the list, even Shi Yao and Jun Mengqing, who had the heaven-mending pavilion and heaven-intercepting sect to cover them up, he was able to calculate 1 or 2 of them, except Guxinga, who was not at all. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master looked at Guxinga and snickered, Kid, any one of the spirit bricks in this Xian Heavenly Mansion of my old man is worth thousands of top-grade spirit stones, as well as the formation runes on it and the other forests and forests on it, so how much do you guess you should pay out?
Or you can just kill me. Guxinga did a rough calculation, and immediately had a feeling of being unlovable. I can't pay for it. There's no way to pay for it. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? If I take your life to pay for it, that guy sinking knight shall not flatten the old man's Xian Tian building. It's not cost effective at all. The Xian Heavenly Mansion Master's face changed, and he quickly raised his hand and gently patted Guxinga's mouth, telling him not to speak blindly. People who cultivate immortals should all the more remember that trouble comes out of the mouth, and that some things said will come true. He continued, since you don't have any spirit stones to pay for it, why don't you do something for me, and after it's done, not only do I not want you to pay for it, but I'll also give you a chance, how's that? P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 42, 5-colored resting soil, Master Xian Tianlu's regret. No good, fell for it. After the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master finished speaking, Guxinga instantly realized that she was being punked. LOL, ginger is still hot. Guxinga's face was helpless as he looked at the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master with a smile in his eyes and complained. Senior, you are at least a great cultivator of refined void, is it appropriate to pit me as a junior like this? Aren't you afraid that I will report to my family's old ancestor? Little fellow, old man didn't pit you, it was you who promised to compensate. The Xian Heavenly Building Master said with a smile. Guxinga raised her hand and slapped her forehead, sighing and shaking her head with a lifeless look. Well, you have to eat the bitter fruit of your own making, no matter how hard it is.
Gushinga, elder, go ahead, as long as it's within my power, I can do things for you. Between losing spirit stones and selling hard labor, he chose to sell hard labor. Of course, Gushinga also wanted to see what the chance was that the Shin Heavenly Mansion Master was talking about. Don't worry, what the old man wants you to do will definitely not jeopardize your life or make you suffer. After saying that, a spiritual jade treasure box appeared in the hands of the Shin Tian building master. He hid it. Inside was presented with a baby fist-sized piece of earth. The spiritual earth was colorful, flickering with brilliant spiritual light, like a dream, flowing with a rich and extreme earth spirit chi, and the majestic earth lineage Tao rules were pervasive.
5-colored resting soil.
The moment she saw the spirit soil, Gushinga subconsciously exclaimed in shock, and a hint of fire surfaced in her heavy pupils. Colorful resting soil, the top existence of spiritual soil. A grain of resting soil can become 10,000 acres of spiritual fields, is the dream of spiritual planters. The value of this piece in the hands of the Shin Tian building master was no less than the Fusang divine wood that Nangong Chiyue had taken out at the time. The Shin Heavenly Mansion Master sent the multicolored resting soil to Gushinga and laughed, "Little fellow, this piece of multicolored resting soil is to be taken as a small payment from the old man in advance. As long as you do that for the old man, you won't be able to miss out on the benefits of the opportunity afterwards." Looking at the colorful resting soil in front of her, Gushinga quickly extinguished the fire in her heart and looked grave. Even such treasures are treated as small rewards beforehand. The matter in the mouth of the Shin Tian building master is bound to be not small. "Elder, this is such a large reward before even doing anything. I'm afraid that my junior will have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it,"
Gushinga said in a deep voice.
Seeing that he was so cautious, the Shin Tian building master also stopped beating around the bush and directly said plainly, "Little fellow, I'm sure you know about the heavenly burial underworld."
"I know." Gushinga nodded. The heavenly burial underworld was the same as the heavenly Gothic divine mountain, the same as the end of the law forbidden zone. The other 3 forbidden zones were the heavenly blight demon sea, the heavenly Jedi evil forest, and the heavenly defeat ancient mine. When it came to these 5 major end of the world forbidden zones, it was time to talk about the distribution of spirit domains in the Tsangming Great World. There were 9 great spiritual domains in the Great World of Tsangming, which were the middle heavenly domain in the center, and the 8 directions of Dome Mulberry, Xianson, Western Wasteland, Underworld Daylight, Daozhe, Heavenly Demon, Luofu, and Demon God. Of the 5 forbidden zones, the heavenly Gothic Divine Mountain was located in the middle heavenly domain, while the remaining 4 forbidden zones were between the 8 spiritual domains. The Dome Mulberry domain was then close to the heavenly burial underworld. How to form these 5 forbidden zones, ancient history does not have much record, only know when the end of the era related, suspected ancient cultivators to avoid the end of the hijacking of the creation. "Senior wants me to enter the heavenly burial forbidden area?"
When Gushinga heard the Shin Heavenly Mansion Master mention the heavenly burial underworld, he thought that the matter he was talking about must have something to do with this forbidden area.
The Shin Heavenly Building Master nodded. "Well, I would like to ask you to enter the underworld and bring out a set of remains for me." "Senior, are you kidding?"
Not to mention the ferocity of that underworld, even a Mahayana Taofather may not be able to come out when he enters it. Just the billions of skeletons within the underworld. Trying to find out what Senior wants can be said to be as difficult as climbing up to the sky, as if looking for a needle in a haystack.
Gushinga naturally had an understanding of the Mordor Forbidden Zone that was immediately adjacent to Vault Sang.
Inside the underworld, the corpses of an unknown number of epochs have been buried, and the dead gas is like the sea, breeding infinite ghost kings and demons, which is not a place where living beings can step on. Trying to bring out a skeleton from within would be no less difficult than ascending through the tribulation. If it were anyone else, the underworld would naturally be a place of extreme ferocity and evil. But you are different, you practice thunder method, and the power of the heavenly tribulation for their own use. The ghost king in the underworld of the underworld demon see you, like a cat sees a mouse, don't be offended by you, avoiding can't even avoid it. The Shin Heavenly Mansion Master looked at the smudge of thunder pattern on Gushinga's brow and punctured it. Although he was unable to deduce anything related to Gushinga, after all, he had lived for so many years that his eyesight was still there, and with a single glance, he could tell that the thunder pattern on Gushinga's brow was a type of supreme divine power of the thunder Tao, containing the power of heavenly tribulation.
"Gushinga, elder, sometimes more mice can bite the cat."
Seeing that Gushinga refused to agree, the master of Shin Tianlu's heart crossed and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that it's the old man's appetizers that can't satisfy your little guy's appetite.
This is how it is.
As long as you agree to the old man will allow you to go to my Shin Tianlu's treasure trove later, and let you pick out any 2 treasures you want. The Shin Tian building contains all the strange treasures of the Tsangmang, and in the Shin Tian treasure trove, there is only what you can't think of, not what they don't have."
Master Shin Tian could be said to be bloodthirsty.
Gushinga was also shocked. To do this to such an extent for a skeleton, that skeleton was bound to be extraordinary. Then he inquired,
"Allow the late generation to take the liberty of asking, which one of you is the skeleton that Senior is talking about?"
"It's the old man's own sons." The Shin Tian building master's tone became heavy, his childlike cheek showing sadness, and in his eyes was a deep regret. It was already difficult for a cultivator to conceive an heir, and that was his only biological son, who was buried in the underworld for his sake. Over the past 1,000 years he had searched for a number of cultivators who practiced the thunder method, even Heda masters, in the hope that they would bring back the skeletons of their own sons, but without exception, they had all failed. Originally, the Xian Tian building master had given up, ready to go to the underworld before the end of his life, with his son buried in a place. However, Gu Xingge's appearance raised another glimmer of hope in his heart that Alaixio, who controlled the power of the heavenly tribulation, might actually be able to bring out the remains of his own son. Gu Xingge was silent. The Xian heavenly mansion master did give more, so much that he couldn't refuse. But the heavenly burial underworld was too dangerous. He was only a Yuaning. Even though he was stronger than the average god transforming celestial, he would die 10 deaths if he went to the underworld.
Senior, is there a time requirement? Gu Xingge asked.
If there was no time requirement, then it wouldn't be too late to wait until he broke through the transformation spirit.
Master Xian Tianlu, as long as you can bring back the remains before my life expires, that's fine.
Master Xian Tianlu also understood that having Gu Xingge, a Yuaning cultivator, go to the underworld to search for bones was no less than going to his death. So he didn't ask for time, as long as he could see his own son's bones again before he died.
The late generation understands. Gu Xingge nodded his head as he promised the Xian Tian building master that he would bring back the skeleton before his lifespan expired. Even if the Xian Heavenly Mansion Master only had 100 years of lifespan, it would still be enough. Good, this is the compass that I refined with my own blood and my son's fetal hair. In the future, when you enter the underworld, you can follow the compass's guidance and find my son's skeleton. Master Xian Tianlu took out a palm-sized compass and solemnly handed over Gu Xingge. The fetal hair of his own son had all been used up, and this was the last piece. The latecomer does his best. Gu Xingge didn't dare to guarantee that she would accomplish it, but she would do her best. Vast state, a mundane country. A flash of white light surfaced, and Luo Chen, who only had his upper body left, fell heavily onto the official road that was littered with stones, and those small sharp stones pierced into his lower body wounds, causing the unconscious man's brow to furrow with pain. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Void King Beast Solitary, setting a trap for Jun Mingqing. The treasure vault located in the depths of the Xian Heavenly Building was a cavernous secret realm with countless exotic treasures, as numerous as the stars, all appearing in the form of balls of light, glowing and dazzling. Greetings to the owner of the building. Times 4. The 4 god transformation celestials guarding the Xian Heavenly Treasure Trove simultaneously uttered their greetings when they saw their own building master. The Xian Heavenly Mansion master nodded, and Gu Xingge looked at the 4 townspeople and was secretly surprised. The aura they emitted was considerably stronger than even the Wei sect Yang Emperor, and all of them were Yin gods, or even Yang god-level transfiguration celestials. The Xian Heavenly Building Master handed a jade omen to Gu Xingge, telling him that this was the roster of the Xian Heavenly Treasure Vault, which recorded the 17,839 types of treasures that were included in the treasure vault. Any one of these treasures would be an unattainable superb item in the outside world. Gu Xingge's divine sense probed into the jade omen, and immediately a large number of treasure messages flooded into his mind. Not only the names of the treasures, but even their functions and origins were clearly labeled. With so many treasures, he would have to pick carefully. The first choice was a spirit that could help the Holy Dan to metamorphose into a divine infant. There were quite a few treasures of this level similar to the Fusang Divine Wood and the 5-colored Breathloam in the treasure vault, only that most of their attributes were too messy and didn't meet Gu Xingge's requirements. Primordial Yuan Magnetism, Phoenix Divine Flower, 9 Spectral Earth Demon Souls, Xian Yuan Empyrean Spirit, 9 Yang Spirit Pearls. Gu Xingge searched carefully. He now had 5-colored resting soil in his hand, which should be enough for the Earth Ancestor which Sacred Dan to metamorphose into a divine infant. Then there were still gold, water, wind, electricity, weather, time, and space, the 7 ancestral which holy elixirs. The 5 spirits of gold, water, wind, electricity and weather were fine, it was time and space that were difficult. There it is, the relic of the Void King Beast. I didn't realize that Xian Tianlu could even get their hands on such a strange beast, or a king beast. After Gu Xingge flipped through tens of thousands of exotic treasures, she finally found one that suited her. The remnants of a Void King Beast. The Void Beasts were not Sangming spirit beasts, but beings outside the realm, naturally proficient in the way of space, wandering outside the realm, feeding on space debris, and their numbers were extremely rare. The King Beasts, on the other hand, were the rulers of the Void Beasts, and were extremely powerful, with each of them being comparable to a harmonious Tao powerhouse, or even a Mahayana Tao father. With the relic of the Void King Beast, as long as it was refined and the spatial Tao rules within it were extracted, Gu Xingge had a 70% chance of helping the spatial ancestor Sacred Dan to metamorphose into a divine infant. What's the second pick? After a small half hour, Gu Xingge finally chose a pot of Sunhai Divine Water. Sunhai Divine Water comes from the Tsanghai Sea controlled by the Dragon Tribe. It is the water produced by the sea eye of the Tsanghai Sea, and the production is extremely rare. For example, the pot that Gu Xingge had chosen was the output of the eye of the sea for 300 to 400 years. After the selection was made, Gu Xingge told the Xian Tian building master about the results. The Xian Heavenly Mansion master had 2 items fetched, and not long after, a storage bag was delivered to them. Gu Xingge put the storage bag away and left the treasure vault with the Xian Tian building master. Little fellow, don't forget your agreement with the old man. I know that later in life. Outside the Xian Tian building, Jun Mengqing had been waiting for a long time, bored and playing with her tail, with Granny Z's voice ringing in her ears from time to time. Holy maiden, do you want to wait any longer? I'm afraid waiting any longer will delay the return to the church. Grandmother Violet, it's not for you to worry about when I'll return to the religion. Listening to Granny Violet's nagging, Jun Mengqing was disgruntled. This old thing was thinking of meddling in her affairs as much as she could. The self-consciousness of being a protector of the way was not there. When we get back to the holy church, we'll get a new protector. When she saw a white-clothed figure walk out of the Xian Tian building, Jun Mengqing's eyes lit up and she immediately greeted her. But someone was faster than her, appearing in front of Gu Xingge first. Taoist Gu, Elder Songming didn't make things difficult for you, did he? A plain-colored dress with a thin veil on her face, the heaven-mending goddess appeared, her beautiful eyes gazing at Gu Xingge, asking him with concern. Gu Xingge politely shook her head and said in a warm voice, thanks to Goddess Xiao's concern, Senior didn't make things difficult for me. At those words, Xiao's brows stretched out in a slight smile. This is very good. It is that I don't know how many spirit stones Senior Songming has asked Daozi to compensate for. If Daozi is not generous in his hands, he can speak with Xiao, and Xiao is willing to make a small contribution. When Gu Xingge heard this, he was just about to refuse when a soft and charming voice that contained a hint of anger interrupted him. That's not necessary. If your excellency is short of spirit stones, I'll pay for them, so don't bother the heaven-mending goddess. Swinging her 5 fox tails, the intercepting heaven holy maiden walked aggressively, her demonic pretty face full of displeasure. Robbing the territory and resources even if, you meow now also want to rob the man with the old lady, really think that I intercepting heavenly sect is good at bullying Jun Mengqing walked quickly to Gu Xingge, as if swearing sovereignty, and hugged his arm, sticking it tightly, instantly causing Gu Xingge to feel a burst of unspeakable softness. When Xiao saw Jun Mengqing being so shameless, the smirk on her brow dissipated. This Tai Fox, she really doesn't know how to be reserved at all. When the surrounding cultivators saw that both the heaven-mending goddess and the heaven-intercepting holy maiden were showing favor to Gu Xingge, they were envious and jealous, and they all wanted to take their place. In the crowd, Horsepiss Fairy was even more furious that her back teeth were about to be clenched. Damn it! I'm the Wine Sword Immortal with a system, why aren't there any goddesses and saints throwing themselves at me? The more Yi Ran thought about it, the more unwilling he became. As the Wine Sword Immortal he was actually not as popular as a native, it was in a strange shame. Just wait Gu Xingge, I, Wine Sword Immortal, will pay back the shame you brought on me 100-fold. Yi Ran swore in his heart that both the heaven-mending goddess and the heaven-intercepting holy maiden would only be his, and Gu Xingge, a mere aborigine, was not worthy of their favor at all. Eunuch, let's go, ignore this prude. Jun Mengqing pulled Gu Xingge and was about to leave, and when Xiao saw this, she didn't stop her and let the two leave. As for the insults that the intercepting heavenly saintess had hurled at her, Xiao didn't care about it. There had already been a verbal argument since their first meeting. Xiao all but used Jun Mengqing's evil words as a refining of her heart. If a casual remark made her angry and broke her defense, it could only mean that her mind wasn't up to snuff. But that doesn't mean she doesn't do anything. Looking at Gu Xingge's departing back, Xiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of color. Jun Mengqing, since you want the Chen Kuan Daoist son so badly, I will not do as you wish. Sacred Maiden Jun, the boundary guide is returned to you. After leaving the Xian Heavenly Building, Gu Xingge returned the Boundary Leader Small Cauldron to Jun Mengqing. The Jade Disc of Creation had already finished parsing the Boundary Leader, and this thing was no longer useful to him. Jun Mengqing also did not expect him to return the Boundary Guide to himself so quickly, and hurriedly shrugged it off. Gong doesn't need to return it to my concubine so quickly, there's no harm in staying to study it for a while longer. Gu Xingge shook her head, no need, I've already finished my research, and I thank you for your kindness. If you are free in the future, you can come to the Chen Kuan Dao sect to seek out this seat to drink tea and discuss the Dao, and this seat will definitely welcome you with open arms. Jun Mengqing sniffed and took the Boundary Guide. At least she still had Gu Xingge's invitation, she could still go to the Chen Kuan Dao sect to look for him in the future. Unbeknownst to her, this sweeping couch welcome was a trap Gu Xingge had prepared for her. When you get to his territory, you're still at his mercy. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Request for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Chapter 44 was Engami's unwillingness, new heavenly Dao avatar, great mind technique. Jun Mengqing looked at Gu Xingge's fading back, her fox charming eyes surfaced with a faint gloom. She could feel Gu Xingge's defenses against herself. Looks like we still need to add more fire. Holy Maiden, Saint Sun Lin sent a spiritual message asking when you will return to the sect. Suddenly, Granny Violet appeared beside Jun Mengqing and reported respectfully. Hearing this, Jun Mengqing's eyebrows frowned slightly, her face was slightly cold, and she said impatiently, when did this holy maiden go back to her religion? When does he need to worry about it? And also, didn't I instruct you to reject any spiritual messages about Lin Chen for me?
Holy Maiden, Saint Sun Lin is also concerned about you.
Granny Z bitterly tried to persuade June Mengqing.
Unexpectedly, June Mengqing raised her hand and blasted a palm at Granny Purple. Even though Violet Granny was a transformation god celestial, she didn't dare to defend, much less fight back, and was directly blown away by a palm, her body smashing into a temple like a cannonball, with masonry splattering and smoke rising in all directions. Half a dozen times later, Granny Purple crawled out with a gray head and knelt in front of June Mengqing, her face terrified as she continuously kowtowed and admitted her mistake. Holy Maiden, it's the old slave who spoke too much. I still hope that the Holy Maiden will spare the old slave once for the sake of the old slave's many years of following you. Old slave wouldn't dare. June Mengqing looked coldly at Granny Z. If it wasn't for the fact that she had followed her the longest, it wouldn't have been as simple as a slap just now. Grandma Violet, you know how much this Holy Maiden hates Lin Chen. For the sake of your hard work in the past, I'll give you one more chance. If there's a next time, I won't blame this Holy Maiden for being merciless. Granny Violet nodded her head repeatedly and hurriedly assured June Mengqing that she wouldn't dare anymore, and that when she returned, she would return those gifts that Lin Chen had given her. Humph, Lin Chen, you even dare to extend your claws to me. It seems necessary to teach you a profound lesson. June Mengqing's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of killing intent, and her voice was so cold that Granny Z couldn't help but shiver. With regard to the interceptor Saint Sun, June Mengqing was as loathsome as she wanted to be. That guy is like a flamboyant male peacock, wooing women everywhere, but whenever he meets the prettier ones, he sends spirit stones to send magic treasures, and his hand is extremely generous, and there is a problem at a glance. Just ask which cultivator would give away his or her cultivation resources. Even between Dao couples would have reservations, unless that person had other plans. June Mengqing had once adhered to the friendliness of the disciples within the sect and had received a gift from Lin Chen once, but of course she had prepared a return gift afterward and made a special effort to come to the door to return the gift to Lin Chen. However, what she didn't expect was that it was because of this return gift that she discovered Lin Chen's secret and directly blacklisted him.
Qiankuan Palace.
Wazengui accompanied Tantai Qingxian, bored to death as she played with her hair and looked outside the hall from time to time. What's the difference between accompanying a woman who doesn't speak in this huge palace and locking her up in a small dark room? The more Wazengui thought about it, the more dissatisfied she became. Since the incident with Yi Chen, her status had fallen to pieces, from a maid to a complete sitting duck, without any dignity at all. She was at least a 5-clawed golden dragon, and her bloodline was so high that even in the Tsunghai Sea where there were many dragons, she was at the top of the heap, just below the 5 great ancestral dragons.
No, it can't go on like this. Wazengui's silver teeth lightly clenched, and a trace of unwillingness spread across her pretty face. She had to find an opportunity to escape. As long as she could go to the Kanghai Sea, with her 5-clawed golden dragon body, the dragon clan would surely shelter her, and the ancestral dragon would also step in to break the master-servant contract in her body. Suddenly, a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared behind Wazengui, and an indifferent questioning voice followed. What are you thinking? Wazengui, who was fantasizing about a bright future, heard this familiar voice and was so frightened that her body shivered, her face showed panic and she hurriedly replied, No, nothing, the slave girl was just thinking about Master Yu. Why aren't you back yet? Yes? Guxinga gazed at Wazengui and saw that she had the panicked look of a mouse caught by a cat, so he didn't need to make much of a guess to know what this white-eyed dragon was thinking. If it wasn't that cultivating a true dragon consumed too much of the chi of creation and it wasn't worth it to kill it, he would have peeled the skin off of this white-eyed dragon long ago. Don't think that this seat doesn't know what's in your heart. Remember, everything you have is given by this seat. If you want to escape from this seat, you can try, but if you are caught back by this seat, Guxinga coldly warned Jigue. He had already given this white-eyed dragon enough mercy. If she didn't know any better, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Wazengui was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly kneeled on the ground, his delicate body trembling from excessive nervousness. While kowtowing, she whispered to Guxinga and assured her, Master, don't worry, slave girl won't make any more mistakes. If slave girl makes any more mistakes, you'll strike slave girl to death with heavenly thunder, letting slave girl turn into robbing dust and never have an afterlife. Really, you better remember what you said. After saying that, Guxinga withdrew her gaze from the shivering Wazengui and turned towards Tantai Qingxian. Wazengui cautiously raised his head and looked at Guxinga's back, an imperceptible strand of resentment flashing through the depths of his golden eyes. Aha! Guxinga seemed to feel something, her footsteps slightly stopped, and Wazengui hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to show any more dissatisfaction. Tantai Qingxian slowly opened her eyes, her clear and cold gaze falling on Guxinga, just quietly looking at him without saying a word. Aside from showing some unusual emotions last night, Tantai Qingxian had reverted back to the sadness-less, emotionless, lustless appearance. Guxinga's face was helpless, and she felt more and more that her own master had a problem. Were all emotionless Dao cultivators like this? It wasn't that he hadn't gone over the records about emotionless Dao cultivators, it was just that they were a far cry from Tantai Qingxian. The general emotionless Dao was just a bit more emotionally indifferent, but still had the 7 emotions and 6 desires, while something like Tantai Qingxian had never appeared before. Oh, dear.
Guxinga let out a light sigh and waved his hand for Wazengui to retreat before his mind settled into the sea of consciousness and communicated with the jade disk of creation. After half a month of deduction, the Taishang Sentient Dao Code, which was modeled after the Taishang Forgotten Love Dao Code, had been completed 9 times out of 10. According to the progress, the day after tomorrow at the most, this Taishang Sentient Dao Canon would have been deduced. It was only due to the fact that the Forgetfulness Dao Canon was originally a remnant, it could at most be cultivated up to refined void, and the same was true for the Sentient Dao Canon. In addition, the heart sound system had been completely refined by the Jade Saucer of Creation, evolving a heavenly Dao divine ability as well. The Great Mind Trick. As the name suggests, the Great Mind Technique is a divine secret technique that targets the mind, and is even more powerful than the Buddhist sext Tathagata. Cultivating the Great Mind Technique not only allowed one to easily rid the inner thoughts of living beings, but even their deeply hidden secrets, as well as memories that had been forcibly erased, could be seen through. Moreover, when cultivated to a high level, one can easily modify and control the wisdom of living beings and transform them. In addition to this, the Great Mind Technique can also evoke the fear of living beings and evolve a mind demon. Hundreds of golden Dao cultures became a divine power seed and were planted in Guxinga's sea of consciousness, and within moments, they took root and sprouted, branching out and growing into a divine tree of the mind. With this mind god tree, Guxinga didn't need to worry about mind god powers or fear taking over. P.S. Sorry, recently the weather turned cold, blowing the air conditioning did not pay attention to, make himself a cold, the spirit is not very good, today can only one more, tomorrow the spirit is a little better, the ode make up back. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, you don't know it's wrong, you know you're going to die. The Great Mind Technique, it really is extraordinary. Feeling the sense of security brought about by the mind god tree sheltering the sea of consciousness, Gusheng softly lamented. With this Great Mind Technique, in the future, whether it was taming slaves or gaining insight into people's hearts, it was guaranteed. Guxinga looked towards Tantai Qingxian in thought. Tantai Qingxuan's innate lack of emotion and desire was also a kind of mind defect. Perhaps he could use the Great Mind Technique to modify this shortcoming and help her nourish her love and desire. Master, I've just learned a spiritual aptitude that should be useful in breaking your emotionless Tao, but I need you to empty your mind to cooperate with me, is that okay? Guxinga inquired about her own master, and Tantai Qingxian lightly nodded her head before closing her beautiful eyes and emptying her mind of her sea of consciousness. Immediately, Guxinga released a force of the mind from her brow, extending it towards Tantai Qingxian. However, the moment the power of his mind touched Tantai Qingxian, a force that was quite familiar to Guxinga suddenly surged forth, instantly transforming into an impenetrable layer of psychic protection that easily isolated his power of mind. The power! Guxinga snapped his eyes open, his handsome face showing shock as he looked incredulously at the cold-colored Taoist nun. If he hadn't perceived it wrongly, the power protecting Tantai Qingxuan's mind wasn't any other power, it was clearly the power of the heavenly Tao. His own master was actually burdened with the power of the heavenly Tao. The only reason why Guxinga would recognize that power was because the power of the heavenly tribulation that he controlled was also an evolution of the power of the heavenly Tao. Both have the same root. Guxinga withdrew her mind power and looked at Tantai Qingxian in shock. It was reasonable to say that even what a transfiguration celestial controlled was only the power of the laws, and even a Mahayana Taofather couldn't touch the power of the heavenly Tao, so why would Tantai Qingxian have it? Could it have something to do with the supreme Taoist body? Guxinga fell into the middle of contemplation. According to the canonical texts he had read, there were very few descriptions of the supreme Tao physique, only the special characteristics of this physique were recorded. With the innate Tao fetus in general, are born with the Tao fit special physique, but the specific what special features, the canonical books also have no record. Guxinga collected his thoughts as he once again looked at Tantai Qingxian. The cold and colorful Taoist nun had also opened her beautiful eyes at this moment, still without any sadness or joy, just like a puppet. If it was before, Guxinga still felt that Tantai Qingxian was just extremely low in lust and had no feelings or emotions. But now that he sensed that heavenly Tao power, he felt more and more out of place. There's a problem. There's a big problem. For the first time ever, Guxinga was having trouble with one thing. Even he had a premonition that he seemed to have gotten involved in something unimaginable. And while Guxinga was touching Tantai Qingxuan's mind protection, a few existences that had been sleeping for an unknown amount of time were awakened in an unspeakable place. The enchantment I left on him was moved. Thou wilt come forth? No, the encumbrance is unbroken, and he is unhindered. Son, thou art in too much of a hurry, it is not yet time. Sai, he is a matter of great importance and must not be rushed, those S can be looking for him. If we didn't have to hold on to the S, we would have cleared those S long ago. There's a lot of trouble on the inside and on the outside. The Great Mind Technique was useless against Tantai Qingxian, so Guxinga could only abandon this method. It's a long way to go. Looking at the cold and colorful Taoist nun, Guxinga inwardly sighed lightly before inquiring. Master, how do you feel? Although the power of the mind was blocked, it triggered Tantai Qingxuan's mind protection, so Guxinga thought it should do a little good. The cold and colorful Taoist nun shook her head lightly. She didn't feel anything, as always. Okay.
A touch of helplessness surfaced in Guxinga's eyes. Just, let it be. Since he had promised to help Tantai Qingxian break the emotionless Dao and had taken her Tai Shang Yuaning, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Guxinga told Tantai Qingxian to wait 2 more days. When the Taishang Sentient Dao canon deduction was completed, there might be a turnaround. Whizkit. Outside the hall, Jigui, who was thinking about how to escape to the Kanghaihai Sea, heard Guxinga's voice, and after a hint of reluctance flared up on her pretty face, she quickly reverted to her original form and turned around to walk into the hall. Wazengui lowered his eyebrows and respectfully said, "Master, what is it that you have called your slave girl for?" Guxinga looked at the gold-skirted dragoness and cast the great mind technique, the power of her mind enveloping Wazengui and probing her inner thoughts. "I'm a real dragon, not a dog. All you know is to call me. I am a true dragon, not a dog. Wait, when I find a chance to escape to the Tsanghai Sea and get the shelter of the dragon tribe, then I will lift the master-servant contract in my body, and I will return all the shame of these years, and I will take you as my favorite, and I will use you to serve me every day." After listening to Wazengui's inner monologue, Guxinga's eyes quickly chilled. Humph. A white-eyed dragon is a white-eyed dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, Guxinga fiercely reached out and pinched Wazengui's delicate neck. "Wazengui, you really haven't apologized for this name. This seat is curious to know how you're going to escape to the Kanghaihai, and how to take this seat as a human favorite." "What?" Wakaki, who had been strangled, stared with wide eyes, shock showing on her pretty face. How did he know that he wanted to escape to the Tsanghai Seas, and also knew about his idea of retaliation? Is it because of the master-servant contract? The master-servant contract doesn't have that function, and as for why the seat knows what you're thinking, you don't need to know. Guxinga's face was chilled with frost. There was no way he could keep another sinful animal around that thought about rebelling against his master at all times. Upon hearing this, Wazengui instantly realized that Guxinga was going to kill her. Her eyes showed horror and she begged for forgiveness, her voice filled with remorse. "Master, slave girl knows that she is wrong. Slave girl never dares to do it again. Please give slave girl another chance, slave girl." But Guxinga just shook her head, her expression indifferent, and a single word revealed what she was really thinking. "You don't know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die." After he said that, he did not speak anymore, and his majestic mind power condensed into a dragon-cutting heart sword, chopping towards Wazengui's sea of consciousness. With just one sword, the mind of this white-eyed dragon was chopped into countless pieces. Ah-ha-ha. With his mind chopped off, Wazengui's face was instantly distorted, and he could be described as being in pain, wailing and wailing, writhing madly in Guxinga's palm like a loach. In a short while, the white-eyed dragon lost its movement, its eyes were lifeless, and it also changed from its human form back to its true dragon body. Guxinga looked at the golden dragon in his palm. He had only erased its mind, which was equivalent to turning Wazengui into a plant dragon. He once again cast the great mind technique, and the power of his mind once again invaded the golden dragon's sea of consciousness, and began to wash away the memories of those fragments of mind, as well as the Wazengui nature. After the baptism was complete, Guxinga gathered these mind fragments again and recoalesced them into shape, molding a brand new mind that only obeyed his orders and would never betray him. A few moments later, the original known movement of the golden dragon re-alive. "From now on, your name will be Jinshi, don't let this seat down again." Guxinga looked at the golden dragon who had remodeled her mind and renamed her. "Jinshi thanks your lordship for the name." Jinshi transformed into human form, landing on all 4 limbs, prostrate in front of Guxinga, kowtowing, and thanking for his kindness, not much more respectful than Wazengui. Now that Wazengui has died and Jinshi has regenerated, the past has vanished. P.S. Are you all satisfied with Wakagu's disposition? By the way, I'm asking for some monthly votes, rewards, and recommendations. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Tantai Qingxian who was passionate about dual cultivation. After obtaining the refining materials he wanted, as well as the 3 kinds of treasures, Guxinga didn't stay in Xiantian City for long. With Tantai Qingxian and Jinshi in tow, he headed directly to Xian Heavenly Tower and borrowed its interstate transmission array to return to the Qian Heavenly State. As for why they didn't use the teleportation array to come when they came, it was because the Xiantian building's teleportation array was unidirectional, and it was also to ensure the safety of Xiantian City. Qiankuan Dao sect. The clan was quite lively during this period of time, as the position of the Holy Maiden was vacant, and many young female disciples within the clan wanted to compete for the position. Guxinga didn't care about this. No matter who became the Holy Maiden, there was no difference as far as he was concerned. After returning to the clan, he first greeted the patriarch before heading back to Daoyuan Mountain to pay his respects to the old ancestor. On Daoyuan Mountain, Guxinga told old ancestor Xingyao about his affair with the Xian Heavenly Building Master. After hearing this, the sinking night old ancestor was silent for a long time before revealing sadness on his face and letting out a light sigh. Ugh, is he still unwilling to give up? Guxinga, old ancestor, you also know that Elder Tsang Ming's own son is buried in the underworld? The old ancestor nodded his head and slowly told him about a past event that happened 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the master of Xiantian building was sneak attacked by an outlaw and suffered from the poison of returning to life.
This was an ancient strange poison. It would not cause harm to a person, it would only make a person keep returning to their old age. Even the top alchemists of the central heavenly domain could not do anything about it. Later, Xian Tian building master's own son consulted ancient texts and discovered that a strange flower growing in the underworld was able to restrain the poison of returning to life, so he traveled to the heavenly burial underworld in spite of the Xian Tian building master's obstruction.
It's just a shame that this one went away and never came back.
Thousands of years had passed, and the Xian Tian building master had sent out quite a few strong men to search for them, not to mention returning without any success, and not even one of them had returned.
Little fellow, are you sure you want to go? The heavenly burial forbidden area is not a good place. Even if you cultivate the thunder technique and have mastered the power of the heavenly tribulation, going in there would be a 9 deaths, or even 10 deaths. Sinking Night Old Ancestor told Gu Xingge to think carefully. It's not just breaking the Xian Tian building, the big deal is that he'll pay out more spirit stones. He doesn't want Gu Xingge to take the risk.
Gu Xingge, old ancestor, since I've already promised Elder Songming, I naturally won't go back on my word. Besides, Elder Songming didn't ask me to go right away. He said that as long as I bring back the remains of my own son before his lifespan expires, it's fine.
Is that so?
That's good. Although that guy has been hit by the poison of returning to life, with his cultivation, it's not a problem to resist for another 700 or 800 years. It's enough for you to develop. Hearing this, the sinking night old ancestor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the surnamed Song didn't let his own heavy pupil go immediately, or else he would really have to go up to the Xian heavenly building in person and look for that guy to have a fight. Refinement of the great cultivator body into a small world of its own, to 3,000 years for the spring, 3,000 years for the fall, immortal life without boundaries, immortality. Even if the Xian heavenly mansion master was infected with the poison of rejuvenation and returned to his old age, with his cultivation and lifespan, he would still be able to last for a few more hundred years. Let alone 700 or 800 years, even if it was only 100 or 200 years, it would be enough for Gu Xingge to develop.
After bidding farewell to the sinking night old ancestor, Gu Xingge returned to Daozi Peak.
Inside the palace, when Tantai Qingxian saw Gu Xingge return, she directly removed her Dao robe, revealing her flawless supreme Dao body, which shocked Gu Xingge and froze her on the spot, her speech becoming stuttered.
Master, what are you doing?
Double cultivation. The cold and colorful Taoist nun spoke out indifferently.
In Tantai Qingxuan's opinion, since she had returned here, wasn't it about dual cultivation?
Hold off on the dual cultivation thing for a while, I have other things to do, and when I'm done, it won't be too late for me to dual cultivate again. When Gu Xingge heard this, her face showed consternation and she hastily refused. Although dual cultivation helps in cultivation enhancement, there should also be a degree.
How long has it been since the last double talk, and you want to come back again?
Tantai Qingxian, who was rejected, instantly felt some discomfort in her heart, but she didn't know what this feeling was called. Gu Xingge sensed her dissimilarity and spoke out to pacify her. Master, I really have something to do. When I'm done with my business, I'll accompany you for double cultivation. Good boy, wait for me on the sidelines first, I'll be done soon.
Aha! Tantai Qingxian nodded and sat down to wait for him.
Gu Xingge then took out the relic of the Void King Beast, which was hundreds of feet in size and only 1/6 of its upper body. The silver-gray scale armor and hair flowed with faint spatial Dao rules, and the blood and flesh also contained an extremely large amount of ethereal energy. This remnant of the body was very light, as if it were nothing, and it was integrated with the space, as if it would vanish into the void at any time and any place. Gu Xingge pinched her magic, her heavy pupils flashed with silver aura, and an illusory and invisible blade of space coalesced, chopping at the remnants of the Void King Beast, stripping away all of its scales and fur, and then separating the flesh and bones. Scales were able to be made into armor, hair could be refined into net-type magic treasures or whisks, while flesh and bone could be quenched to produce spatial essence. Gu Xingge strangled and performed her magic, and golden imperial fire burned up, enveloping the bones and flesh of the Void King Beast, burning it, and refining the spatial essence it contained. This process lasted for the better part of a month, during which Gu Xingge didn't dare to take her eyes off for a moment, fearing that if she didn't pay attention, she'd lose all her efforts. The golden imperial fire gradually extinguished, and 5 small thumb-sized drops of spatial essence were suspended in midair, taking on a bright silver color and permeated with rich spatial laws. These 5 drops of spatial essence, put in the outside world, are worth a lot of money, cannot be found, is the cultivation of spatial one cultivator's dream.
Gu Xingge hurriedly wrapped them in the power of space, fearing that they would merge into space in a second at night.
With this spatial essence, together with the 5-colored resting soil and the Tsunghai divine water,
Gu Xingge has the confidence to take a big step forward.
He looked to the cold and colorful Taoist nun who had been waiting at the side for a long time and smiled as he said to Tantai Qingxian, Master, let's double cultivate. Haoran Prefecture, Heavenly Dao Sect. In the Heavenly Dao Mountain, Long Ao Tian hugged 2 beautiful female cultivators, ate the purple grapes that the female cultivators brought to his mouth, and watched the striptease of a few goblin girls, which could be described as a pleasure. Patriarch, it's bad, something happened to Li Kuei and Yun Buguang and the others. A short little man with thieving eyebrows and with all the gold and silver jewelry suddenly ran in, disturbing Long Ao Tian who was enjoying himself. The goblin girls who had been dancing also stopped.
Long Ao Tian's face was instantly gloomy, not because he was angry because something had happened to Li Kuei and the others, but he was upset at being disturbed. Asterisk. Linghu Buchom, didn't I say that I can't be disturbed when I'm enjoying myself? You've turned a deaf ear to my words, haven't you? Long Ao Tian cursed, not the slightest bit of the temperament of the lord of a clan, more bandit than a bandit.
Linghu Buchong hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Patriarch, rest his anger. It is really urgent. Yun Boguang and Li Kuei, 2 brothers, died. You have to avenge them. If you're dead, you're dead. No one can disturb my enjoyment. Get the hell out of here.
Long Ao Tian was even more upset. Wasn't it just the death of 2 toolmen, as to disturb his enjoyment?
Linghu Buchong was so rolled, and crawled away. Long Ao Tian looked at those stopped goblin girls, face with an evil smile, continued. What are you standing there for? Give me the music and the dance to continue. P.S. Ask for recommendations. Ask for rewards. Ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 47, Refining the Essence Magic Treasure, Yin Yang Great Mill. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already half a month later. Inside the Daozi Palace, Guxinga sat cross-legged, his body surface covered with a 7-colored halo. Thunder, ice, wood, fire, earth, water, space. 7 different kinds of Dao rhythms were presented, making him look like a rainbow sun, shining in the palace. Thunder flashed, frost filled the air, grass swayed, divine fire blazed, thick earth was heavy, weak water was gentle, and the void was unfathomable. The 7 great visions lingered around Guxinga, setting off his body like a god, like an immortal, transcendent. Just compared to the first 5 visions, the 2 types of water and space are slightly illusory and not solid enough. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and the vision dissipated. Feeling the divine infant within her body carefully, Guxinga murmured as a faint disappointment surfaced in her eyes. Not enough. Compared to the Earth Ancestor God Infant, the Water and Space Ancestor God Infant was only barely able to complete its metamorphosis, and was not as solid as the other Ancestor God Infants. LOL, it was impulsive after all. Guxinga let out a light sigh, originally thinking that she could use the Supreme Tao Body, along with the 3 divine items of colorful resting soil, spatial essence, and Songhai divine water, to metamorphose 3 divine infants at once. Unfortunately, although he had done it, the Water and Space Ancestor God Infant was not solid enough. Before these 2 great divine infants were solidly congealed, it was inappropriate to let the remaining 4 holy Dan metamorphose into infants, so as not to impact these 2 great divine infants. Moreover, since the Gong Gong divine infant was too fragile and Zhu Rong divine infant was far stronger than him, if not for the Xian Mo divine infant suppressing Zhu Rong divine infant and avoiding the dissonance of water and fire, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Guxinga collected her thoughts and waved her hand as her white clothes covered her body, rising from the futon and raising her eyes to Tantai Qingxian, who was also silent in her cultivation. Not long ago, after the dual cultivation had ended, he had given her the Tai Sheng Sentient Dao Canon that he had finished deducing, and as for what kind of changes it would bring about after cultivation, it would be up to Tantai Qingxian to make her own fortune. After Guxinga left Daozi Peak, she drove over to the alchemy hall and applied for a top-tier alchemy room. As a refining room that only Yuaning true lords could use, the indoor configuration from the refining array, refining flame, and auxiliary materials were all the best in the Dao sect. The Dao Ancient trial still has more than a month to go, enough time for me to refine my own life magic treasure. After Guxinga finished speaking, she turned on the weapon refining formation, and then took out Sun Immortal Gold, Taiyin Immortal Gold, 5 Elements Essence Gold, Songhai Ming Stone, and other materials. It was just that he looked at the other spirit materials that were mediocre compared to the 2 great immortal golds and silently put them back again. What's good to refine? Guxinga was caught in the middle of his contemplation. Before, when he only had Sun Immortal Gold, he considered refining a Sun God Halberd as his life magic treasure. Now that he had obtained the Taiyin Immortal Gold, it was again a bit difficult for him. How about refining it into a Yin Yang Immortal Sword? Just as soon as this thought popped up, it was negated by Guxinga. Perhaps it was because of that brainless wine sword immortal, he was now indifferent to sword cultivators. Suddenly, Guxinga had a flash of light and thought of the Taiji diagram. Perhaps he could refine a Taiji disc. With this in mind, Guxinga no longer hesitated and pinched her finger to summon out the Howdy Burning World Amazing. As the golden elemental emperor flame, the refiner's destined love fire, it was only when used to refine weapons that it could be used to its fullest effect. The golden imperial fire split into 2, wrapping the Taiyin and Sun Immortal Gold separately, burning and quenching, and this process lasted for 7 days before refining 2 clusters of immortal gold essence that were the size of a small half of a baby's fist. Guxinga's divine sense poured out, wrapping the 2 clusters of immortal gold essence and fusing them together. This process was the most testing of precision and took an extremely long time. There absolutely could not be the slightest deviation, and the consumption of divine sense was enormous. More than half a month later, the immortal gold essence was under Guxinga's control, and the 2 clusters of immortal gold essence fused perfectly, transforming into a disc. At the moment the disc took shape, Guxinga quickly pinched her knuckles, and her heavy pupils erupted with 2 channels of yin and yang divine light, using her own essence blood as a guide to drive one yin and yang prohibition after another into the disc, all 360 of them, all of which were engraved on top of the disc. In a flash, the disc stirred up a majestic yin and yang Dao rhythm, the golden crow soared, the laurel tree grew, and the visions were amazing.
Yet this is only the beginning.
Immediately afterward, Guxinga summoned the jade disc of creation, dropping endless chi of creation to cover the disc for another quenching. After incorporating the power of creation, the disc changed once again, resembling a Taiji yin-yang diagram, with the sun on the left, the most virile of all, and the Tai-yin on the right, the most feminine of all, the yin and the yang blending together, and even evolving a trace of chaos, transforming into the eye of chaos and dotting the head of the yin and the yang. The gold and silver disc slowly rotated, and the power of yin and yang cleansed and swept through the refining room.
It's done!
Guxinga's heavy pupils flashed with a touch of joy as he immediately drew out a drop of soul blood from his brow and punched it into the gold and silver disc as a way to wrap things up. The jade disc of creation returned to the body, and the howdy burning world amazing amazement was extinguished. Thus, the refining of Guxinga's innate magic treasure was completed. Guxinga looked toward the gold and silver disc, but the size of the palm, the left is gold, the right is silver, like two jades set together. Jades at the head end of each has a chaotic eye, yin, and yang laws intertwined. Chaotic Dao rhyme permeates, slowly rotating, as if it can wear out all things in heaven and earth. Taking the gold and silver disc into her hands, Guxinga's brows smiled as she said, 360 yin and yang prohibitions, a top-grade spiritual treasure. From now on, you'll be called yin and yang great mill. Mana treasures are graded by their prohibitions, with 12 or less being considered mana weapons, 81 or less being spiritual weapons, 365 or less being spiritual treasures, and 720 or less being heavenly spiritual treasures. As for half-immortal weapons, there had to be at least 1,000 prohibitions before they could be refined. Moreover, the prohibition that Guxinga had struck within the yin-yang great mill was no ordinary prohibition, it was a yin-yang prohibition that used the heavy pupil as the source and the essence blood as the guide. After taking the yin-yang great mill back into her body to continue warming it up, Guxinga left the artifact refining hall. However, not long after he left, someone sneakily came outside the refining room, but because the top refining room could only be used by Yuaning true lords, he could only stand outside dryly, unable to enter it.
Master, you didn't sense it wrong, did you? There really is a divine fire in here?
Song Yan pointed at the refining room and carefully inquired. The ancient ring he carried on his finger floated with a trace of an undetectable soul fluctuation, and a majestic female voice resounded in Song Yan's mind. There's no mistake, it's the scent of the howdy burning world amazing. Someone should have used it to refine weapons in this refining room, but they've already left.
Ah, why the favor of having a master?
Song Yan sniffed, his heart was reluctant. Howdy burning world amazing is the 21st ranked divine fire on the divine fire list. How good it would be if it was his. There's no need to be frustrated, the howdy burning world amazing fire is a top-level divine fire, even a transformation god celestial can't fully control it. You'll ask who's refining weapons here later, as long as it's not a refined void exalted master, my master will be able to help you capture it. The majestic female voice sounded once again, and when Song Yan heard it, his face showed joy. He hurriedly went to question the disciples in the refining hall and asked if it was Daozi who had used the refining room. Although Song Yan had only just started, he still had some understanding of Qiankuan Daozi, the youngest Yuaning true lord of the Qiankuan Dao sect. But so what, as long as it wasn't a refined void exalted, with his master, the howdy burning world amazing was bound to belong to him. Senior brother Song, Patriarch In Ho has summoned you to the patriarchal hall. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, A Bowl of White Porridge, Song Yan who doesn't know how to die. Daozi, you're back. Guxinga had just returned to Daozi Peak when a shout came from his ears. He looked back and it was one of the disciples from Tianqian Mountain. The Tianqian Mountain disciple flew in front of Guxinga, bowed his hand and said with a respectful face, Daozi, the patriarch has an invitation. Upon hearing this, Guxinga nodded and followed him out of Daozi Peak. Tianqian Mountain, Patriarch's Great Hall. Emperor Yang and Empress Yin were seated on their thrones, and there were also 8 outstanding disciples of the Qiankuan Dao sect in the hall, 4 men and 4 women, each possessing the cultivation of Jindan Great Circle, or even False Infant Realm, just a little bit older. All of them had already passed the number of 20s. A flash of silver-colored lightning flashed by, and Guxinga had already appeared in front of the disciples. Greetings, Sovereign. Guxinga bowed towards Emperor Yang and Empress Yin, while the 8 disciples behind him saluted him. Greetings, Daozi. Times 8. Emperor Yang looked at Guxinga with a smile in his eyes and told him not to be polite, but on the contrary, Empress Yin's face was slightly cold and she seemed to be somewhat displeased with him. As for the reasons, this goes without saying. When Emperor Yang saw that everyone had arrived, he then spoke, I'm sure you all know why the sect has summoned you here, so the sect won't say anymore. The Dao Ancient Trials will be held in 5 days, due to the long journey, separated by several states, the clan has decided to set off tomorrow, this time led by the Yin Empress Patriarch. All of you will listen to the orders of the Yin Empress this time. By the Sovereign's holy order. Times 9. The 9 disciples, including Guxinga, arched their hands in unison.
Emperor Yang nodded his head in satisfaction as he lightly waved his hand and said, "Well, I'll go down and get ready." Wait a minute. Suddenly, the Yin Empress, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, leaving the crowd behind again. With a puzzled look on his face, Emperor Yang turned his head to Empress Yin and inquired, "What else is there?" "Nothing much, it's just that this clan discovered a fire Dao wizard within the clan not long ago, and also mastered the Heavenly Frost Kunyan, which is 73 on the Divine Flame list, so let's add him to the list of candidates for this trip to the Dao Ancient Trial." After saying that, Empress Yin summoned that disciple into the hall. The visitor was no other than Song Yan, who had appeared in the refinery hall earlier. Gu Xingge looked at Song Yan, a hint of surprise surfacing in her eyes. How this guy looks so much like a star in his past life. Disciple Song Yan, greetings to the two patriarchs. Song Yan saluted towards the two patriarchs, the slightest hint of a different meaning appearing as his gaze collided with the eyes of the Yin Empress. The Yang Emperor frowned slightly when he saw that the Yin Empress had pushed for a male disciple. According to the rules and duties of the clan, the male disciples within the clan were under his control, while it was the female disciples who were under the Yin Empress. Don't look at the Yang Emperor's close relationship with the Yin Empress on a regular basis, but in fact, they were not Dao couples and could only be considered close friends. When it comes to his own power, Emperor Yang won't give in to the Yin Empress. Seeing that Songflame only saluted the patriarch and ignored Daozi, the eyes of the disciples changed slightly, and a disciple with a tall and lanky figure, like a small giant, stood out and said in a cold voice, "Songflame, why don't you worship the Taoist sun in front of you?" When Song Yan sniffed, he just glanced at Gu Xingge. Not only did he not make any moves, he questioned instead. "This senior brother, this is the patriarch's hall, the biggest is naturally the patriarch. Could it be that in your opinion Daozi is even bigger than the patriarch? Should I worship Daozi first, then the patriarch?" Ran Nanshan appeared to be a big man, but in fact, he was coarse and subtle. How could he not hear the meaning of Song Yan's words, and how could he fall for it? Humph! Song Yan, according to the sect rules, Daozi is on par with the elders and peak masters, and is only below the patriarch. Any disciple who sees him must bow. Since you have already paid homage to the patriarch, why are you ignoring Daozi? Is it because you think that Daozi is not worthy of your respect? Or are you looking down on Daozi? At these words, Song Yan's face sank slightly. He didn't think the big guy had the brains to not be pitted by his own words. Song Yan turned his head, no longer paying attention to Ran Nanshan, nor did he salute Gu Xingge. After all, in his opinion, Zhen Kuan Daozi was also a disciple of the sect. Wasn't it just that he had a Daozi position? Wasn't it just that his cultivation was a little bit higher than him? What qualifications did he have to deserve a salute? Ran Nanshan saw that Song Yan still looked arrogant and was ready to continue to open his mouth, but unexpectedly, the Yin Empress rebuked in a cold voice. "Enough, this sect didn't summon Songflame here to listen to you guys bicker. Ran Nanshan, if you start any more trouble, this sect will disqualify you from participating in the Dao Ancient Trials this time." Ran Nanshan could only retreat helplessly. When Emperor Yang and Gu Xingge saw that Empress Yin spoke for Song Yan, their hearts were shocked and doubly puzzled. Who in the world was this Song Yan that he could get such a high regard from the Yin Empress? The Yin Empress looked at Song Yan, a faintly different color flashing in the depths of her eyes as she continued. Song Yan is exceptionally gifted and is a 9-yang spiritual body. Although his cultivation has just reached Jindan, he is a first-grade Jindan, and is qualified to participate in the Dao Ancient Trials as a seat of the Dao sect. You don't have an opinion on this, do you, Emperor Yang? After the Yin Empress finished her introduction, Song Yan showed arrogance and swept his gaze over the other disciples with some contempt. No. In the face of the Yin Empress's request, Emperor Yang refused without even thinking about it, also causing Song Yan's expression to freeze. Emperor Yang said to Empress Yin in a deep voice, "The number of people in the Dao Ancient Trials was set long ago. Even if this Song Yan is a first-grade Jindan with exceptional talent, we can't break the rules for him." Dissatisfaction appeared behind the rejected Yin. She knew that Emperor Yang was a person who took the rules very seriously. Even for Gu Xingge, he had never made an exception. "Your Highness," Gu Xingge's eyes swept over both the Yin Empress and Song Yan, feeling more and more that there was a story between them. The Yin Empress has never meddled in the affairs of the male disciples of the sect. Although this Song Yan talent is good, it is only good. There are many disciples of the Dao sect, and there are quite a few who are better than him. For example, Ran Nanshan, who had just spoken, was equipped with the granite battle body, which was no less impressive than the 9-yang spiritual body. Let this seat see what secrets you have. Gu Xingge's heavy pupils flickered slightly, and the great mind technique unfolded smoothly, the power of the mind enveloping Song Yan in an invisible manner, peering into his heart and exploring his hidden secrets. Half a dozen times later, Song Yan's experiences from childhood to adulthood, as well as his secrets, were all known to Gu Xingge. Even the past he had already forgotten. Gu Xingge's face appeared to change, astonished beyond measure, while murmuring, "So that's how it is, it's really a dog's blood." It turned out that the reason why Empress Yin favored Song Yan was because Song Yan had saved the seriously injured Empress Yin outside the clan more than a month ago and had also cooked her a bowl of white porridge. When he returned to the clan afterward, Empress Yin took care of Song Yan in every way, sending a large amount of spirit stone resources to help him raise his cultivation. But what really made Gu Xingge care was that this Song Yan actually also had a cultivator's residual soul in his possession.
But unlike that Wang Fan from before, the cultivator's residual soul that Song Yan possessed was a female cultivator, specializing in the way of fire. Moreover, just a short while ago, this Song Flame was hostile to him, wanting to join with that female cultivator's remnant soul to seize him as the Howdy burning world amazing. Gu Xingge's heavy pupils flashed with a cold aura. What an ignorance. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards. End of chapter. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Song Flame, hard to the core, peeling off a layer of your skin is not a problem. Emperor Yang, rules are made by people, Song Yan's talent is outstanding, so making an exception once is not unavoidable. The Yin Empress tried to persuade the young emperor, who glanced at Song Yan before asking rhetorically, outstanding natural talent? Empress Yin, have you ever seen this clan make an exception for Xingge? At those words, Empress Yin was momentarily speechless. If we are talking about natural talent, who within the Dao sect is as strong as Gu Xingge, Emperor Yang didn't even make an exception for him, let alone a mere Song Yan. Song Yan felt Emperor Yang's contemptuous gaze, suddenly felt that he was being belittled. On the surface, he did not move, but inwardly, he was already on fire. I've reached the Jindan realm in only 5 years, and I'm still at the first grade. Surname Gu is not just cultivating more than 10 years earlier than me, but I reached the Jindan realm in only 5 years, or a first grade Jindan, isn't it better than him? Even if Surname Gu's cultivation is stronger than mine, so what, if I really have to fight hard, it's not a problem for me to peel off a layer of his skin. Gu Xingge listened to Song Yan's heartfelt words, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, forcing a smile to keep from laughing out loud. District Jindan cultivator, not to mention hurt him, even close to him cannot do, but also hard to pick off a layer of his skin, really laugh at the death of individuals. Gu Xingge felt that this Song Yan cultivated not the fire Dao, but the confidence Dao, and was overconfident. Seeing that Emperor Yang refused to allow himself to participate in the Dao ancient trial, Song Yan then stood up and took 2 steps forward, showing a proud face as he proposed aloud. Patriarch, since the rules can't be broken, why don't we do it in a different way? I'll issue a challenge to the disciple participating in the trial, and if I win, I'll be allowed to compete in their place, how about that? After saying that, Song Flame felt that he was too smart. As long as he defeated a random trial disciple, not only would he be able to obtain the qualification for the trial, he would be able to build up his prestige. It was simply 2 birds with 1 stone. The quotas for the disciples of the Dao ancient trials have been set, the sect will not change them again, so wait for the next time. Unexpectedly, Emperor Yang did not play his cards the way Song Yan thought he would, and bluntly rejected this request, not giving him a chance at all. The disciples who were able to participate in the Dao ancient trials were all selected through the sect and passed through the ranks all the way to obtain a place. Without participating in the sect selection, Song Yan wanted to seize the qualification by directly challenging the trial disciples. Think of the beauty. This behavior was placed in the eyes of Emperor Yang, which was a clear attempt to speculate. Even if someone volunteered to give Song Yan the qualifications for the trial today, Emperor Yang wouldn't let him participate. Song Flame sniffed and almost couldn't control his expression management. What does this old thing mean? He's targeting me. It's just that I'm talented and valued by my sister Lok Yao, so I'm trying to suppress me. Let's see how I can peel off your skin. Listening to the ragged words in Song Yan's mind, Gu Xingge frowned slightly. Without waiting for him to make a move, Emperor Yang was keenly aware of the change in Song Flame's eyes and was displeased. His fingers holding the armrests of the throne moved slightly, and a majestic pressure that was only directed at Song Flame was suddenly released. With a plopping sound, Song Yan was suppressed on the spot by this celestial pressure before he could react. You have a problem with what the clan says? Emperor Yang stood tall and coldly looked at Song Yan, his voice chilling, as if it was the frost of the 9 sepulchral abyss, causing the patriarch's hall to be covered in a layer of frost. Song Yan slumped to the ground like a dead dog. He felt that every inch of his body's flesh and blood, every section of his tendons and bones were about to be crushed. The pain caused him to subconsciously let out a wail. When the Yin Empress saw the young emperor suddenly applying pressure, she hastily stepped in to cancel out the pressure on Song Yan. She was displeased with Emperor Yang's move and rebuked in a cold voice. Mu Chen Yang, what do you mean? Even if you don't agree, you still made a move to target a disciple. What, do you think the Qiankuan Dao sect is your one word? This sect is also a sect leader, and also has the power to decide on the candidates for the trials. Song Yan must participate in this Dao ancient trial. This isn't asking for your opinion, it's informing you. Being called by his name, Emperor Yang's face sank slightly, but he was even more puzzled. He had been with the Yin Empress for hundreds of years, and although he was not a Taoist couple, he was still a close friend. Now Shi Luyao had actually rebuked him for a disciple, losing him face in public. If there was no problem here, Emperor Yang would definitely not believe it. The Yin Empress flashed and appeared beside Song Yan, helping him up from the ground and glancing at Gu Xingge again before she left, before turning into a spirit light and flying away. Gu Xingge, who had been given a look, felt puzzled. What did this have to do with him? He didn't say a word the whole time. Suddenly, Gu Xingge thought of something else. He had forgotten to use the Great Qi Luck technique to look at Song Yan's Qi Luck, even though the name didn't carry Fan, Chen, Dust, and wasn't one of the 4 major surnames. But from the memories probed by the Great Mind technique, This guy's experience is quite similar to that of the protagonist of the waste material stream, and it is highly likely that he is the son of the heavenly destiny with deep fortune. However, so what if the son of heaven's destiny dared to count on him? He would kill just the same. If it wasn't for the patriarch's face, he would have already made his move the moment he detected Song Yin counting on him. All of you step back, don't worry, the sect won't let your qualifications for the trial be replaced. On the hall, Emperor Yang lightly waved his hand, allowing Gu Xingge and the others to retreat. Gu Xingge and the others bowed their hands and left the patriarch hall together. Just before coming out and taking a few steps, Ran Nanshan called out to Gu Xingge, "Daozi, do you need me to teach that Song Yin a lesson for you, so that guy will know what it means to be disciplined?" Looking at the burly man who wanted to curry favor with himself, Gu Xingge smiled faintly and said in a warm voice, "No need, after all, they are fellow disciples, there's no need to get rough over this small matter, we're about to participate in the trial, it's better not to cause any trouble." He wasn't a devilish villain, and he didn't like to pretend to be someone else, and dealing with guys and enemies who didn't see eye to eye, it was far smoother to do it himself than to let someone else do it. Understood, Michiko. Ran Nanshan nodded his head, since Daozi had sent word not to trouble that Song Yin, it was better for him not to cause any trouble. At the same time, mythical Koan Peak. Empressine brought Song Yin back to her spirit peak and fed him a healing elixir. Under the repair of the potion's medicinal power, Song Yin gradually recovered, and he looked at the concerned Empress with an apologetic face. "Sister La Qiao, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you. It's none of your business, it's that Mu Qianyang fellow who's too dictatorial, don't worry, the quota for the Dao Ancient trial will definitely have you." The Empress assured Song Flame, who nodded, and although she had a smile on her face, she was inwardly cursing the young emperor. The transformation god Celestial is terrific, big deal, the big deal is that he are tough, peeling off a layer of his skin is not a problem. Song Yin immediately communicated with the ring granny, "Master, if you and I join forces, can we beat Mu Qianyang?" "Can. But the Chen Kuan Dao sect has a refined void venerable sitting in the town, if it's at the peak of my master's period, I can destroy it with a wave of my hand, but not yet, after participating in the Dao Ancient trial and getting that divine power left behind by the Forgotten River Sacred Courtyard, don't say refined void venerable, even harmonized Dao grade powers won't be your opponent." As soon as Song Yin heard this, he became more and more curious about the divine ability that the ring granny was talking about, and hurriedly asked after it. "Master, what exactly is that Oblivion Sacred Academy's divine ability? It can make you hold it in such high esteem. The strongest killing aptitude in history, when you get it, you'll know how strong he is. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for recommendation votes. Request for rewards." End of chapter. Chapter 50, Strong Yang Emperor, Chen Kuan Dao sect must be fair. On the following day, all 8 disciples participating in the Dao Ancient trials arrived, only for one of the 4 female disciples to suddenly choose to withdraw, giving the spot to Song Yin. When Emperor Yang learned of this news, his face was dripping with gloom, but the wood had already been turned, and it was too late for him to stop it, as Empressine had already set off with the trial disciples. On the sky of 10,000 hectares of blue, a treasure ship was traveling rapidly, and beside the treasure ship, a 5-clawed golden dragon followed, its might filled the air, shocking the flying birds and beasts. Gu Xingge sat on the dragon's head, letting the astral winds blow, her figure not moving at all. A jade slip appeared in his hand, containing some of the essentials of the Dao Ancient trials. Previously, Emperor Yang had mentioned that the Dao Ancient trial was an inheritance tower left behind by an ancient sect, and that ancient sect was called the Forgotten River Sacred Courtyard, which was extremely powerful and mysterious in the ancient times. Legend has it that wherever there is a place infested with disciples of the Oblivion Sacred Academy, the cultivators will avoid it for fear of socializing with them, fearing it like a tiger. Forgetfulness Sacred Academy, seems like I've heard of it somewhere. Gu Xingge's face showed a hint of contemplation. He had some impression of the Forgotten River Sacred Academy. He had once read about it in an ancient tome, but there were only a few words about it. The canonical text said that the Holy Academy of the Forgotten River had violated the punishment of the law of karma and was destroyed. As for what the punishment of the law of karma was, Gu Xingge wasn't sure, but when karma was involved, it was bound to be terrifying. The inheritance tower left behind by the Forgotten River Sacred Academy was not a reward through breaking into the tower as Gu Xingge had imagined, but rather a test of the mind. According to the description on the jade slip, the inheritance tower would evolve a side of the spiritual world based on what the cultivator's heart desired most. The faster a cultivator passes through the test world, the more generous the rewards he receives. It was just that during this process, the cultivator's ego consciousness would be sealed off, and if he wanted to pass the test, he would have to rely on spiritual perseverance. Gu Xingge withdrew her divine sense, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, sketching out a faint smile. This ancient trial doesn't seem to be that difficult. At the side of the treasure ship, Song Yin looked at Gu Xingge sitting down on the golden dragon, and jealousy surfaced in his eyes. Everyone, including the patriarch, was sitting on the boat, and he was riding a dragon. What a damn pretense. Surprisingly, it's a 5-clawed golden dragon. This Chen Kuan Dao's son has good luck. The ring grandmother's voice rang in Song Yan's ears with a hint of surprise. It's not that she hadn't seen the dragon race, she even went to the Kanghai as a guest before she fell, but the five-clawed golden dragon was the first time she had seen it. Although there were many dragon clans in the Songhai Sea, true dragons were extremely rare, and most of them were miscellaneous bloods such as augurs, gnarls, she-dragons, and the like. Even the 8 dragon kings today, only 2 of them are true dragons. As for the 5 great ancestral dragons, they had long since died, been injured, and disappeared.
Senior, do you have a way to take this golden dragon over? Song Yan inquired of the ring granny.
Ring granny, the dragon race is arrogant by nature, it will not submit to any living creature. Don't look at this golden dragon as docile now, I'm afraid that in my heart there has long been a desire to get rid of it, even if the teacher captures it for you, it won't submit to you, why don't you do a favor and give it a hand in the snow, help it a hand.
Song Flame was puzzled, help it?
That's right, the 5-clawed golden dragon is a real dragon, in the dragon family also has to be extremely rare existence, each head is regarded as the dragon family hope, although I do not know why this head of 5-clawed golden dragon will be straight outside, but if the dragon family know that it is being used as a mount, the dragon family is bound to do whatever it takes to make this Qian Kuan Daozi to pay the price,
and even Qian Kuan Daozong is also overthrown.
As long as you tell the Dragon Clan this news, coupled with my teacher's friendship with the Dragon Clan in his lifetime, it is enough for you to gain the friendship of the Dragon Clan and become their guest. The Dragon Clan is rich to the extreme. A little bit of stuff leaking through the cracks of your fingers is enough for you to cultivate for a long time. The ring granny analyzed the pros and cons for Song Yan, who was instantly mesmerized by the big pie she drew.
Although having a 5-clawed golden dragon as a mount could greatly satisfy his vanity, the friendship and treasures of the Dragon Clan were even more coveted. Song Yan looked at Gushinga, a flash of sarcasm in his eyes. I told you to act like a pussy. Wait for the dragons to tear you to pieces. And Mu Qian Yang, when I get the support of the Dragon Clan, not to mention peeling off a layer of your skin, even if I kill you. Song Yan fantasized greatly about a better future, however, all the thoughts in his mind were read by Gushinga's. Gushinga put away the jade slip and glanced sideways at Song Yan, his handsome face revealing a touch of undisguised contempt, his lips slightly opened and he wordlessly said, a loser who only relies on women.
Song Yan, who saw the shape of Gushinga's mouth, was instantly enraged, and he hated it when he was told that he relied on women to get where he was today. Song Yan, who had been poked and prodded at the point of breaking his defense, stopped pretending, braced his hands on the ship's rail, and roared. Sir Ninggu, what are you arrogant about? Isn't it just that you broke through to Yuaning one step ahead of Laozi? What's so great about it? If you really want to fight hard, it's not a problem for me to peel off a layer of your skin. Upon hearing this, Gushinga looked coldly at the loudmouth Song Yan and sneered. Toughing it out with this seat? Who do you think you are? A punk who relies on women to get to the top and eats soft food, you deserve it too. You. The pain points were constantly being bludgeoned, Song Yan was so angry that he could barely speak. In the next moment, the Yin Empress appeared behind Song Yan, her eyes looking towards Gushinga, and without asking what exactly had happened, she immediately rebuked angrily. Gushinga, as a Daoist son you vilified a fellow disciple for no reason, it's simply too much of a shame. Shi Luyao, indiscriminately coming to rebuke this seat, is your brain filled with white porridge? Also, this seat is a noble Dao son, so what's wrong with lecturing a disciple who doesn't distinguish between honor and inferiority? If you have a problem with that, you can report it to the old ancestor and see if the old ancestor listens to you or believes in this seat. Since the Yin Empress was shameless, Gushinga naturally didn't need to give her face, and didn't even call the patriarch by her name. Shi Luyao already had a problem with Gushinga because of Nangong Chiyue's matter, and now that she heard these words, she didn't care about her status and raised her hand to forcefully suppress Gushinga. Shi Luyao, you've disappointed this clan too much. A deep voice suddenly sounded, and immediately afterward, a figure like a brilliant sun descended from the sky and landed on the Chen Kuan treasure ship. The golden light dispersed, and what came into view was clearly Emperor Yang, as well as the female disciple who had been replaced by Shi Luyao. Shi Luyao also didn't expect that Emperor Yang would be so persistent that he brought that female disciple to chase after him, her clear face revealing a hint of shock. Mu Chen Yang, what are you doing here? Don't forget that I'm the leader of this trial. So what, Shi Luyao, you are the patriarch, yet you disregarded the rules of the clan and arbitrarily deprived your disciples of their qualifications for the trial. You are not qualified to take on the role as the leader of this trial any longer. This clan has come here to take your place, and order you to return to the Dao sect with Song Yan at once. Emperor Yang opened his mouth to deprive Shi Luyao of the power to lead the team, although a mere Dao ancient trial was not worthy of his presence, but any move that shook the fundamentals of the clan, he would have to stifle it in the cradle. The rules of the clan are sacrosanct and cannot be changed. Neither the disciples, nor the elders, not even them as patriarchs. The Chen Kuan Dao sect would never allow any dirt to appear, and it must also be fair and just, so as not to allow any of the disciples to have a cold heart towards the sect. P.S. Ask for monthly votes. Ask for rewards. Ask for recommendation tickets. End of chapter.